Chapter 1418. P.S. Thank you to Doom ****** M and Rain in the Wind for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Lord Shurching and Halcyon for their tips. Thank you to 1v2v3 for your comments. Huff, 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 creak, 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 pa 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 pa, the sound of heavy breathing, the ear-piercing sound of wood scraping against each other, the crisp sound of bodies colliding, and the gentle moans of a woman that seemed to be in pain and pleasure echoed in the small but cozy room. At the same time, a lewd aura that made one's imagination run wild filled the room together with the sounds. Nobody knew how much time had passed. Accompanied by a long and loud cry, Nagasawa Masami's 4 fingers were interlocked and her legs were raised high, resting on Itosei's shoulders, forming a strange C shape with her body. Her short hair was spread out, and she was lying on her back on the bed. Her face was crimson red, and her chest was moving up and down rapidly. "You're really a bull." After a while, Nagasawa Masami, who had recovered some of her strength, looked at Sei Ito's face and said softly, "If I don't become a bull, how can I plow the land?" Sei Ito straightened up and kissed Nagasawa Masami's ankle. "Luckily, we're shooting a night scene tomorrow. Otherwise, I'd have to ask the director for leave again." Nagasawa Masami rolled her eyes at Sei Ito and said, "I wonder who was the one who was shouting for more. Be more intense." Itosei smiled as he placed Nagasawa Masami's slender legs properly and leaned over to hug Nagasawa Masami's body while she lay on her side. "Sometimes, I really want to tell my Misaka-san about our relationship, and then together with her, we'll ruthlessly squeeze you dry once. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant after that." Nagasawa Masami said angrily. "TSK, we still don't know who will win." Sei Ito curled his lips and said disdainfully. Then, he moved his body and moved the thing that he still kept somewhere. "Noa," you said. "Besides, are you willing to do it?" Nagasawa Masami rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, "TSK. Who wants such a lousy thing?" "That's what you said. Then I'll go and trick your good sister Yui Aragaki into my hands in 2 days. Let's see what you're going to do then." Sei Ito smirked as he patted Nagasawa Masami's butt. "You don't tell me you've been eyeing her for a long time?" Nagasawa Masami raised her eyebrows and asked suspiciously. "Not really, but if she's willing to deliver herself to me, I don't mind eating her." Sei Ito shamelessly laughed. "You really are a bastard," Nagasawa Masami said viciously as she pinched Sei Ito's waist. "TSK. Be gentle. Be gentle. It hurts." Sei Ito pretended to be bitter. "You deserve it." Nagasawa Masami's beautiful eyes were like crescent moons as she smiled. Then, the two of them talked nonsense for a while and fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, Sei Ito and Nagasawa Masami were together for half a day before they parted ways with each other. Nagasawa Masami had to go to the set for filming. After returning to his home in the shrine, he spent the boring second half of the day studying the tactics in his hand. Then, at around 12 o'clock that night, he once again set off to the sky above the uninhabited island where the selection was held to monitor the entire selection process on the spot. Then, the 3rd day, the 4th day, the 5th day. Until a week had passed. All the members of the Black Sphere team had participated in the Battle Royale and obtained points according to the rules to leave the Black Sphere team. At this time, the number of people who met the requirements and passed the selection had exceeded 50. On this night, it was still the same room that only those who passed could enter at the end of the selection. All those who passed were sent here by the Black Sphere System's teleportation laser. Pa! A wide 3-dimensional virtual screen appeared at the top of the room, attracting the attention of all those who passed. First of all, congratulations to all of you for passing this selection mission. No matter what method you use to obtain the passing points, this at least proves that you are not mediocre. Secondly, I want to tell you that from now on, your destiny has changed. You no longer need to fight to the death in the Black Sphere mission, but this doesn't mean that you can be free because I have a new mission for you." As if there was no connection signal, the dark human figure vaguely reflected on the screen full of snow spoke. "And correspondingly, you will have more opportunities to obtain better things, as well as ways to increase your strength quickly, so you will also face more strange situations. Well, that's all I want to say for the time being. I will tell you more after you complete your profession change." Ito-sei took the lead in announcing before the people who had passed the test could ask. As soon as the words fell, the three-dimensional virtual screen in the room flashed and disappeared abruptly. Following that, without waiting for the discussions of those who had passed to become louder, a fine electric current fiercely spread out in their minds, causing them to immediately groan and faint without any resistance. Their bodies went limp as they fell to the ground. Plop, plop, plop. A series of muffled sounds echoed in the room. After all those who passed to become unconscious, a silver-white light suddenly appeared in the room. At the same time, a slowly rotating, huge mid-style dimensional teleportation magic circle that covered the entire floor of the room and just happened to cover all those who passed to become unconscious emerged. After 4 to 5 seconds, it turned into a thick beam of light that soared into the sky. Together with all the people who passed to become scattered photon particles and slowly disappeared. At the same time, on the special uninhabited island that Sei-Ito named Demon Island in the Rubik's Cube world, the bodies of those who passed to appear on the island's surface accompanied by an explosion of light that suddenly struck the ground. Then, in less than 10 seconds, dozens of them the size of an adult's forearm appeared. Like Little Spirit Dream, the Guardian Knights created by the Book of Night flew above the group of people who had passed. Each of them chose a target and flew onto the body of the other party. With a flip of her hand, a simplified version of the Book of Elves, which was used by the residents of the Rubik's Cube world, appeared. She placed it beside the target's hand, grabbed the target's arm, and used a magic blade to cut open the target's finger. Then, she pressed the bleeding finger onto the surface of the Book of Elves. Just like the surface of the sea, the blood that stained the Book of Elves was diluted into the book. In the next moment, a large number of pillars of light soared into the sky, and a strange magic array spread out from the blood-stained Book of Elves. Using a robotic voice, the Book of Elves transformed into a stream of light and entered the bodies of the people who passed. Genetic information authentication complete. Soul information lock complete. Basic information acquisition successful. Monitoring program activated. Book of Elves officially activated. When all these changes were over, the dozens of little spirits that flew over dispersed and continued to work on the island according to their respective division of labor. Accompanied by a soft moan, a woman wearing gray canvas casual trousers and a black, short-sleeved t-shirt appeared. She had a voluptuous chest and wore a red necklace-like band around her neck. She had a head of medium-length hair that was gold and black in color. Her skin was fair, and her appearance could be considered above average. Judging from her appearance, she appeared to be around 28 or 29 years old. The Caucasian woman, who appeared to be no older than 31 or 22, woke up from her coma. "Where is this place?" The woman opened her eyes, turned over, and squatted on the ground. She assumed a defensive posture that allowed her to attack or retreat. She looked at the unfamiliar environment around her and thought to herself. The other people who passed the test also had the same reaction as her. After confirming that there was no danger for the time being, they stood together. They stood up from the ground at the same time, each keeping a relatively safe distance from the other. Once again, they looked around seriously. However, at this moment, a creature that looked like a legendary little spirit flew over their heads and hovered in mid-air. "Welcome to Demon Island. I'm the novice narrator, Marlene Firth." The little spirit with purple hair smiled and said, "But before explaining the rules of the island to you, please recite the book with me." As soon as she finished speaking, A book of elves that was only 1 or 2 times smaller than her body appeared in front of Marlene Firth. Seeing this, the woman and some of the people who passed the test followed suit and recited the book. In an instant, the Book of Elves appeared in the hands of the people who passed the test. Books of elves with different colors and surface decorations appeared in the hands of the people who passed the test. "Please open the first page," Marlene Firth said. The woman opened the book and looked at the title page of the book. Then, a line of information about herself was reflected in the woman's eyes. Name: Linda J. Harris. Place of birth: Main World, Earth, London, England, 23 Downing Street. Age: 29 years old. Bloodline: human, a white race, ancient Germanic branch, Anglo-Saxon group / Celtic. Strength: B+. Ability: Ice, acquired, attribute focus, intelligence. Book of Elves, Level 0 Reincarnator Level 0 Title, none. Exchange points, 0. Special contribution, none. This is my personal information? Linda's pupils shrank slightly when she saw the information on the title page. She thought to herself, and this reincarnator, it should be the profession change that the mysterious person mentioned. Then, without waiting for the narrator Marlene Firth to remind her, she turned the book to the second page. This time, she saw the appearance of a translucent safe, with the words 3 cubic meters under the safe pattern. Could this be? Just as Linda was guessing, Marlene Firth's voice sounded in a timely manner. The pattern on the second page represents another function of the Book of Elves, which is to store items. In the beginning, this space is only 3 cubic meters, but it can be exchanged with points. For every 10,000 points, the space can be increased by 1 cubic meter, and there is no upper limit. But I want to remind everyone that when the space limit reaches 10, 100, or 1,000 points, you need to go to the main god in the center of the island to remove the limit before you can exchange. Next is the third page. Marlene Firth continued to explain. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that Marlene Firth finished explaining about the Book of Elves, such as the sale of items, mortgage, purchase, the issuance and acceptance of tasks, the intelligence system, and some other simple functions. She began to lead the original Black Sphere warriors, who had become reincarnators, to move around the island while explaining the functions of the main god's light sphere in the center of the island and the various places on the island, such as the trading area, the rest area, the medical area, the training area, the issuance and acceptance of tasks, and so on. Of course, Marlene Firth also explained the many rules and taboos one by one. About an hour later, the explanation was finally completed. The novice service is over. Now everyone can move freely. Remember not to break the rules. Marlene Firth looked at the reincarnators below and smiled. Wait! Just as Marlene Firth was about to turn around and fly away, a male reincarnator shouted. Marlene Firth's little face showed a puzzled look as she looked at the reincarnator who spoke. Can we leave here and go home? The reincarnator asked. Of course you can. Just go to the teleportation array in the center of the rest area, but you can't go back now. Marlene Firth shook her head and said. Why? The reincarnator asked in a deep voice. Returning to the main world requires points, and staying and living in the main world also requires points every day. So, you can't go back without enough points, Marlene Firth explained. Damn it! The reincarnator clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. If you want to earn points, you can go to the task area and have a look. You'll definitely gain something, Marlene Firth kindly reminded him. Humph! The reincarnator snorted coldly, turned around, and strode toward the task area that Marlene Firth had mentioned and passed by before. Obviously, his home in the main world was very important to him. By the way, you just mentioned a word. The main world. The Book of Elves in our hands also mentioned it. So, can you explain the meaning of this word? After the reincarnator walked away, Linda raised her voice and asked. Okay. Marlene Firth nodded in response. Then, she stretched out her hand and pointed in front of her. She used energy to gather a globe-like ball the size of a label and continued, "The main world, as the name suggests, is the world where you were born, lived, and fought before, just like this energy ball in front of me." Then, Marlene Firth stretched out her hand again and pointed at several energy balls of different sizes, shapes, and colors around the ball. She said, "These are other worlds that coexist with our main world in the high-dimensional universe system. They are what you human scientists often call parallel worlds, different worlds, and so on. And they are the places where you reincarnators will carry out missions and fight in the future." Chapter 1419. P.S. Thanks to NXCS for the tip. Hiss. Upon hearing Marinfis' explanation, the reincarnators present either gasped in shock or narrowed their eyes. They pretended to be calm. It was evident that they were shocked by Marinfis' words. In the past, although they were inexplicably shocked and amazed by the mysterious Black Sphere and the creator of the Black Sphere system, it was still within an acceptable range. They also used appropriate scientific principles to answer themselves, so it wasn't too much of a shock. However, the matter of world travel was really beyond their acceptable range. It was impossible for them not to be shocked even if they wanted to. After all, this was many times more powerful than the idea of cloning themselves to create a resurrection fake. It was something that they had never dared to think about before. "Do you have any more questions?" Marinfis asked as she waved her hand to make the energy orb in front of her disappear. "No." The reincarnators, who were still shocked by the information just now, all shook their heads. "Then I'll take my leave. Good luck," Marinfis said with a smile. She then turned and flew away, disappearing from the sight of the reincarnators present. After about 4 or 5 seconds, the reincarnators, who had suppressed their shock and recovered from the shock, looked at each other and divided into several groups. They went to the main god's light orb in the center of the island, the rest area in the middle of the island, the mission area in the inner circle of the island, and the trading area in the inner circle of the island to check the information that they wanted to know. As a woman, although Linda was a powerful reincarnator, she still did not want to see those things so soon. She felt that nothing was better than lying on a soft bed, so she did not check the other information and followed the group to the rest area. Not long after, rows of elegant, single-family bamboo buildings, wooden houses, or brick houses appeared before the eyes of Linda and the other reincarnators who were walking over. "Welcome to the rest area." A little elf in charge of the rest area greeted them. "Do you want to stay in a room?" "That's right," a chaotic voice replied. "Please summon the Book of Elves. I'll send you the information of the rooms," the little elf said as she opened her Book of Elves. Seeing this, the reincarnators did not hesitate and simultaneously chanted the incantation of Book, summoning the Book of Elves. Then, the pages of the Book of Elves in the hands of the reincarnators lit up slightly, and a virtual screen as wide and long as the Book of Elves appeared in front of them, displaying the situation of the houses in the rest area one by one. House for General Rest, 15 points / day elementary functional house. 100 points / day. Note: it contains a small spirit gathering array. Intermediate functional house, 500 points / day. Note: contains a medium-sized spirit gathering array, a personal training room, and a small medical recovery room. Advanced functional house, 2000 points / day. Note: contains a compound spirit gathering array, a multifunctional personal training room, a small multifunctional medical recovery room, a connection port for the main god system, and a connection port for the mission system. General team encampment, 5 people, 5000 points / day. Note: it contains a team training room and a small medical recovery room. Junior functional team encampment. Points. F***CK. They're almost catching up to those who want money. There are points everywhere. Seeing the contents that appeared on the virtual screen of the Book of Elves, a bad-tempered reincarnator cursed angrily. I remember that before we became reincarnators, we also had points with the Black Ball team. Where are our points? Another reincarnator who was smarter turned his eyes and questioned Little Elf. Yes, where are our points? Give us back our points. Several reincarnators who were not afraid of making a big fuss hooted. According to the rules, the Black Sphere points are not the same as the Demon Island point. Therefore, when you change your class, the Black Sphere points you have will be reduced to 0. If you want to obtain the Demon Island points, please complete the mission or pawn the special items you have on you, the elf explained. Hearing Little Elf's words, the reincarnators' faces turned ugly. Then where are we staying? A reincarnator who could not hold back his anger roared. Because you are new reincarnators, each of you can choose a house for general rest for free for a day. After a day you will be expelled. If you want to continue using it, please pay the points. The specific rules can be checked through the intelligence system of your Book of Elves, Little Elf explained good-naturedly. Humph. Hearing Little Elf's words, the reincarnators who wanted to challenge the rules of Demon Island froze. They snorted and lowered their heads to choose from the Book of Elves. Then, they walked toward the general house they had chosen. This included Linda. She chose a bamboo house that looked very beautiful in her eyes and moved in. The space of the bamboo house was not big, only about 30 square meters. In the middle of the house, there was a square bamboo table, and 3 bamboo chairs were placed beside the table. On the left side of the bamboo house, there was a small cabinet made of bamboo. As for the most important resting bed, it was placed at the innermost part of the bamboo house. On the right side of the house, there was a small alcove that should be a washroom. A bamboo with a sharpened front end pierced into the house from the outside. The bamboo body was slanted, pouring water into the bamboo pond below, which should be a pool. Then, it flowed back to the outside through the gap at the bottom of the bamboo pond. If one wanted to cut off the flowing water, the bamboo basin next to it would be a suitable tool. As for the safety of the bamboo house, Linda was not worried at all. She already knew that there was a layer of protective enchantment on the surface of each house. It would be activated as soon as the door was closed. Moreover, even if someone was powerful enough to break the protective enchantment of the house, they would be punished by the Book of Elves. In serious cases, they would even be killed by the Elven law enforcement team. Therefore, not many people would take their own lives as a joke. Alas, although I don't have to risk my life for the compulsory mission issued by the Black Ball, I have to risk my life for my own peaceful life. Linda walked to the bamboo bed and sat down. Then, she sighed softly. But fortunately, I can choose my own mission. As long as I am well prepared, I don't have to worry about my life anymore. Thinking of this, Linda's mood slightly relaxed. She lay down on the soft bamboo bed and just like that, she closed her clothes and rested. Michael, Linda murmured softly in her sleep. She seemed to be dreaming of something. After a good night's sleep, the next day came in the blink of an eye. After a night's rest, Linda, who had slightly adapted to her new identity, got up and walked into the washing room. She took a bamboo basin and put it aside. Then, she lowered her head and began to wash. After a while, Linda, who had become refreshed, walked out of the bamboo house and walked toward the mission area. For the sake of living, Linda was ready to accept missions to earn points from now on. Otherwise, without money points, she would not even be able to eat. More than 10 minutes later, Linda followed the route she memorized yesterday and came to the mission area located in the south of the inner circle of the island. Then, she walked into the mission center that looked like an ancient inn in China. In an instant, a huge space that did not match the scale of the outside building appeared in front of Linda. Linda, who had already accepted the magic of the Demon Island, was not surprised. She walked around those reincarnators who had ugly expressions and stood in front of the wall on the right side of the hall that was covered with papers. Then, she looked over. Mission: conquer the otherworld requirements. Obtain the actual notification right of a world by any means. Reward: You can inquire at the main god, or exchange it with the Book of Elves in stages according to the completion of the mission. Suggestion: team up with more than one person to complete the mission. Mission: material acquisition requirements. Go to the designated world and obtain the designated item according to the mission requirement. Reward: give a lot of points according to the mission requirement. Suggestion: level B or above to receive the mission. Mission: talent plunder requirements. Go to the otherworld and kidnap various scientific and technological talent. Reward: give a lot of points according to the completion of the mission. Suggestion: none. Strange missions like this were everywhere. Of course, there were also some missions similar to the Black Sphere mission that needed to be carried out in the main world. However, those missions had already been taken by the reincarnators who came directly to the mission area yesterday. They were temporarily in the process of being refreshed, so Linda could not accept them. If I had known there was such a mission to return to the main world, I would have come directly yesterday, Linda said with a face of annoyance. At the same time, she also understood the reason why the reincarnators' faces were so ugly. After all, the feeling of paying to go back was completely different from taking advantage of the mission for free, even if the latter had a time limit. Looking at the current situation, Linda could completely foresee that this kind of mission would definitely become a popular mission in the future. It would definitely cause a situation where there would be a queue of people waiting for the mission every day. Linda withdrew her gaze from the main world mission that had been taken up and looked at the otherworld mission again. Her gaze was somewhat scattered as she pondered. Conquer the world. Give up. I don't think I can accomplish such a great feat as unifying a world. Material acquisition, this can be considered, but I'm not sure what kind of material to acquire and how dangerous it is. As for talent plunder, this seems to be the safest. After weighing the pros and cons of the three options, Linda turned around and walked to the elven service area and found the little elf who was in charge of the mission distribution. I want to accept the talent plunder mission, Linda said. Okay, please wait a moment. The little elf replied and then said again, please summon your Book of Elves. I will send the relevant information of the mission to you. Chapter 1420. Book. Linda whispered a spell and summoned her Book of the Elves. Then the Book of the Elves first opened by itself, and then a virtual screen as wide and long as the Book of the Elves jumped out and flattened on top of the Book of the Elves. Then a large amount of information appeared on the virtual screen and reflected in Linda's eyes. However, before Linda could read through the text, 4 options popped up one after another. Please select the type of world you want to go to: Eastern Fantasy World, Western Fantasy World, Fantasy World, and Technological World. Linda frowned and thought for a moment, and curiously clicked on the option of Western Fantasy World. In an instant, a large number of information names appeared in front of Linda's eyes on the side of the screen. Lord of the Rings World, Harry Potter World, Twilight World, 100 Years of Love World, World of Warcraft, 300 Spartan Warriors, Devil's Law World, Mercenary World. A large number of world names that Linda was familiar with or unfamiliar with came into Linda's eyes one after another. This is the so-called different world? Linda whispered with a shocked face. But for this question, no one present could answer her. Linda, who was curious about the worlds under the other 3 options, reached out and clicked on the arrow pattern in the upper right corner of the virtual screen, returned the screen back to the 4 options, and clicked on the Fantasy World option. In an instant, superhero worlds such as Iron Man, Spider-Man, Hulk, Superman, Batman, and other superhero worlds, Doraemon, Astro Boy, Robot Cop, Kai Chuan, Dragon Fighter, Death or Life, Amorous Mother, Ghost Story, Legend of the Golden Hero, Beyond the Peak, and other ancient to modern, and even some harmonious world names that she didn't know appeared in front of Linda's eyes. Then, Linda, who roughly browsed through the fantasy world, returned to the options page again and clicked on the technological world page. The same thing. Familiar names such as Transformers, The Matrix, Jurassic Park, The Sixth Day, Contact of the Third Kind, 2012, Machine's Enemy, Ultra Fortress, and other American blockbusters appeared on the virtual screen. Amazing! After a moment, Linda, who recovered from the shock, exhaled softly and whispered, "But this way, it's hard for me to choose. Should he go to a safer technological world to complete the mission for the points? Or should he follow his heart and take a look at the world of Harry Potter? Or go to the world of Superman, Iron Man, and Spider-Man to see those superheroes?" While deep in thought, Linda stood in front of the mission reception desk with a conflicted expression. "Phew, forget it. I'd better familiarize myself with the process here first. After earning a certain amount of points, I'll go to those worlds according to my wishes." After a while, Linda sighed softly and said to herself. Linda, who had made up her mind, swiped the page with her finger and clicked on the option represented by the words Jurassic Park. "Ding dong, your quest has been accepted," the intelligence system of the Book of Elves said. "Where should I teleport to?" Linda looked up at the elf serving her and asked. "When you get out of the hall, turn left and walk straight for 15 meters. There is a teleportation array there," the little fairy explained. "Thank you." Linda thanked her and closed the Book of Elves. She turned around and walked out of the mission hall. Then, she walked towards the teleportation circle according to the path that the little elf had pointed out. It should be said that almost as soon as she walked out of the hall, the so-called teleportation circle was reflected in Linda's sight. She saw that about 15 meters in front of her, there was a circle with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The water that sprayed out shone with a colorful light under the sunlight. A huge mermaid fountain made of white earth and stone stood there holding a bottle. More than 10 circular magic circles with a diameter of more than 3 meters with complicated patterns were engraved around the fountain. There was a faint magical light, indicating their identity to the person who came. Linda didn't talk nonsense. She walked straight into one of the empty magic circles. "Do you want to teleport?" The Book of Elves flew out of Linda's body and floated in front of her and asked. "Teleport." Linda nodded and confirmed. The Book of Elves, which received the order, lit up slightly. It quickly activated the magic circle under Linda's feet and entered the coordinates of the world obtained when accepting the quest into the dimensional teleportation circle. Then, it disappeared from the Demon Island in the Rubik's Cube world with Linda in a silver-white light that rose into the sky from the magic circle. After an unknown amount of time, Linda's figure appeared in a light beam that suddenly shot from the void to the ground. The light beam exploded into light particles and dissipated. "Is this the world of Jurassic Park?" Linda curiously looked around and muttered to herself. "This world is a technological world. In order to avoid the host's abnormal state from triggering the world's rejection, please be careful when using your ability. In addition, during the stay in this world, the host's ability will be weakened by 30%. There are no other requirements. As for the specific mission implementation, the host will have to make the arrangements yourself." The Book of Elves floating beside Linda said in a somewhat dull machine voice. After that, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Linda's body. Rejection, suppression? Sure enough, going to other worlds is not as easy as I thought. Linda sighed softly. Then, she shook herself out of her reverie and strode forward, beginning her journey to this strange alternate world. Just like Linda, the other reincarnators also began to accept various missions to explore other worlds according to their own preferences and thoughts. They set off to their chosen worlds and began their adventures. In his home in the southern ecological city of the Rubik's Cube world, Seito raised his hand and turned off the virtual screen that showed the situation on Demon Island. "Ah Cheng." Yi called out hesitantly. "What's wrong?" Seito reached out and wrapped his arms around Yi's waist, pulling her into his embrace and asked with a smile. "Let me help you too," Yi looked up at Sei Ito's face that was close to hers and said with a serious face. Sei Ito, who did not react for a moment, let out a low groan in confusion. Just like those people just now. Yi said. Why? Sei Ito pulled Yi completely into his embrace and let her upper body lie on his chest. He looked down at Yi's face and asked in confusion. As Ah Cheng's strength increases, I feel more and more useless. Every time I go to other worlds, I can only wait at home for your news, but I can't go out to help you. I don't want to be like this forever, so Ah Cheng, let me help you. I'll help you conquer other worlds. Yi hugged Sei Ito's waist and looked up at him seriously. You don't have to do this. Sei Ito, who tightened his arms around Yi's waist, was silent for a moment before he sighed softly. I'm Ah Cheng's woman, your queen. I also have to set an appropriate example for your subordinates to see. Yi said with an imposing manner, but soon she could not help but laugh. Obviously, when she said this sentence, she also felt a little embarrassed that she deliberately emphasized the word subordinates. The so-called subordinates referred to Erica, Liliana, Oriana, and even Xia Ping Linghua and Zhou Xianlin. Otherwise, Yi would not say your queen, which was obviously referring to something else. Sei Ito, who completely understood Yi's words, smiled awkwardly. Then, okay, but you can't go alone. You have to bring others and the people I arranged for you. Sei Ito said after thinking for a while. Okay. Yi replied with a happy face. Then, Sei Ito frowned and thought of a suitable world for Yi to conquer. Then, the names of several worlds appeared in his mind. Then, Sei Ito ruled out a few more worlds according to the situation and decided on the first world that Yi would conquer alone. It's her. Sei Ito thought. Okay, I've already chosen the world you want to conquer. But before that, you have to accompany me. You have to know that once you go, you don't know how long it will be before we meet again. Sei Ito's hands began to touch Yi's body while he lowered his head and smiled at Yi. Yi's cheeks were slightly red, and he replied in a low voice with a shy face. Seeing this, Sei Ito no longer hesitated. He turned over and pressed Yi under his body, entangling with Yi. Then, after more than 10 minutes, strange cries that made people blush and excited echoed in the room. Really, doing this kind of thing in broad daylight, aren't you afraid of being tired to death? Ito Rina, who returned home because he felt a little bored with the practice in Lassi Palace, heard the sounds echoing in the room, and his face was slightly red as he whispered. Then, Ito Rina, who didn't dare to stay at home for long, turned and walked out of the house, and went to the apartment where his good friend Shiraishi Linghua lived. In the room, the two people's limbs were tightly entangled together, and their bodies were moving up and down. This battle lasted for several hours. At this time, the Rubik's Cube world synchronized with the main world's time turned to dusk, and Yi announced the end of the battle with a long cry. And because of consuming a lot of physical strength, Yi, who felt a little tired, fell softly in Sei Ito's arms and rested. Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't say much. His right arm moved up and down, hugging Yi and gently comforting him. Then unknowingly, he fell asleep in a daze. It wasn't until 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning the next day that he woke up with Yi out of habit. The two looked at each other and smiled. They stood up from the tatami and entered the bathroom together to take a bath. Then they changed their clothes and rushed to the training field in the backyard to start the morning exercise. After the morning exercise, they returned to the house to enjoy breakfast with their family. Chapter 1421. P.S. Thanks to Halcyon, NXCX, and Lord Shurchin for their rewards. After breakfast, Sei Ito and Yi greeted their mother, Eriko, eldest sister, Suzu Ito, and second sister, Ito Rina, and left home together to the Jujube house. They saw Mayo in a thin kimono and Yuan in a plain white dress. Why are you two here? Mayo looked at the two of them and asked. We have something to do. Seito, who walked straight into the house and sat down cross-legged, smiled. What is it? Mayo was puzzled. It's like this. Immediately, Seito roughly explained Ye's plan. So I plan to let you and Yuan act together with a few other people. This way, it will be a lot safer. Seito, who took the teacup handed over by Yuan, finally said. Just a few people? Mayo frowned and asked. The main combat and command personnel are you few. As for the other work, I will send other people to take over later. Seito shook his head slightly and said. Who are you going to send? Mayo asked again. The world I found for Yi and you this time is somewhat similar to the world where you came from. It has a strong martial arts culture and there are demonic or dragons. So in order to avoid the world's rejection, I plan to send Juka Kaneo, Nanjo Norisama, Shun Luoyen, and Senkaku Kaneo, as well as Senkaku Kaneo. Among them, Senkaku Kaneo can be considered as insurance. Seito thought and said. In fact, there were many people that could be sent, such as the archer Tsukiki Meili and her 4 disciples, the double-flower swordsman Sakaku, the father and daughter Li Tianmen and Li Leiji, as well as the Tang world's Dugu Feng. However, when Seito thought of the world's average combat power, he felt that it was a complete waste to send so many people. Furthermore, there was no way for Kuga Hall Lord and Nanjo Kira Sara to train, so he directly excluded them from the combat power of the outside world. As for the remaining Qiantan Meiyun, it was just as Seito had said. She was sent to protect them and guide little Qianying. Zhen Yi, who had interacted with Zhuge Hall and Sun Tanmiyun in the Great Tang, was quite familiar with them, so he nodded and accepted them. Then why did Shen Luoyen go there? If it was said that Zhuge Hall and Sun Tanmiyun had the same martial arts power system as her, Yi and Yuan, it could be explained why they were sent there. However, Shen Luoyen, whose martial arts and cultivation path were completely different from theirs, was added to the list, which made Zhen Yi somewhat confused. Zhu frowned and asked. Collect information and help me observe some people while you're at it. Ito-sei smiled. Zhen Yi glanced at Seito and didn't say anything. Since you don't have any objections, then I'll call them over. After waiting for a few seconds, seeing that Zhen Yi didn't ask any more questions, Seito said. Then his mind moved. He summoned Zhuge Hall Lord, Nanjo Kira Sara, Shen Luoyen, Sun Tanmiyun, and Qiantan Meiyun. Among them, Kuga Hall and Nanjo Kizaru were still the same as before. They were still wearing dark blue sports spandex pants, a blue sports vest with white circular spots on the surface, and an orange-yellow jacket and pants that were missing a pair. They were wearing jeans that completely exposed their right leg, a red short-sleeved pullover shirt with English letters on the surface, and a dark green little hat on their head. Shen Luoyen, on the other hand, was wearing a pair of white silk pants, a light yellow jacket, and a white cloth belt around her waist. Her long hair, which was as black as ink, was tied up with a phoenix head jade hairpin. She had a charming smile on her face. As for Qiantan Meiyun, there was no need to talk about her. She was still wearing her red and white Taoist robes that exposed a lot of her flesh. Beside her was Qiantan Thousand Shadows, who was dressed the same as her, but looked much more normal than her. Your Majesty. Shen Luoyen greeted. Your Majesty? Nanjo Kira Sara, who was about to greet Seito, was immediately shocked by the way Shen Luoyen addressed him, and stuttered a little. On the other hand, Zhuge Hall Lord and Sun Tanmiyun were very calm, and didn't show any abnormalities. It's just a form of address, Kira Sara, don't mind it. Seito looked at Nanjo Kira Sara, who was a little dumbfounded, and smiled. Then, he pointed to the ground and said, Sit. When they heard this, they didn't hesitate and found a place to sit down one after another. This time, I called you here because I have something to arrange for you. After everyone sat down, Seito once again told the few people in the room the purpose of calling them here. Is there a problem? Seito looked at everyone and asked at the end of his words, "Your Majesty, do you have any specific information about that world?" Shinluoyan thought for a while and asked. "Yes." Seito nodded and replied. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and pointed to the void in front of him, and a virtual screen of 40 to 50 inches immediately appeared in the air. Then, a paragraph of text quickly appeared on the screen and was displayed in front of everyone in the room. What a strange world! After a moment, Shen Luoyen, who had finished reading all the information about that world, said with some astonishment, "There's nothing strange about it. You can just treat them as ghosts that only have their obsessions left. Don't worry too much about it." Seito laughed. Shen Luoyen nodded and accepted Seito's explanation. "Ah Cheng, sister Yukari, and I just need to take down these 7 academies, complete the unification, and obtain the imperial seal, right?" Yi turned to look at Seito beside him and asked. "Yes, that's your mission. As for the other auxiliary actions, I will send people to take care of them." Seito picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip and nodded and said. Then, his gaze fell on Miyun Tanaka. "Just right, let's use them as 1,000 Kage's trial," Miyun Tanaka said lightly. "Any other questions? If not, I'll arrange for you to go." Seito's gaze once again swept across Shinya, Yi Yukari, Koga Kanyao, Nanjo Nora, Shin Luoyen, Miyun Tanaka, and 1,000 Kage. They all shook their heads in unison, indicating that there was no problem. Seeing this, Seito didn't ask any more questions. With a flip of his wrist, several pitch-black bracelets with beautiful hollow patterns on their surfaces appeared in his palm. He used telekinesis to send them to each of them one by one. "Take this. When you need it, you can use it to return here directly. In addition, I've also put some things that you might use in it. When you need it, you can connect it with your telekinesis," Seito explained. Hearing this, everyone reached out to take the bracelets and put them on their wrists. "Finally, I wish you all good luck." With a thought, Seito summoned a huge mid-style dimensional transfer magic array that emitted a bright white light and floated on the floor of the room. Then, he looked at Shinya Yi and the others and said, "Ah Cheng, just wait for our good news." Yi stood up and walked to stand in the middle of the magic array. He clenched his fist and said confidently. As she spoke, Shinya Yuan, Koga Kanyao, Nanjo Karissima, Shin Luoyen, Miyun Fanchan, and Chikage Fanchan also stood up from the ground and walked into the magic array. "I believe in you." Seito smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick bright white beam of light suddenly rose from the magic array. It quickly enveloped Shinya Yuan, Koga Kanyao, Nanjo Karissima, Shin Luoyen, Miyun Fanchan, and Chikage Fanchan. It took them with it and disappeared before Seito's eyes. The stream of light that disappeared flew out of the Rubik's Cube world. Using the method of high-dimensional teleportation, it quickly moved forward in the vast dimensional sea. Until a moment later, it entered an egg-shaped world, with a soft sound. The figures of Shinya and the others immediately appeared from the beam of light that suddenly exploded into countless photon particles. Are we here?" Yi turned his head and looked at the surrounding environment. This was a mountain forest, surrounded by green trees that were as thick as a human body. Inferring from the temperature that their bodies felt, this world was currently still in summer. As for the exact month, because the temperature in the forest was obviously different from the temperature in the city, it was temporarily impossible to determine. And the place where they were standing at this time was a certain open space in the mountain forest. "We should be here, but as for the specific location, we still need to find someone and ask to confirm it," Shin Luoyen said softly. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly." Nanjo Karissima raised his hand and pulled his hat, then said. Naturally, no one objected to this suggestion. After observing the direction and terrain, they slowly walked in the chosen direction. They were not ordinary people. Whether it was physical strength or walking speed, they were far superior to the average person. But even so, it took about half an hour to successfully walk out of the forest and appear in a town. It seems that our luck is good. We were not teleported to other countries. Nanjo Karissima looked at the Japanese words written on the advertising signs in the town and said, "I don't understand the language here. Who can go and ask where this is?" Shin Luoyan shook her head slightly, withdrew her gaze, and turned to look at the others. "I'll go," Juga Kanto said, then stepped away from the team, walked to a shop on the side, and asked the shop assistant inside which the city was at this time. And in the process, Shin Luoyan lowered her head and connected her mind to the black bracelet on her wrist, checking the items stored in it. "I've asked clearly. This is Yamagata," Juga Kanto, who had returned to the team at some point, said. Then, in order to let Shin Luoyan, who was not familiar with Japan's geography, understand, Juga Kanto continued, "According to the area, this is the northeast, and the Kanto area we saw before refers to the Tokyo area. If we want to go there, we can only choose to take the high-speed rail or a long-distance bus, and then transfer halfway. It's just..." Then, Juga Kanto frowned slightly and continued, "We don't have the currency here. I just noticed that although the currency used in this world is also Japanese currency, the version is different from the one we have. We need to exchange it again." "Then who knows where to exchange money?" Shin Luoyan, who temporarily cut off the connection with the bracelet, looked at the others and asked. "I can try to find the underworld here," Roly-Poly said with some hesitation. "It doesn't matter if it's the underworld or not, as long as we can exchange money. After all, we not only need money to go to the Kanto area mentioned in the information, we also need money to solve our food and accommodation problem. Everyone doesn't want to sleep on the street at night." Shin Luoyan smiled. "Well, you all wait here first. I'll go and find the way." Roly-Poly nodded and said, "Kyankage, you also go." Tanabe Miyun turned to look at little Kyankage beside her and said, "Yes, master." Tanabe Miyun agreed, then walked to Roly-Poly's side and left the team with Roly-Poly. After a while, they disappeared into the streets of the not very bustling town. "Since we have time now, let's discuss the action plan after arriving at Kanto." After watching Roly-Poly and Kyankage leave, Shin Luoyan once again spoke to attract everyone's attention. "According to the information we saw from His Majesty before, we have a total of 7 goals. They are Nanyang, Chengdu, Xuchang, Yuzhou, Jingzhou, Yuzhou, and Luoyang, as well as scattered small schools that are inextricably linked to these 7 universities. Then the question is, as we conquer the world, where should we choose?" Shin Luoyan said with bright eyes. Hearing Shin Luoyan's words, Shinya and others couldn't help but lower their heads and frown. "Since you asked this question, then you must have made a choice in your heart." After a while, Shinya looked up at Shin Luoyan and said. For a moment, everyone's eyes also fell on Shin Luoyan. "Yes, I have made a choice, but there are 2 goals, and I can't decide which one to choose." Shin Luoyan smiled. "Which 2? Saronanju asked. "Yuzhou or Nanyang?" Shin Luoyan's eyes flashed with a shrewd light. "Among the 7 universities, these 2 universities are more suitable. First, we don't know how far this era's script has progressed, so universities like Xuchang, Luoyang, and Chengdu that may have a dragon in them are not suitable. Secondly, no matter how far this world's script has progressed, Yuzhou at this time has probably been destroyed and is useless to us. Jingzhou also has a declaration of eternal neutrality, and there are no high-level fighters there. Whether it's in terms of legitimacy or the standard test of this world's combat power, it is somewhat unsuitable. Therefore, fighters are relatively good. After taking down Nanyang and Yuzhou, which can quickly establish a foundation, are my final choices." "Isn't there a dragon in Nanyang?" Yi asked doubtfully. "Yes, there is a dragon, And it might even be 2 dragons. Shen Luoyan said with certainty. Then why did you choose Nanyang as one of the goals? Saro Nanju asked with a puzzled expression. Because no matter which dragon it is, that dragon hasn't awakened or been skillfully controlled by someone. As long as we are careful, we can take down Nanyang, a university that has relatively more fighters, without awakening the dragon. Shen Luoyan said. Chapter 1422. I'm back. Just when Zhen Yi and the others were thinking about whether to choose Nanyang or Yuzhou as their target, Yuan and Qianing, who had disappeared for a short period of time, returned to the team and said, "It's already settled." "That's good. Let's go exchange the money." Shen Luoyan smiled. Hearing Shen Luoyan's words, Yuan did not hesitate and immediately led everyone to the underworld stronghold they found before. After a few turns, the group of people arrived outside a video game room. "You guys wait here. Yuan and I will go in," Shen Luoyan said to the others, and then after getting the others' agreement, she followed Yuan into the somewhat deserted game room. In another room in the game room, they found the owner of the game room with a bloody nose and a swollen face. Needless to say, these guys must have had bad intentions when they saw Yuan and Qianing. Then, they were taught a lesson by the 2 who looked petite and harmless, but in fact, each of them could be regarded as a murder weapon. Seeing Yuan walk in, the game room owner who was sitting there and groaning in pain immediately stood up from the sofa as if his butt was pricked by needles. He looked at Yuan and Shen Luoyan with a flattering expression. Entering the room, Shen Luoyan first charmingly smiled at that person. Then, she suddenly raised her hand and threw something like pepper spray at the game parlor's boss, who was somewhat stunned by her smile. She lightly pressed her index finger and sprayed a handful of mist at the game parlor's boss. "Whoosh, hand over all the cash in your hands. Also, give me your bank card and password. Hurry!" Shen Luoyan, who had put away the spray bottle, coldly shouted in a low voice. "Yes." The game room owner responded with dull eyes. Then, he turned around and walked to the desk on the side, mechanically carrying out Shen Luoyan's orders. It turned out that the pepper spray in Shen Luoyan's hand was none other than an improved version of the memory modification spray from the world of Shinigami. It was a type of spray that could temporarily put the target's consciousness to sleep and let the brain enter a state of receiving commands. It was effective for 5 minutes. As long as the target was in this 5-minute world, the target would receive various commands based on the first voice that sounded in their ears. After 5 minutes, the person who was hit by the spray would regain consciousness and forget everything that had happened before. Roly Yuan looked at the game parlor owner's behavior with a stunned expression. "Don't look at me like that. You have something like that too. They are all items that His Majesty prepared for us before he appeared." Shen Luoyan looked at Yuan and smiled. Hearing this, Yuan was stunned. Then, he remembered the bracelet on his hand and connected to it with his mind. In an instant, a large number of items such as recovery agents, antidotes, stimulants, refrigerants, explosives, bandages, emergency food, drinking water, a change of clothes, lighting tools, and other miscellaneous items appeared in her mind. "Here." The voice of the game parlor owner sounded again. Shen Luoyan did not stand on ceremony. He stepped forward and picked up the large pile of cash and the 2 bank cards. After memorizing the bank card's password, she walked out of the game hall with Yuan, who had regained her senses, and met up with Zhen Yi and the others who were waiting at the door. He walked towards the railway station. 10 minutes later, Zhen Yi and the others arrived at the train station. Shen Luoyan took out the cash and handed it to Yuan. She asked her to buy the train ticket to Tokyo at the ticket counter, and then waited at the train station. "Let's go to Nanyang." While waiting, Zhen Yi suddenly spoke. Nanjo Noro let out a soft cry of surprise. "Okay, let's go to Nanyang." Shen Luoyan glanced at the others and announced after seeing that no one objected. In fact, Zhen Yi had his own considerations for choosing Nanyang Academy. He wanted to see the dormant dragon there. As the owner of the Tenzhou Dragon Gate in the Heaven Under Heaven world, Zhen Yi still had a certain interest in this world's dragon. Therefore, when compared with Yuzhou, who had the same conditions, Zhen Yi decisively voted for Nanyang. Among everyone, only Yi Yi and Yuan Yuan, who had just figured out what was going on, could understand Zhen Yi's thoughts. After all, the two of them also came from the Heaven Under Heaven world. Moreover, one of them had the Dragon Eye, an ability closely related to dragons. It was normal for them to have an interest in the so-called dragon. After about half an hour, the train they were waiting for finally entered the train station. Seeing this, Zhen Yi and the others stood up from the bench and boarded the train to Tokyo through the ticket cutout. They sat in their respective seats according to the ticket number and waited for the train to start. After about 8 minutes, the train slowed down and sped out of the train station along with the slight vibration of the body of the train. It rushed toward the distant Kanto, Tokyo, Rubik's Cube world, dinner time, at home in the southern ecological city. "Where's Yi Yi?" Suzu Ito, who was standing at the table with a wooden spatula, asked Seito, who was alone. "He went out." Seito, who reached out to pull out a chair and sat down, answered. "Went out? Oh, he went back to his own house to see his sister." Suzu Ito, who handed the rice bowl to Ito Reina and asked her to pass it to her mother, Eriko, then picked up an empty bowl and filled it with rice. "No, he went somewhere else." Seito shook his head. Suzu Ito, who handed the newly filled rice bowl to Ito Reina again, had a puzzled look on her face. At the same time, Ito Reina, who took the rice bowl, also looked at Seito curiously. Together with his sister, Zhen Yi, Yuan, and a few others, they went to another world to carry out a mission. Seito glanced at Suzu Ito and Ito Reina and explained. "Huh!" Ito Reina let out a surprised groan. "Why did they think of doing this kind of thing?" Suzu Ito asked with some doubts. Seito, who reached out to take the rice bowl handed over by Suzu Ito, explained with some helplessness. "They said that they felt that the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger, and they always can't help me. They feel that they are very useless. They happened to see me arrange people to carry out a mission that day, so they took the initiative to say that they want to carry out this kind of mission." Ito Ling nodded when she heard that. Then, she prepared a bowl of rice for herself and sat down thoughtfully. She picked up the chopsticks and silently enjoyed the food on the table. "What's wrong, big sis?" Seito, who felt a little strange, looked at Suzu Ito and asked. "Oh, it's nothing." Suzu Ito shook her head and smiled. Then, in the chat that Ito Reina started, while eating, she chatted with Ito Reina and her mother, Eriko, who occasionally spoke. Just like this, in the midst of chatting and laughing, it didn't take long for dinner time to officially end. Then, more than half an hour later, just as Seito sat by the pond and enjoyed the cool night breeze that was rare in summer, Suzu Ito, who was wearing a dark blue kimono with a large group of chrysanthemum patterns on the surface, came to Seito and sat down. Her smooth calves were completely exposed to the air, and her hair was wet. It was obvious that she had just finished showering. "Sister." Seito turned to look at Suzu Ito and greeted. "Imdim." Suzu Ito reached out to tuck her loose hair and responded softly. Then, she said with some emotion, "Ah Cheng, it seems that we haven't sat together and chatted like this for a long time." "Imdim." Seito nodded as if he was touched. Then, she smiled and said, "But there will be time in the future, and a lot of time, as long as you don't find me annoying. I'm afraid that your time will be taken up by other women, and you won't be able to spare time to accompany me." Suzu Ito looked at Seito with a faint smile and said. "Hee." Seito, who looked a little embarrassed, laughed dryly. "But it doesn't matter, as long as you can spare some time to accompany me, I will be satisfied." Suzu Ito, who withdrew her gaze, said faintly. I definitely have time, definitely. Ito said quickly. Suzu Ito smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Ito didn't know what to say, so he fell silent with Suzu Ito. But then again, if it weren't for Ye's unexpected action this time, I really wouldn't have noticed that I have been taking care of Ah Ching so much, but I haven't helped you at all. I'm really ashamed of my identity as your sister. After a moment of silence, Suzu Ito suddenly said with a bitter smile. Sister, what are you talking about? We are a family, shouldn't you accept the care of your brother? Ito pretended to be dissatisfied. Of course I know this, but as an older sister, you can't erase your heart to help your brother, right? Suzu Ito, who tilted her head and rested it on Ito's shoulder, said. Sister, what do you want to say? Ito, who smelled the fragrance of Suzu Ito's shower gel and her unique body fragrance, frowned and said. At this time, he already somewhat understood what Suzu Ito was going to say next. Ah Ching, let sister help you, like Yi, carry out the mission of conquering the world. Suzu Ito raised her head again, half-turned, and looked at Ito's eyes with a serious face. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. Ito didn't speak, he just quietly looked at Suzu Ito. But unfortunately, Suzu Ito had already made up her mind, so she didn't waver at all when she looked at Ito. This also made Ito understand that persuasion was useless. Okay, I agree. Ito sighed helplessly. Good boy. Suzu Ito leaned forward and kissed Ito on the cheek. But you have to listen to my arrangements, or I will never let you go. Ito said with a serious face. Of course, your sister is not arrogant enough to conquer a world alone. Suzu Ito smiled indifferently. Chapter 1423. The next morning, after breakfast, Ito mentally summoned Erika Brandry, Liliana Kranikar, Yomi Kageyama, Kageyama Kageyama, Kageyama Kageyama, Kageyama Kageyama, and Lana Lynchine to his home. After some greetings, Ito told them why he summoned them here. Sister? Are you also going to carry out the world conquest mission? Because she didn't want to avoid anything, Ito Rina, who heard everything in the room, looked at Suzu Ito in surprise. She was wearing black casual pants, a white sleeveless tank top and a short-sleeved shirt. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail and hanging naturally behind her head. Yes, anyway, I have nothing to do at home, so I might as well help Ah Ching. Suzu Ito smiled. Ito Rina's expression froze, and she couldn't say anything. Don't be like this, Rina, you're not strong enough. It won't be too late to help Ah Ching when you're stronger. Suzu Ito, who probably understood why Ito Rina had such an expression, comforted her. Yes, sister, it won't be too late to help me when you're stronger. Ito echoed. I'm too lazy to care about you. Ito Rina, who was unwilling to give up, snorted angrily, turned around, and quickly ran inside. Then, after a while, a unique spatial fluctuation spread out from Ito Rina's room and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ito and Suzu Ito, who knew what the spatial fluctuation was, looked at each other with a bitter smile on their faces. Come, take this bracelet. Then, Ito adjusted his expression. He took out several silver-white bracelets engraved with complicated and gorgeous hollow patterns, and sent them to Erika, Liliana, Katsuyama Yomi, Tsutamaya Kagura, Lana Lynchine, and Suzu Ito one by one with psychokinesis, and explained, "This is an emergency teleportation bracelet. When you need it, you can activate it to return here. Of course, other than that, it also has a self-defense function. When it judges that you may be in mortal danger, it will activate a powerful A+ defensive barrier to ensure your safety. Another thing is that it's also a spatial bracelet. Inside it are emergency items that I've prepared for you, as well as specific instructions on how to use them. You can activate it with your mind. Hearing this, Erica first activated the space of the silver bracelet on her wrist with her mind. She took out the items one by one, returned them, took them out, returned them. She checked the types and functions of the items. What is this? Medicinal pills? Erica asked doubtfully as she took out 4 brown balls the size of Luwei Rehmannia pills in her hand. No. Seito denied, then explained, "This is the newest product of Las Noches Technological Development Bureau, called the Soldier Soul Pill. When you need it, just use the energy in your body to activate it and throw it out. It will automatically transform into a modified spirit with the strength of a B-class to assist you in battle." But it's important to note that this thing still has a flaw. After activation, it can only last for 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, it will explode due to the instability of the energy. In terms of power, it's about the same as the explosion of a C4 bomb. Then, Seito explained the shortcomings. The so-called Soldier Soul Pill was actually the improved product of the Soul Society's abandoned Soul Pill. It was just to prevent rebellious behavior like the Soul Pill that was too high level of intelligence. Landau added a lot of restrictions when it was manufactured, so it had the current drawbacks. What if it can be used for less than 20 minutes? Liliana, who was also holding a Soldier Soul Pill in her hand, asked. This is one of the drawbacks of the Soldier Soul Pill. As long as it's activated, whether it's used for 20 minutes or not, it won't be able to return on its own. So, choosing the right time to use it is the key to whether the Soldier Soul Pill can be maximized. Seito said helplessly. Erica nodded and continued to look through the things in the bracelet. At this point, there was basically nothing in the bracelet that Erica didn't know. So after a while, Erica stopped checking and put the bracelet on her left wrist. Liliana and the others also stopped and put the bracelet on their wrists. Are you ready? Seito looked at everyone and asked. Yes, my king. Liliana, who stood up from her seat, responded with the standard behavior of a knight. Of course. Erica smiled like a lady from an ancient upper-class noble family. I can't wait any longer. Lana Lynchine stood up and continued. Kanzan Yomi smiled wickedly and pulled Tsutomu Kagura to stand up from her seat. Ah Cheng, send me off. Suzu Ito, who stood in front of Seito, said softly with a smile. Seito nodded and teleported them into the void of the Rubik's Cube world. He summoned the mid-style dimensional transfer magic circle that was emitting a bright white light. As he said good luck, he watched them disappear together with the white light pillar that rose into the sky from the magic circle. The light pillar passed through the outer wall of the Rubik's Cube world and entered the higher dimensional space. It moved forward in the dimensional sea at an extremely fast speed. Then, after about 7 or 8 minutes, the light pillar flashed and shot into a spherical world. Bang! In the crisp sound of an explosion, Suzu Ito, Erica, and the others appeared from the light pillar that had shattered into photon particles. At this time, they appeared in an abandoned factory near a man-made canal in a city. The dilapidated building, the rusty metal frame, the strange pungent smell, and the moonlight that shone through the gaps in the damaged building appeared in front of Suzu Ito and the others. What an overflowing spirit! At this time, Suzu Ito, who seemed to have noticed something, said softly. Active, chaotic, and somewhat restless. What a strange spirit. Tsutomu Kagura, who had closed her eyes to carefully sense it for a while, opened her eyes and said in confusion. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's think of a way to find a place to stay. Erica, who couldn't stand the environment of the abandoned factory, suggested. Okay. Suzu Ito agreed and took the lead to walk out of the abandoned factory. Behind her, Erica, Liliana, Katsuyama Yomi, Tsutomu Kagura, and Lana Lynchine hurriedly followed. Boom! However, the moment they walked out of the abandoned factory, there was a loud noise and a pillar of red and yellow flames that rose to the sky appeared on the opposite side of the man-made canal. This attracted the attention of Suzu Ito and the others who were about to leave. Should we go and take a look? Tsutomu Kagura, who was the youngest, asked hesitantly. Let's go and take a look. If there's a chance, we can also understand the situation of this world. Erika thought about it and said, then her gaze fell on Suzu Ito, Liliana, and the others. I also agree to go and take a look. Liliana agreed. Me too. Suzu Ito smiled. It doesn't matter. She took out a box of Pocky from her pitch-black bracelet and took out a stick of Katsuyama Yomi that she was biting in her mouth. Seeing that everyone had the same opinion, everyone stopped hesitating and rushed to the other side of the river. In an instant, Erika and Liliana jumped up and flew to an exaggerated height, then landed on the embankment on the other side of the river. Katsuyama Yomi reached out and grabbed Tsutomu Kagura's waist, then used her newly learned flying scythe kick. With the support of her newly obtained Reishi's power, she crossed a distance of more than 10 meters in a flash and appeared next to Erika and Liliana, who had landed on the other side of the river first. Lana Lynchine, on the other hand, increased her speed by 2 times and brought a gust of wind with her as she landed on the other side of the river. As for Suzu Ito, who was the last to arrive, she stepped into the air and slowly walked to the other side of the river as if she was stepping on an invisible staircase. After that, everyone gathered together again and used magic such as jumping, flying scythe kick, speed increasing skills, and ground shrinking, and hurriedly rushed in the direction of the pillar of fire. In less than 2 minutes, Suzu Ito's group arrived at the vicinity of the pillar of fire. Then, several dozen young men and women wearing black suits with cold expressions appeared in front of them. They looked like they had undergone military training. They formed a circular wall half an arm away from each other and surrounded the pillar of fire in the center. Outside the pillar of fire, inside the circle of people, 6 men also wearing black suits stretched out their arms and opened their mouth. It was unknown what they were chanting. But even so, Suzu Ito's group clearly knew that they were casting a spell. This could be seen from the blue and white Reiki surrounding the pillar of fire. Roar! Then, a strange howl came from the center of the pillar of fire. Is this an exorcism? Suzu Ito looked at the men and women in black suits in surprise and said in a low voice. They look like the people from the Ministry of Environment, Jianshan Yellow Springs also said with a strange expression. Wow, such a big lineup, Lana Lynchine exclaimed. Look over there, Liliana pointed at something faintly visible behind the circle of people and said. Suzu Ito, Erika, Jianshan Yellow Springs, and Lana Lynchine all followed Liliana's line of sight. Instantly, an armored vehicle that looked like a satellite carrier and 2 long container trucks appeared in front of them. It's just an exorcism. Is there a need to make it look like a military operation? It's not like this is the Ministry of National Defense, Jianshan Yellow Springs mumbled. As soon as she finished speaking, a new change occurred again. From the satellite command vehicle that suddenly opened its door, a young man dressed in casual clothes and holding a long saber in his hand walked down. From his temperament, he looked like a college student who happened to be passing by. He walked through the crowd and stood not far away from the pillar of fire. Back off, the young man slowly drew his sword out of its sheath and said. Yes, the 6 men maintaining the barrier replied in unison. Whoosh! The moment the 6 men left, the young man who had completely unsheathed his saber slashed at the pillar of fire evil spirit that was temporarily confined by the barrier. Chapter 1424. P.S. Thanks to Ma Yujia for his precious monthly votes. Thanks to NXCX, Halcyon, A Moment of Love, and Mr. Mori for their tips. Roar! In the white arc of light that was still in the air, the gigantic flaming monster howled as it was split in half. Then, it turned back into normal red and yellow flames and melted into the pillar of fire that was greatly weakened. The young man who had finished killing the monster turned around and looked in the direction of Suzu Ito and the others. Obviously, the young man faintly sensed that Suzu Ito and the others were looking at him. Hurry, hurry, hurry up and use demonic extraction on the ghost fire. At this time, the 6 men who had retreated earlier quickly ran to the front of the pillar of fire. They formed hand seals and created a spirit belt to restrain the pillar of fire that was about to explode. The young man glanced at Suzu Ito and the others. Maybe it was because the attributes of their spirits were different, or maybe it was because of the difference in their power system. Other than feeling that Suzu Ito and the others weren't simple, he didn't discover anything else. He slightly frowned and called over a black-clothed member. "Take a few people with you and investigate," the young man ordered in a low voice. "Yes." The black-clothed man followed the young man's gaze and looked at Suzu Ito and the others. Then, he turned around and casually picked a few people who had nothing to do and ran over to where Suzu Ito and the others were. "You want to fight?" Seeing the black-clothed men running over, Lana and Lin Qin were eager to fight. "Before we understand the situation of this world, we shouldn't fight with them. Let's leave this place first," Erica said in a low voice. "Let's go." Suzu Ito finally made the decision. As soon as she finished speaking, Erica, Liliana, Katsuyama Yomi, and Tsutomu Kagura all followed. Lana, Lin Qin, and the others didn't hesitate. They immediately turned around with Ito Rin and walked away quickly. "Stop!" Seeing that Suzu Ito and the others were about to leave, the black-clothed men who had only been suspicious of them immediately turned serious and shouted. Suzu Ito and the others ignored him and increased their movement speed. After walking for a distance, they used high-speed movement techniques such as flying scythe kick, shrinking ground, and acceleration to run away. He didn't care which alley it was. He just ran into it whenever he saw an alley. Soon, the few men in black were completely shaken off. But even so, they didn't stop and continued to rush into the distance. And the reason why they were forced to do so was because they were far behind them, making a buzzing sound. It was a black motorcycle that moved like a stream of light. Its owner was the young man that Suzu Ito and the others had seen before, the one who had killed Hugue with a single slash. Other than that, 4 strange-looking giant crows spread their wings and flew above his head. "We might not be able to shake him off," Lana and Lin Qin said to the young man who was chasing after them. "If that's the case, let's fight with him." Ito Ling frowned slightly when she heard this, and then made a decision in a simple tone. Whoosh, she made up her mind. Suzu Ito and the others immediately stopped and turned around to look at the young man who was chasing after them. Then, after 5 or 6 seconds, the young man stopped the motorcycle about 10 meters away from Suzu Ito and the others. He flipped off the motorcycle and raised his hand to take off the safety helmet on his head. "Are you not going to run anymore?" The young man put the safety helmet on the motorcycle seat and said calmly. "Who are you?" Erica stepped forward. She raised her voice and asked. "I am the demon hunting officer of the Demon Hunting Bureau under the Yin-Yang Hall, Magi Zenjiro," the young man, Magi Zenjiro, said calmly. If he was an ordinary person in this world, after hearing his name, coupled with his appearance and the weapon he used, he would definitely know his true identity. The strongest elite group in the Demon Hunting Bureau, one of the 12 godly generals, magical sword. Unfortunately, the people he was facing were not natives of this world, so they naturally didn't know his true identity. Therefore, after hearing his name, they didn't show any excitement, fear, or nervousness. They were very calm. "Why are you chasing us?" Erica asked again. "I suspect that you have something to do with the spirit hazard just now. You are the culprit behind the spirit hazard. To avoid unnecessary trouble, please come with me and accept my investigation," Magi Zenjiro explained. It had to be said that Magi Zenjiro was famous for being kind among the 12 godly generals. If it was his partner, Jinglinglu, he would have already taken them down. He wouldn't have bothered to explain so much. Anyway, from that person's point of view, the result would be the same. What if we say no? Erica raised her hand and flicked the golden hair on her shoulder and smiled like a noble lady. Then I can only use force and forcefully bring you back to the Yin-Yang Hall, Magi Zenjiro replied in a deep voice. In the end, we still have to fight. Lana Lin Chen's hands flashed with ionic light and a pair of bare finger gauntlets appeared as she got into an attacking stance. Seeing the strange way Lana Lin Chen's stardust weapon appeared, Magi Zenjiro couldn't help but frown. Magi Zenjiro, leave these people to us. Just when the atmosphere between Ito Rin and Kimi-chan and Jiro had become tense, the four strange crows that were the size of babies that had been ignored all this time opened their mouths and asked for a fight in a somewhat unpleasant voice. We are being underestimated, Lana Lin Chen said with a dangerous smile on her face. Lana, you go and deal with that guy. Leave these four strange Shikigami to me. Magi Zenjiro raised her left hand and made a grabbing motion. Then a 1.6 long katana appeared in her hand. She held it with her right hand and slowly unsheathed it. I understand. Lana Lin Chen chuckled. Speed up. In an instant, Lana Lin Chen's figure suddenly disappeared from Sei Ito's group and appeared in front of Magi Zenjiro in the blink of an eye. She slightly squatted down. She pulled her right arm to her waist and as if gathering chi, she fiercely attacked Magi Zenjiro. Magi Zenjiro raised his right index and middle finger. He extended his thumb and instantly moved in front of his abdomen. Bang! A violently flickering barrier immediately appeared in front of his finger and blocked Lana Lin Chen's attack. Come out, Lion King! At the same time, Magi Zenjiro's voice sounded in the night sky. Roar! In the next second, a loud roar came from the mouth of the huge lion-shaped snake monster that suddenly appeared in front of Magi Zenjiro. Bite them, Lion King! Magi Zenjiro waved the black katana in her hand. Magi Zenjiro pointed at the four strange crow Shikigami and ordered. Roar! The Lion King responded with a low roar. His four limbs exerted force and rushed towards the four Shikigami that were called Black Tengu in this world. Let's go! Black Tengu let out a strange cry and quickly flew away from Magi Zenjiro. At the same time, its body glowed and turned into a pure energy body. It quickly gathered into one, and then an adult crow Tengu with the same appearance as the one in ancient Japanese legends appeared from the explosion. Hiss! Crow Tengu pulled out his katana. In the Japanese legends, there are 8 types of Tengu. They are Atego Mountain Tarangawa, Karama Mountain Senshua, Birayama Mountain Jiro, Itsun Saburo Yamashita Bokishiwa, Yensen Yamashita Anigawa, and Byakugan Sagami Ward. They can be divided into 2 categories, Big Tengu and Small Tengu. The Small Tengu is Black Tengu, also known as Crow Tengu. He was a master swordsman who once taught the founder of Yagyu Shinryu, Yagyu Munhiko. Of course, we may not be familiar with him, but his son, Yagyu Yamasaburo, is known as Yagyu Jubii. But at the end of the day, Crow Tengu is just the incarnation of a master swordsman. Then, Crow Tengu pulled out his katana and quickly appeared in front of the Lion King. He swung his katana horizontally. Puff! Unsurprisingly, a blood-spurting wound appeared on the chest of the slightly larger Lion King. Roar! The injured Lion King roared and turned its head to bite Crow Tengu. Crow Tengu gently dodged the Lion King's bite. He came behind the Lion King and swung his katana again. Puff! Just like before, compared to the agile Crow Tengu, the Lion King's movements were clumsy. Another wound appeared on the Lion King's body. Tisk! Yukari sneered at the Lion King's injury. He exerted force on his feet and used the flying scythe kick to rush to the Lion King's side. He jumped on top of the Lion King's body and swung his katana at Crow Tengu. Yukari! Tsutomu Kagura shouted. Crow Tengu nimbly dodged and swung his katana at Yukari. Roar! This time, the Lion King, who was full of anger, swung his tail at Crow Tengu. Crow Tengu didn't dare to take the Lion King's and Yukari's attacks head-on. He immediately retreated and launched another attack at Yukari. Yukari smirked and raised his katana to fight Crow Tengu. Clang, 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 clang. The fierce sound of metal clashing echoed in the night sky. Now, time was rewinding a little bit, returning to the moment when Mojo Zenjiro blocked Rana Linchin's attack. At this moment, Lana Linchin smiled and punched Mu-Mu-chan Jiro's abdomen with her fist, which was shining with white light. Bang! During the attack, the barrier in front of Mojo Zenjiro's finger suddenly shattered. But in this short moment, Mojo Zenjiro quickly retreated and avoided the misfortune of breaking his finger. Then, Mojo Zenjiro pulled out his katana and pointed it at Rana Linchin, who was in a fighting stance. Now I have to be careful, Lana Linchin muttered. Once again, she used Pandora's unique acceleration skill and appeared behind Muzenjiro. Then, she threw a punch at the opponent's spine. For Pandora, who had a sacred mark in her body and had been training with real swords and spears that could take people's lives, since it was a battle, there was no possibility of holding back. Basically, every time she attacked, she would hit the enemy's vital point. The only difference between holding back and not holding back was whether that blow could take the enemy's life. Mojo Zenjiro's body half-turned and attacked Rana Linchin's fist first. Then, he swung his katana at Rana Linchin's eyes. Clone. Rana Linchin's body flashed and immediately split into two. She attacked Mojo Zenjiro from the left and right respectively. Mojo Zenjiro stomped his feet and jumped back a short distance. At the same time, he turned his wrist and swung his katana. The curse power infused into the blade flew out and formed an arc of katana energy that slashed towards Rana Linchin's two bodies. Rana Linchin's pupils shrunk when she saw the attack coming. She immediately used her second acceleration skill to escape from the attack. Even so, a crack and a smear of red blood still appeared on her ample chest. So dangerous. If Rana didn't dodge in time, I would have been seriously injured. Rana Linchin lowered her head and looked at the wound on her chest. She seemed to have some lingering fear as she said in a low voice. Looks like Rana is going to get serious. Rana Linchin calmed down and said in a low voice. The next moment, Rana Linchin's eyes focused. 4 beams of light that looked like feathers of light were released from the sacred mark on Rana Linchin's back. The feeling that Rana Linchin gave off greatly changed. Transcendence Mode. The so-called Transcendence Mode was the power that Pandora obtained after overcoming their own inner demons and greatly improving the activity of the stigmata and the spiritual realm. Although it was still not as good as the legendary Pandora in the original work, it was still a peak existence among ordinary Pandora. It was a power that could compete with or slightly surpass the so-called 5 strongest in the world in Pandora. Sei Ito naturally had a lot of training methods to obtain this kind of power. Therefore, when he devoured the 0-degree warrior world, he selected some of the original elites and created a suitable environment for them to overcome their inner demons and obtain power. Speed up. In an instant, Rana Linchin disappeared from Mojo Zenjiro's sight again and appeared behind him in an instant. She swung her fist towards Mojo Zenjiro's body. This attack was much faster than before. Mojo Zenjiro was shocked. He quickly half-turned his body and put his katana in front of him to block Rana Linchin's fist. Boom! Then, a powerful impact force erupted from Rana Linchin's fist. It exploded the air and formed a condensed shock wave that sent Mojo Zenjiro flying. Then, Rana Linchin's figure flashed again and immediately appeared behind Mojo Zenjiro. She punched him again. Bang! Mu-Mu-chan Jiro's body, who only had enough time to avoid his vitals, once again tumbled backwards in the direction he came from under a muffled noise. Shingdai! Mojo Zenjiro shouted while flying. As soon as Mojo Zenjiro's voice fell, the motorcycle that had been parked next to him suddenly started on its own. Then, it turned into a metal humanoid like a transformer and quickly rushed to Mojo Zenjiro's side and protected him in its arms. Bang! Lana Linchin, who had appeared right behind Mu-Mu-chan and Jiro, landed a punch on the metallic figure's body. Chapter 1425. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the air was blown away in all directions. However, the metal man that was hit by Lana and Linchin's heavy punch only suffered a deep dent in the metal plate where he was hit. His body rubbed against the ground and flew forward for a distance, but there were no other changes. Nanwo Tengu, Xiatengu, 12 heavenly dogs, Motengu, tens of thousands of riding heavenly dogs. First is Otenguzhong, Atego Mountain Taro Square, Burong Mountain Jirong Square, Mount Saddle Horse Mountain Sinjing Square, Mount Hyoshi Square, Mount Hengchuan Jukai Square, Mount Fuji Tuni Square, Mount Hikari East Light Square, Mount Yuhei Golden Light Square, Mount Miaoi Sunshine Square, Mount Changlu Zhobwa Dharma Seal, Mount Yenshan Fengqian Square, Ohara Nobyoshi Sword Square. At the same time, Magi Zenjiro, who was protected by the metal man, started chanting. This is... Suzu Ito frowned when she heard the incantation. It's the heavenly dog scripture from the secret scripture of truth worshippers. Miya Kagura, who had a much better understanding of the classics than Suzu Ito, immediately knew the source of the incantation that Magi Zenjiro was chanting. And at the same time she called out, a powerful curse power spread out from Moku Zenjiro's body. Then, Mumu Zenjiro walked out from under the protection of the metal men. At this time, the air around Muki Zenjiro's body was slightly distorted, showing the huge spell power overflowing from his body. At the same time, the blade in his hand flashed, as if it was burning with a layer of flame, emitting a strong sense of oppression. She looks really scary. Lana and Linchin grinned. Mutsugu Zenjiro's expression was cold. He didn't waste any time, directly chopping towards Lana and Linchin. Instantly, a gust of wind cut through the air, stirring the surrounding air into a fierce whirlwind. A thick attack that looked like a whirlwind appeared in front of Lana Linchin. Lana Linchin's body flashed and split into two, dodging the whirlwind slash from both sides. Mumu Zenjiro flipped his left hand, and a dozen long and thin talismans of unknown length appeared on his left hand. Mumu Zenjiro threw them out. In the next moment, those scattered paper talismans seemed to be controlled by someone. They spread out within a radius of 10 meters with Magi Zenjiro as the center, floating chaotically in the air without any trace. Boom! 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 Violent explosions sounded in the night sky. Needless to say, the effect of these talismans was explosive flame. After confirming Rana Linchin's location through the explosion of the talisman, Magi Zenjiro waved his arm and slashed at Rana Linchin like a whirlwind. Along the way, he ignored the obstacles of the talismans and destroyed them one by one, forming an area of effect attack. Together with Whirlwind Slash, he attacked Lana Linchin, blocking her escape route. Boom, 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 boom. Within the scarlet-hot explosive flames, which covered a wide area, violent explosions rang out one after another. She's fine, right? Tsuchiya Kagura, who was watching the battle from the side, asked worriedly. Don't worry. Since the king sent her to participate in this mission, then she must have some reason for the king to make such a decision. Her strength shouldn't be too bad, otherwise, with the king's personality, he wouldn't have sent her. Liliana said seriously. Yes. If she didn't have enough strength to protect herself, that little pervert Ah Cheng wouldn't have sent such a cute little girl to her death. Suzu Ito patted Tsuchiya Kagura's shoulder and smiled. As expected, the moment Suzu Ito's voice fell, along with the scattering of smoke, Rana Linchin, who was wearing a futuristic-looking Pandora armor that reflected a cold metallic light, reappeared in everyone's sight. I thought I didn't have to use it. Rana Linchin crossed her arms in front of her body, lowered her center of gravity, and assumed a defensive posture. Her voice came from the brown translucent helmet. "But since I've already used this thing, I can't hold back anymore." After saying that, Lana Lin Chin flashed and appeared behind Magi Zenjiro in an accelerated manner. But when Mutsugu Zenjiro turned around and swung his sword, a dense hexagonal energy web appeared on the ground like a spider web, trapping Mutsugu Zenjiro inside the web, making him unable to move. All the skills of the original Pandora armor user, Frozen Realm, that could restrict the movement of others. Then, Rana Linchin took advantage of the situation to make her move. First, she reached out her right hand to grab Mumu Zenjiro's arm. Then, she turned around and leaned her back against Mumu Zenjiro's defenseless chest. At the same time, she raised her left leg and fiercely threw Mumu Zenjiro, who was imprisoned by the ice barrier, to the ground. Bang! Mutsugu Zenjiro's face flashed with a painful expression. Then, Rana Linchin moved her right hand upwards and used her strength to take down Kima Zenjiro's weapon, the second Ming-Zhe sect, also known as the Sky Demon Blade. With a flip of her hand, she viciously stabbed down. Clang! The tip of the Sky Demon sword stabbed into the cement ground next to Mutsugu Zenjiro's ear. "Whatever, killing people," Rana Linchin muttered in a low voice. Then she leaned over and punched Mutsugu Zenjiro, knocking him out. Rana Linchin stood up and willed her Pandora armor to take back her body. In an instant, Lana Linchin's body glowed, and the Pandora armor that was reflecting a metallic luster suddenly exploded into countless particles, which quickly melted into the air. Lana Linchin's figure, whose clothes were torn in many places, was once again revealed. Wani-sama, what should we do with this guy?" Rana Linchin turned around and asked Suzu Ito. "Don't worry about him, just leave him here." Suzu Ito thought for a bit and decided. "Okay." Rana Linchin agreed, and then walked towards Suzu Ito and the others. But at this time, a black shadow quickly landed next to the unconscious Mutsugu Zenjiro, picked him up, and ran away with the metal man without looking back. Soon, they disappeared from the street. That black shadow was none other than Crow Tengu, who fought with Chiyama Yomi and the Lion King when Rana Linchin and Mutsugu Zenjiro were fighting. But compared to the beginning, Crow Tengu's body was now damaged in many places, and he looked very haggard. "TSK, I haven't fought in a while and I'm getting rusty." After putting away the Lion King's spirit beast, Jian Shan Huangquan, who had returned his saber to its scabbard and kept it in his bracelet space, leaped back to the ground. He flipped his hand and took out a half-eaten box of Pocky, pulled out a stick, and put it into his mouth. "We shouldn't stay here for too long, let's leave first," Suzu Ito reminded. Then, Suzu Ito, Erika, Liliana, Chiyama Yomi, Chiyama Kagura, and Rana Linchin quickly left and disappeared into the night in another world, Japan, Tokyo, Chiba, in a wine suite. "Let's rest for today, and tomorrow, Roly-Poly, you and I will go out and lie down." Shinloyen's gaze swept over Shinya, Yi, Koga Kanyao, Nanjo Nori, Senkaku Miyumo, and Senkaku Senkaku, and finally fell on Roly-Poly. They had already seen Shinloyen's power in the Tang world, so they nodded and agreed to Shinloyen's arrangement. "That's good, everyone has been tired for a day, let's go back and rest." Shinluoyen smiled. Shinya and the others nodded, stood up from the sofa and chairs, and left Shinloyen's room. They returned to their own suites, washed up, and rested. Ghosts that have survived from the Three Kingdoms period to this day. "Let me, Shinluoyen, meet you." Shinluoyen, who saw everyone leave, stood up, walked to the window of the guest room, and looked in the direction of Nanyang High School. After a while, she retracted her gaze, turned around, and went into the bathroom to wash up and rest. After a good night's sleep, the next day came in the blink of an eye. In the morning, Shinluoyen, who had finished washing up, changed into black casual pants and a white shirt that were suitable for this era. She put on a matching suit jacket, tied her long black hair into a simple ponytail, and wore a pair of rimless glasses on her face. She looked very much like an elite white-collar worker. Then, she found the others, and after having breakfast with them, she changed into a white sarong with floral ribbons, a sleeveless wide-band hooded shirt, and a wide-brimmed straw hat. They left the hotel and moved to the nearby police station. As for the purpose, it was very simple: to apply for a real household registration and identity information in preparation for the next operation. After about 10 minutes of driving, Shen Luoyen and Yueshan arrived at the Public Security Bureau of Chiba County and found the household registration office. When they arrived, things were simple. The two first knocked out all the policemen in the household registration office, except for one. Then, Shen Luoyen took out the control spray and controlled the remaining policemen under the watch of Yueshan, who was at the door to prevent other policemen from entering rashly. She ordered him to start applying for a household registration identity for everyone, including Shinya and the others. Fortunately, although this era was still in the early stages of the new century, online work had already been achieved. So, after Shen Luoyen added a few more sprays, a nationwide fake identity information was completed. Seeing this, Shen Luoyen did not stay in the police station. She left the police station with Yueshan and moved to a nearby intermediary company, so that they could get their residence or stronghold ready through them. However, things did not go as smoothly as at the police station this time. After all, if they wanted to get a house in a suitable location, in addition to having money in hand, they also needed to be lucky enough. Otherwise, it would be useless if they only had money but no one was willing to rent or sell it. Therefore, Shen Luoyen took Yueshan to 7 or 8 intermediaries before they finally arrived at an old house that was not very far from Nanyang Academy. The surroundings were very secluded, and it was suitable for everyone to live and practice martial arts. However, at this time, the time had once again entered the dusk. Chapter 1426. Since it was dusk, some things could not be carried out. Therefore, after going through the house handover procedures with the agent, she returned to the hotel with Yuan and joined everyone. Shen Luoyen told everyone about what happened during the day and told everyone to get ready to move into the new house. Then, she separated from Zhen Yi and the others again and returned to her room to rest. Since she was not involved in the plot, there would naturally be no trouble. Therefore, Shen Luoyen, who was completely fine, slept well again and waited until the next day. In the morning, Shen Luoyen, who was dressed very fashionably, had breakfast with Zhen Yi and the others. Then, she went to the reception desk to check out and led everyone to the newly purchased house. About half an hour later, the group arrived outside the newly purchased house. The style of the house was very old. It was a wooden house from the Edo period that was commonly seen everywhere in Japan. There was a small courtyard in front of the house, and the road leading to the main entrance of the house was paved with limestone. On one side of the small courtyard, a stone lamp stood by the side. Behind and on both sides of the house, there was a small patch of sparse trees planted there. Under the occasional summer wind, the rustling sound of leaves rubbing against each other could be heard. Shen Luoyen looked at the others and saw that they all had satisfied expressions on their faces. She smiled slightly and led everyone into the house. "You have seen the house. There are not many rooms. Everyone, just make do with it." After a while, Shen Luoyen, who had shown everyone around the house, turned around and looked at Zhen Yi and the others. "As for which room you want, you can discuss it among yourselves. Just remember to leave a room for me at the end." Speaking of this, Shen Luoyen could not help but smile. Yuan and I still have something to do and need to go out for a while. So, I will leave the cleaning and decoration of the house to you, Shen Luoyen said again. Okay. Yi nodded in response. Shen Luoyen did not say anything else. She smiled and greeted everyone. Then, she left the new house again with Yuan and moved toward Nanyang High School. Because they had considered the distance when choosing the house, It did not take long for Shen Luoyan and Yuan Yuan to arrive at the gate of Nanyang High School. "How is it?" Shen Luoyan turned to look at Yuan Yuan and asked. "The qi is very mixed. However, most of the qi gives people a very weak feeling. But two of them are stronger." Yuan Yuan replied softly. Shen Luoyan nodded and walked into the campus with Yuan Yuan. At this moment, in the Nanyang campus, there were several people wearing white short-sleeved shirt, black school uniform pants. Although his figure wasn't considered burly, however, all of them had prominent arm muscles and a ferocious look on their faces. At first glance, the students who gave off the impression that this kid was not a good person were squatting by the side. He smoked a cigarette while chatting with the young man. When Shen Luoyan and Yuan Yuan walked into the campus, they both noticed that on their left earlobes, they were all wearing a slightly strange colored magatama-shaped earring. "Is that the jade magatama that seals the spirits of the Three Kingdoms period?" Shen Luoyan thought to herself. And at this time, the few students who had discovered Shen Luoyan and Yuan Yuan's presence also stood up one after another. With a ruffian face, they walked towards the two of them and finally formed a human wall in front of the road, blocking them. "Little girl, how about we go play together?" A man with a hair band on his head moved his head towards Shen Luoyan with a vulgar face. His eyes glanced at the bulging chest under her shirt as he spoke. What did he say? Shen Luoyan frowned slightly as she asked Yuan Yuan. It was very clear that even if she had not been in contact with this world's language for a long time and was unable to understand what the other party was saying, just based on the other party's expression, she already understood the gist of the words. Yuan Yuan gloatingly glanced at the man who spoke and translated the other party's words. "If you want to play, you should go play with your mother." Shen Luoyan, who finally understood what that person was saying, had a smile on her face as she softly replied. That kind appearance made it seem as if what she had said was not malicious at all. "Stinking woman, you're looking for death," the man who had been humiliated angrily shouted. After he finished speaking, he reached out his hand to grab Shen Luoyan without any explanation. Shen Luoyan did not move her feet. She only moved her upper body slightly, nimbly dodging the man's hand as she raised her hand to grab his wrist. With a thought, she sent a gust of inner qi into the man's body through the meridians on his wrist. The immense pain from the inner qi flowing in the opposite direction immediately made the man's body go limp. His knees bent as he raised his head and howled in pain. Then, Shen Luoyan raised her leg and kicked the man who could not use his right hand for a short period of time away. This powerful performance immediately stunned the other students who had the same color as that person. However, very quickly, their hearts were immediately filled with an even more intense anger. As they roared, "Let's go!" they all attacked Shen Luoyan together. However, at this moment, Yuan Yuan, who was beside Shen Luoyan, shook her skirt, revealing her fair and tender legs that were covered by her skirt. Then, with a flash of cold light, a metal sword that was similar in shape to Helibal's weapon appeared in Yuan Yuan's hand. With a horizontal slash, it left a bloody wound on the chests of all the Nanyang students who attacked Shen Luoyan. "Stop immediately. Otherwise you will die," Yuan Yuan said somewhat mischievously. However, with the reflection of the large sword in her hand that shone with cold light under the sun, it did not make her look mischievous at all. Only a deep chill crept up their backs. "Let's go. We will first go through the admission procedures." Shen Luoyan calmly glanced at the Nanyang students who had fallen to the ground and were once again stunned as she spoke to Yuan Yuan beside her. "Okay." Yuan Yuan nodded slightly. She shook her skirt and wrapped the broken pieces of the large sword around her fair and tender legs, using her skirt to cover them. Then, she continued to walk into Nanyang School with Shen Luoyan. However, just as they passed through the Nanyang students, a student with a fierce expression suddenly took out a butterfly knife from somewhere and stood up to stab at Shen Luoyan's waist. At the same time, Shen Luoyen and Yuan Yuan, who were walking in front, both moved their bodies. One of them half turned her body and grabbed the wrist of the other, who was about to stab her with the dagger. At the same time, she flipped her hand and a white jade hairpin appeared between her index and middle fingers. Then, like an arrow, she stabbed it towards the eyes of the sneak attacker. The other person lifted her skirt again and took out a short knife from the belt tied around her thigh. Then, she pressed it against the other person's throat. A trace of blood seeped out from the small wound caused by the cold air on the blade. Courting death. Shen Luoyen narrowed her eyes and said. Then, she lifted her leg and kicked the student far away. However, without anyone knowing, Shen Luoyen had sent a stream of inner qi into a certain acupuncture point in the student's lower abdomen through the kick, destroying that person's reproductive ability. In other words, from now on, that person had officially become a eunuch. Then, Shen Luoyen and Yuan Yuan once again swept their eyes over the group of students. After seeing that they did not dare to raise their heads to look at each other, they withdrew their hands and turned around. Then, they continued to walk into the school. This time, there were no more ignorant fellows who came to have any ideas about them. Therefore, the two of them smoothly entered the teaching building and walked toward the principal's office of Nanyang High School. A few minutes later, the two of them arrived outside the principal's office. Dang dang dang. Shen Luoyen politely knocked on the door. Come in. A voice full of energy came from the principal's office. Clack. After getting permission, Shen Luoyen and Yuan Yuan pushed the door open and walked into the principal's office. Then, a skinny little old man who did not look like much appeared in front of them. However, for some reason, Shen Luoyen faintly felt a sense of danger from him. Shen Luoyen turned her head and looked at Yuan Yuan. She immediately understood that the other party had discovered that the old man was not simple. However, thinking about it, if he was simple, how could he manage Nanyang High School? Although the power of this management was not necessarily strong, to be able to make this group of people who had the souls of the heroes of the three kingdoms to obediently abide by the student rules and attend classes on time, he had already shown that he was not ordinary. At the very least, even if he was not a martial arts expert, he should be an elder who corresponded to the characters of the three kingdoms. For example, some unknown governor of Nanyang or something. Hello, Mr. Principal, my name is Shen Luoyen. This time, I came to your school to go through the admission procedures for a few relatives of my family. Shen Luoyen, who was secretly holding a spray bottle in her hand, cupped her fist and said to the principal. At the same time, she thought with some uncertainty, I don't know if the effect of the spray bottle will work. On the side, Yuan Yuan timely translated Shen Luoyen's words into Japanese and explained to the principal again. However, at this moment, Shen Luoyen, who had an attitude of giving it a try, turned her wrist and held the small bottle of spray bottle. She sprayed the liquid at the principal, who was a little distracted by listening to Yuan Yuan's translation. Anyway, Shen Luoyen had already thought about it in her heart. If the spray bottle did not work, then she would cancel the plan to sneak into the school and directly attack Nanyang as an outsider, and then control the entire Nanyang through external control. It was just that Shen Luoyen didn't know that the spray in her hand seemed to be nothing special, but in the end, it was an improved product produced in the Grim Reaper world. Its method of action was to directly affect the soul, far from being a simple hallucinogen. So even if the headmaster was not weak, as long as the spiritual realm was not high enough, he would still be affected. The only difference between using it under normal circumstances and using it under normal circumstances might be that the effective time was shorter than that of ordinary people. Therefore, the moment the mist sprayed on the old man's face, the old man's eyes became empty. Seeing this, Shen Luoyen, who was slightly relieved, looked serious and quickly ordered the principal to go through the admission procedures for Yuan Yuan, Maseo, Yi, Naga Hall, Nanja Nora, and Chikage. In other words, not long after, except for Shin Luoyen and Chikage, everyone else would become official students of Nanyang High School. Chapter 1427. P.S. Thank you to Big T Bowl and Leonard for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCX and Halcyon for their tip. Bang! Outside the principal's office, Yuan slammed the door shut. Are we going back directly? Yuan asked as she followed Shin Luoyen out of the school. Yes, we're going back directly. But before that, we have to catch two tongues and ask them some questions, Shin Luoyen replied. Oh. Yuan nodded and stopped asking. Following the original path, the two left the teaching building and came to the school's playground. Although they had experienced such a fight before, the students of Nanyang Academy were already used to bloody conflicts and didn't pay too much attention to it. Other than curiously discussing the identities of Shen Luoyen and Yuan, they continued to do what they were supposed to do. Therefore, there were many more bored students on the playground at this time. Shen Luoyen looked around, looking for a suitable candidate for tongues. Very quickly, a slight smile appeared on Shen Luoyen's dainty face. Accompanying her, she walked straight towards a yellow-haired student who was squatting by the side of a flower bed, smoking and chatting with 3 male and 1 female students. Shen Luoyen and Yuan's actions quickly attracted the attention of the students in the school. They all looked at them, including the guy who was chosen as the target by Shen Luoyen. He threw away his cigarette, stood up straight, and looked at Shen Luoyen and Yuan with a slightly panicked and fierce gaze. "Little brother, do you mind accompanying me for a walk?" Shen Luoyen, who stood beside the few people, looked directly at the target and smiled. At the side, Yuan translated Shen Luoyen's words into Japanese and repeated them. "What's wrong? Woman, are you horny and thirsty?" Hearing the unexpected words, the male student, who didn't know what was wrong with him, or who wanted to show off in front of the girl, said with an arrogant and vulgar face, "Ha ha ha ha! Do you want us brothers to play with you together? I guarantee that we'll make you both feel like you're in heaven. Look, her breasts are not bad. It must feel good to eat them." Dirty words came from the mouths of the others. Shen Luoyen didn't say anything and just looked at the man with a smile. "All right, all of you move aside. Don't scare away my romantic encounter." The man pushed aside his companions and walked in front of Shen Luoyen with a lewd smile. Then, he reached out his hand and touched Shen Luoyen's smooth and tender face. Seeing this, Roly-Poly's eyes flashed with schadenfreude again. True enough. In the next moment, Shen Luoyen suddenly made a move and pointed at a major acupoint on the other party's chest. Plop! Almost instantly, the man's expression changed. With a pained expression, he hugged his body with his arms and knelt on the ground. Ha! Since she had chosen to make a move, Shen Luoyen would not be merciful. She used her footwork to bypass the man in front of her and quickly rushed to the side of the male student who had just spoken dirty words. Her hands were like swords, quickly stabbing into the vital points of their bodies. Plop, plop, plop. They immediately fell to the ground. Hugging their bodies with their hands, they curled up into a ball with a pained expression. "I have already hit your juk acupoint. If you don't receive treatment within 20 minutes, your heart will stop and you will die. Consider this your punishment for speaking rudely to me before." After doing all this, Shen Luoyen walked back to the man who was chosen first with a smile on her face. She leaned over and grabbed the man's collar as she spoke. Shen Luoyen was indeed the femme fatale in the Tang dynasty. She wouldn't have made a move if she didn't want to, but once she made a move, she would definitely send people to the brink of death. Then, Shen Luoyen ignored the others and dragged the pained man and Roly-Poly out of the school. "Stop, put them down." Although they were intimidated by Shen Luoyen's strength, when they saw their companions being taken away, the surrounding students still spoke up to stop her and formed a circle to surround Shen Luoyen and Roly-Poly. "You're quite spirited. Shen Luoyan glanced at the surrounding students. She said softly, "Who are you people? Why did you come to Nanyang to cause trouble?" One of the students asked loudly. "You will know tomorrow," Shen Luoyan replied. "Now, if you don't want to get hurt, get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. These two stinking women are too arrogant. Let's go. Don't tell me that we can't beat these two women with so many of us? We can't let them take them away. Go!" All kinds of arrogant shouts came from the students who had formed a circle. Then, as if they had accumulated enough anger, they charged at Shen Luoyan and Roly-Poly and attacked them. At this time, without Shen Luoyan's command, Yuan's figure immediately moved. It was unknown when, but a short knife appeared in each of her hands. Like drawing a circle, she danced around her body and interrupted the attacks of the Nanyang Academy's students. Then, she used the sharp short knives to cut open wounds on their bodies, causing blood to flow out. In just a few seconds, the 20 or so students who had surrounded them were all knocked to the ground. They covered their wounds with their hands and groaned in pain. "Let's go," Shen Luoyan said softly. "Stop." Just as Shen Luoyan, who was carrying a student, and Roly-Poly, who had put away her 2 knives, walked out of the school, a student with a knife wound on his arm and chest grabbed Roly-Poly's leg and stopped her. Roly-Poly had no choice but to turn to look at Shen Luoyan. Very good quality. It seems that although these guys have a bad character, as far as soldiers are concerned, they are very good. Shen Luoyan nodded her head in satisfaction. Obviously, this student's performance made Shen Luoyan, who had already recognized Nanyang Academy as their foundation, very satisfied. She even felt a sense of approval. "Knock him out and we will leave. Tomorrow is the time for you to be active." Even so, Shen Luoyan still did not hesitate to order Roly-Poly. Roly-Poly did not hesitate when she heard this. She twisted her ankle and used the Yuan family's qigong to shake off the other's hand. She lifted her leg and kicked the student unconscious. Then, Shen Luoyan and Roly-Poly did not stay. They knocked out all the students who wanted to stop them and left Nanyang Academy, disappearing into the streets outside the school. About 10 minutes later, Shen Luoyan, Roly-Poly, and the male student who was being carried by Shen Luoyan appeared in a park and stopped in a relatively remote corner. Shen Luoyan reached out and unsealed the person's acupoints to relieve him of the pain. Then, she took out a spray and sprayed a pile of medicinal liquid on the student. In an instant, the eyes of the male student who was panting heavily became hollow, like a machine waiting to receive instructions. Shen Luoyan motioned for Roly-Poly to speak so that he could authenticate Roly-Poly's voice as the one who issued the order. Roly-Poly nodded and said, "I have a question to ask you." "Yes." The student replied with a dull look. Roly-Poly turned her head and looked at Shen Luoyan. Obviously, Roly-Poly herself was also very obvious. Her identity at this time was a translator, or it could be said that before Shen Luoyan fully mastered Japanese. "How many people are there in Nanyang? How many of them have Magatama? How strong are they? And who is the strongest person?" Shen Luoyan asked. Roly-Poly repeated the question in Japanese. "Nanyang is divided into junior high school, senior high school, and university. I'm studying in senior high school. There are a total of 541 students. As for how many of them are fighters, I don't know. But as far as I know, there are no less than 200 of them. Among them, there are the most E-class fighters. I don't know how many of them there are. I think only the higher-ups know. There are more than 60 D-class fighters, 38 C-class fighters, and 8 B-class fighters. There are no A-class fighters." The student narrated the information he knew in detail. "There are 4 strongest people. They are called the 4 Heavenly Kings of Nanyang. They are Lu Jiu, Lu Meng Ziming, Gan Ning Xingba, and Zhua Ci Yuanfang. However, 2 days ago, a transfer student called Sun Su Bo Fu came to the school. I heard that she defeated Gan Ning Xingba. I don't know if it's true, Is this what His Majesty said about the fate of this world being connected by Magatama? It's really strange. After listening to Roly-Poly's translation, Shen Luoyan couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. Who is the current leader of Nanyang? Shen Luoyan asked again. It's Yuan Shugong. Tell me what happened in Nanyang recently. There are a lot of small things. They are basically trivial things. However, there are only two major things. First, because of the appearance of Sun Tzu Bofu, the higher-ups issued a pardon. They want to get Sun Tzu's head. Second, in a few days, the great fighter assembly held by Luoyang's Dong Zhuo will be held again. Great fighter assembly? Shen Luoyan asked curiously. Yes, the so-called Great Fighter Tournament is a competition between schools. Every participant who wants to participate in the tournament needs to hunt 10 Magatama to obtain the right to participate. Therefore, every time the tournament approaches, intense conflicts will erupt between all the high schools. They will suppress each other by hunting the Magatama of the opposing high school fighters. At the most intense times, there will often be cases of injuries and death. It's really similar to the Tianlan Martial Assembly of the Imperial Path Academy. Roly-Poly couldn't help but whisper. However, compared to the Tianlan Martial Assembly mentioned by Roly-Poly, the original martial arts departments became schools. There was another competition for qualifications other than the elimination competition. As for injuries and deaths, it was the same. Tell me about the situation of the other schools. Tell me what you know. Shen Luoyan, who lowered her head and thought for a moment, said again. Yes. The male student responded and then narrated the information he got from other channels about the other schools one by one. For example, the current world could be considered as Dong Zhuo's era, because at this time, Dong Zhuo's strength was the strongest. He had Lu Bu, who was far stronger than the average Class A fighters. Moreover, Dong Zhuo's strength was also at the Class A level. For example, in addition to Luoyang's Dong Zhuo, Su Chang's strength was also very strong. With the existence of several Class A fighters, it was the school with the highest average level of fighters among all the forces. As for other things, other than knowing that Chengdu University had a Class A fighter, Guan Yuyun, he didn't know anything else. After all, he himself was only a Class D fighter. The missions he received were some common missions such as clearing the field, besieging, and so on. He couldn't come into contact with such a high level. Later, Shen Luoyan roughly asked some questions she was concerned about and sent the student away. No wonder His Majesty only sent the few of us here, Shen Luoyan said softly after the student ran away. Yuan looked at Shen Luoyan with some doubts. In this world, powerful force represents everything. It is not impossible for one person to rule a country. That's why His Majesty only sent the few of us here. He believes that our force is enough for this mission. Shen Luoyan looked at Yuan and smiled. Let's go back, Shen Luoyan said again. Okay, Yuan softly replied. Then the two left the park and walked back to their newly bought home. After returning home, Shen Luoyan told everyone the information she had sorted out on the way back. She also explained that she would officially enter the school tomorrow and complete the mission of conquering the entire Nanyang Academy. After that, she stayed alone and continued to sort out the information she had explored and the basic information that Ito-sei had given her, while thinking about the arrangements that could be used. Zhen Yi and the others didn't say anything about Shen Luoyan, who had left the crowd. They also returned to their own houses and began to conserve their energy and prepare for tomorrow's mission. As a result, the whole room quieted down. The next day, in the morning, except for Qiantan Meiyun, everyone gathered together. Is everyone ready? Shen Luoyan looked at Zhen Yi, Yuan, Naga Kanayake, Nanjo Kurishiro, and the youngest Qiantan. Yes, Yi replied with a serious face. Zhen Yi was speechless, but he also nodded like Yuan and Naga Kanayake. Nanjo Kirishiro pulled the hat on his head, showing a confident look. As for Qiantan, she continued to show her three nothingness without any expression. Shenluoyan saw this and smiled. She then led everyone out of the house and moved toward Nanyang Academy. Not long after, the group arrived at Nanyang Academy. At this time, because it was class time, except for a few students who skipped class, everyone was in the classroom receiving the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, taught by the teacher. Therefore, no one came to find trouble with Shen Luoyan and Yuan, who had caused a ruckus in the school yesterday. They smoothly entered the teaching building and took the documents issued by the principal yesterday. When they found the case, they officially went through the admission procedures and received the school uniform from the logistics department. 10 minutes later, Zhen Yi Yuan, Naga Kanayake, Nanjo Kirishiro, and Qiantan appeared in front of Shen Luoyan and the teacher, who was leading the way. They were wearing a blue pleated skirt, a white long-sleeved shirt, and a light yellow sleeveless sweater. "I'll have to trouble you next, Morimoto-sensei," Shen Luoyan said. Chapter 1428. Ding-ling-ling-ling-ling, a burst of rapid ringtone reverberated throughout Nanyang Academy. "Ah, class is finally over. What are we having for lunch today? Kid, don't run. Ha 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 ha, Suchong, you actually like this kind of thing." Noisy discussions immediately sounded in every classroom of the teaching building. However, at this moment, a voice full of excitement abruptly rang out in the midst of the noise, shouting, "Hey, hey, there's a show to watch. Hey, there really is a show." A student whose attention was attracted by the voice said with great interest, "Challenging Nanyang?" Another voice said with a strange tone, let's go down and take a look." As the voice said that, he quickly rushed out of the crowd and ran out of the teaching building. At the same time, more and more students who discovered the so-called show also followed suit, calling their friends and running out of the teaching building one by one, arriving at the school field that was already filled with people. Near the entrance of Nanyang Academy, a red banner supported by two bamboo poles that were deeply inserted into the ground was spread horizontally in the air, and the words "Challenge Nanyang" were clearly displayed in front of all the students' eyes. Under the banner, Meo Yaya Koga Ken Yori, Nanjo Nori Sara, Senkage, and Roly Poly, who were dressed in their brand new Nanyang uniforms, stood side by side under the banner. Roly Poly and the others, who were dressed the same as before, were all dressed in the same way. Obviously, the so-called challengers were them. "Hey, what's the meaning of this?" A male student standing in the front row raised his voice and questioned. "It's very simple, we want to become the leader of Nanyang." Shinya took a step forward, looked at the man with a sharp gaze, and announced loudly. Wow! Immediately, a noisy discussion spread among the students who had gathered around. "What kind of joke is this? Just them? They really overestimate themselves. Right, do any of you know them?" I don't know. They can't be students from other schools, right? Their uniforms are from Nanyang, they should be new transfer students. Only they would overestimate themselves like this. Huh? You want to become the leader of Nanyang? Then let me, Yen Xiang, test your strength. A burly man with a ferocious face walked out of the crowd and stood not far from Zhen Yi and the others. He sneered. "Who's coming? I'll do it." Nanjo Kizara looked left and right. She seemed to be the weakest among the few people present, so she took the initiative to step out of the group and spoke. "Tisk, it's actually a little girl with no breasts and no buttocks. What a disappointment." Yen Xiang looked at Nanjo Kira from head to toe and said with disdain. "Bastard," Boobs said. This had always been a taboo for Nanjo Nora, not to mention the fact that she was currently in the team that was the smallest apart from the youngest Chickage. Therefore, before they even started fighting, Nanjo Nora was already enraged by Yen Xiang's words and cursed loudly. "Calm down. Don't fall into the enemy's trap." Zhen Yi, who had rich combat experience, reached out and patted Nanjo Nora's shoulder, reminding him in a low voice. I understand, Sister Jinya. Nanjo Nora took a deep breath and replied in a low voice. Do your best. Zhenyi patted Nanjo Nora's shoulder and retreated back to the banner, leaving the stage for Nanjo Nora and Yen Xiang to fight. Woman, don't blame me for not reminding you. It's still not too late to back out now. Otherwise, don't blame me when your face is swollen. Yen Xiang, who was in a fist stance, laughed. You should worry more about yourself. Nanjo Nora sneered. After she finished speaking, she stomped her foot and instantly rushed in front of Yen Xiang. Then, she slashed at Yen Xiang's head. Yen Xiang did not panic when he saw this. He raised his left arm to block and punched straight at Nanjo Nora's abdomen with his right fist. Nanjo Nora exerted force on her leg that was blocked. At the same time, she exerted force from her waist and immediately flipped her body backward. Her other leg kicked towards Yen Xiang's chin. Yen Xiang had no choice but to tilt his head backward. At this time, Nanjo Nora, who was leaning backward, used her hands to support herself on the ground. Her legs were like the blades of a helicopter as she fiercely kicked Yen Xiang's face. Bam! Yen Xiang, whose head was hit, could not help but sway to the side. Nanjo Nora took advantage of the situation to retract her legs and cross her body. She followed up with a lower body sweep kick and kicked Yen Xiang's ankle. Yen Xiang's lower body had become unstable due to the slanted body, causing him to fall to the ground. Plop! Then, Nanjo Nora took the opportunity to get up and once again slashed at Yen Xiang's chest. Bam! Instinctively, Yen Xiang used both hands to block his chest. He blocked Nanjo Nora's leg. Even so, Nanjo Nora's strength still made Yen Xiang's chest feel a little stuffy, making it difficult for him to breathe. Nanjo Nora, who was on one leg, lowered her body. Her hands were on the side of her body. She turned her ankle slightly and pointed her foot at Yen Xiang's chin. Then, she used the momentum to kick her opponent's chin. Bam! The violent impact immediately made Yen Xiang feel dizzy. At the same time, his body could not help but slide back a distance. I won. Nanjo Nora, who did not take advantage of the situation to pursue, stood up and looked at the students of Nanyang High School. It had to be said that Nanjo Nora's strength had improved greatly. However, this was normal. After all, she had received Sei Ito's training. She also had virtual training games that allowed her to spar with all the martial arts cultivators in the Rubik's Cube world. Coupled with various resources to nourish her, it was hard for her not to improve. Seeing a student defeated in just a few moves, the students could not help but have some ripples. I'll do it. Then, another male student walked out of the crowd and said. Then, without any explanation, he attacked Nanjo Nora. Nanjo Nora did not panic and quickly countered with a move. However, although this student was somewhat confident, his strength was on par with the previous Yen Xiang. Even if he was stronger, he was only stronger in terms of reflexes. Therefore, after a few moves, this student was sent flying by Nanjo Nora's kick. He finally fell to the ground and fainted. And with the first, second, and third place, as well as the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth place appeared one after another. However, other than forcing out Nanjo Nora's chi of motion and leaving a few bruises on Nanjo Nora's body, they were still unable to obtain victory. One after another, they followed in the footsteps of the previous few people. Seeing this, some students who knew their own strength began to retreat and secretly contacted the stronger people in the school. Soon, a student with a height of 1.8 meters walked out from the crowd. He had a burly figure that made the school uniform on his body look tight. His face was square, and his face and arms were wrapped in bandages and band-aids. His short black hair was held back by a headband. Lu Jiu. Among the students, a student who recognized the person called out, Lu Jiu? One of the 4 heavenly kings of Nanyang? Nanjo Nora sized up Lu Jiu and said, That's me. Lu Jiu said calmly, Since you're here, then where are the others? Nanjo Nora turned his head and looked around, asking, "To deal with you, I alone am enough," Lugio said calmly. Shameless boasting. Nanjo Nora, who was full of confidence after a series of victories, mocked. "Come, kick me here." Lugio ignored him, and only raised his finger to point at his cheek, and requested, Are you a masochist?" Nanjo Nora, who was slightly stunned by Lugio's actions, was stunned. "I said, kick me here," Lugio roared. "Bastard, you asked for it." Nanjo Nora, who was yelled at for no reason, was furious. He gathered his chi of motion, and gathered it at the tip of his foot. He then spun his body and kicked fiercely. Bang! With a muffled sound, the back of Nanjo Nora's foot accurately landed on Lugio's cheek. However, it was different from what she expected. Lugio, who was kicked, did not fly out like she expected. Instead, his head was slightly tilted, and his body could not help but retreat a few steps to the side. What a strong ability to take hits, Nanjo Nora thought to himself. She clearly knew that although she held back a lot of her strength in that kick because she was afraid of kicking someone to death, it still had the strength of 180 kilograms. In addition, she deliberately used the force release technique to increase the driving force. Even a 300-kilogram live pig could be easily kicked out, let alone a human. She did not expect him to be so exaggerated. He only took a few steps back, and all her strength was neutralized. What a powerful kick! Lugio, whose cheeks were a little red and swollen, praised as he walked back to Nanjo Nora. Tisk! Nanjo Nora curled her lips unhappily. Eat my fist as well, Lugio said as he stood in front of Nanjo Nora. After he finished speaking, he waved his arm and hit Nanjo Nora's cheek like a steel pillar. Bang! Nanjo Nora, who only had time to use her arms to block the side of her face, was immediately sent flying. Halfway through, Nanjo Nora exerted force on her waist and jumped back to the ground. She slid back a short distance with all four of her limbs on the ground. Then, her upper body arched like a cat with its hair standing on end. She rushed back to the front of Lugio, and her 10 fingers formed claws as she clawed at Lugio's face. Lugio raised one arm to protect his face. Nanjo Nora immediately grabbed Lugio's arm and pressed down hard. Her body immediately leaped like a cat to the top of Lugio's head, and her legs kicked Lugio's head fiercely. In an instant, Lugio's body uncontrollably moved forward a step. Nanjo Nora landed on the ground, turned her head, and let out a cat's meow at Lo, who turned to look at her. She then retracted her gaze, and her hands were like a cat's claws as she combed the hair by her ears. What's going on? The Nanyang University students, who did not understand the meaning of Nanjo Nora's actions, let out sounds of bafflement and surprise. Chapter 1429. Gongjin, look, it's so cute. Among the crowd, a young girl with long brown hair and a face full of naivety pulled on the side of a beautiful young man who was rare in Nanyang Academy. She pointed at Nanjo Kazara, who had transformed into a cat because he had used cat fist do. Bofu, you got the wrong person, the handsome boy named Gongjin said helplessly. These two people were none other than Gongjin Zhouyu, who had inherited the soul of Zhouyu from the Three Kingdoms, and Sun Su Bofu, who had inherited the soul of Jiangdong's little overlord. At the same time, they were also the main characters who pushed everything in this world. But I also want to quickly fight with that person. Then, the young girl, Sun Su Bofu, touched her lips with her right index finger and muttered. The scene once again returned to the middle of the battlefield. Although he did not understand the meaning of Nanjo Nora's actions, for the honor of Nanyang, Lugio still rushed behind Nanjo Nora and prepared to attack her. However, just as he was about to get close to Nanjo Kazara, who was tidying up his face like a cat, suddenly kicked backwards. The kick landed on Lugio's abdomen, who was completely unprepared to defend himself, and sent him flying backwards. Then, Nanjo Nora's figure leaped and once again pounced on Lugio. What happened next was simple. Although Lugio's muscles were very strong, making his resistance to attacks very strong, but in terms of mobility, he was not outstanding. He was only a little stronger than an ordinary person. Therefore, under the continuous attacks of Cat Fist Do, which was a highly agile fist technique that was learned by imitating cats, Lugio was finally defeated by Nanjo Nora's movement chi and lost the battle. Huff 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 huff, Nanjo Nora, who had retracted her cat form and stood up, her chest rapidly moving up and down. Obviously, after this series of battles, her physical strength was greatly consumed, and she could not help but feel a little tired. Also, Nanjo Nora panted twice and calmed down a little. She opened her mouth and spoke again, but before she could finish her words, she was stopped by Juga Kansas. Nora, that's enough. Leave the rest of the battle to me. Juga said as she walked out of the team with a wooden stick in her hand. Okay, I want Big Sister. Nanjo Nora raised his arm to wipe off his sweat and retreated to the side. Next, it's my turn. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Juga Hall said to the students of Nanyang. However, when they saw that Lu, one of Nanyang's 4 heavenly kings, had been defeated, the students, who believed that they weren't strong enough to defeat Lu, naturally wouldn't take the initiative to come out and ask for a beating. Therefore, the entire Nanyang Academy quieted down for a moment. Only the sound of everyone's breathing could be heard. Let me. Just when Juga Hall was about to let Shinya come out and announce the occupation of Nanyang, a brisk female voice sounded. The spirit of the Nanyang students was shaken, and they turned their heads to look at the brown-haired girl who walked out of the crowd spontaneously. Sun Tzu Bo Fu. I'll fight with you. Sun Tzu, who ran to the opposite side of Juga Hall, said. All right. Johha Hall, who originally wanted to use force to subdue Nanyang, naturally would not refuse the challenge invitation. He opened his mouth and said, I am the successor of Johha Hall's flowing stick technique. Johha Hall, please advise me. I am Sun Tzu Bo Fu, please advise me. Sun Tzu Bo Fu quickly bowed and said, You are Sun Tzu Bo Fu? Johha Hall looked at the naive girl in front of him and said with some surprise. At the same time, Shinya Yi Yuan, Nanjo Kazara, and Senkeij, who heard Sun Tzu Bo Fu's self-introduction, also looked at her. Ah yes. You know me? Sun Tzu Bo Fu asked with a puzzled look. I've heard of you. Johha Hall said. Gongjin, look, someone has heard of my name. Hearing Johha Hall admit, Sun Tzu Bo Fu immediately turned to look at the beautiful boy in the crowd, Zhou Gongjin, and said with a happy face. Zhou Gongjin, who felt somewhat powerless, smiled awkwardly. Well, the chat is over, let's start. Johha Hall, who was holding a stick, reminded. Okay. Sun Tzu Bo Fu, who returned to his senses, quickly responded, and then also put on a posture that made people look a bit amateurish. Seeing this posture, Johha Hall slightly frowned, but despite this, Johha Hall was not careless, and still maintained enough vigilance. Look at this. At this time, Sun Tzu Bo Fu shouted. He rushed to the front of Johha Hall, stretched out his hands to grab Johha Hall's stick, and kicked towards Johha Hall's face. Johha Hall lowered his body, and a sweeping kick hit Sun Tzu Bo Fu's leg. Sun Tzu Bo Fu, whose lower body was unstable, immediately sat on the ground. He let out a cry of pain. Johha Hall's body rotated and regained his free hands. His palms were relaxed, and the end of the stick fell to the ground, and then his palms tightened again, and got up to kick Sun Tzu Bo Fu's face. In a hurry, Sun Tzu Bo Fu had to use his arm to block his face, and then he was kicked out by Johha Hall. Hiss, my butt is going to break. Sun Tzu Bo Fu, who slid down, whispered with a painful face. Then he stood up, and while shouting come again, he rushed towards Johha Hall again. At this time, Johha Hall, who had already straightened his body, stabbed Sun Tzu Bo Fu's body. Instinctively, Sun Tzu Bo-fu dodged, but immediately, he heard a muffled sound. Sun Tzu Bo-fu's waist was once again hit by Zhou stick, and he fell to the ground with a painful cry. "You are not my opponent, give up." After 2 short moves, Zhou determined that Sun Tzu Bo-fu was indeed an amateurish person, and said, "Hee, you are so strong, but I will not give up." Sun Tzu Bo-fu, who endured the pain and stood up from the ground again, smiled innocently. "Trying to be brave will only make you more hurt," Zhou advised. "I am not trying to be brave, I can really do it," Sun Tzu Bo-fu argued, and then once again launched an attack on Zhou. Zhou had no choice but to continue to use the stick technique to beat Sun Tzu Bo-fu to the ground. Over and over again, until more than 10 moves later, Zhou, who couldn't bear to see Sun Tzu Bo-fu's nonsense, rushed to Sun Tzu Bo-fu's side, retracted the stick, and let the tip of the stick be clenched in his hand, combined it into a fist, and hit Sun Tzu Bo-fu's chest. Ugh! The severe pain made Sun Tzu Bo involuntarily kneel on the ground while holding his abdomen, making a ha-ha sound. Bo-fu! At the same time, Zhou Yu, who was in the crowd, ran to Sun Tzu Bo-fu's side and looked at him with concern. "Gong, Jin. I am fine." Sun Tzu Bo-fu smiled. "You said you are fine," Zhou Yu said with dissatisfaction. "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge?" Zhou looked at Zhou Yu, Gong Jin, and Sun Tzu Bo-fu, who was gasping for breath, and then walked to the side, looked at the present Nanyang students and said, "Silence." All the students were silent. After waiting for a moment, Zhou determined that no one came out to disturb the situation, and turned to look at Zhen Yi, who was the real leader among them. Zhen Yi understood, stepped to the center of the field, and looked at the present Nanyang students. "Since no one came to challenge us again, then I officially announce that I have occupied Nanyang. From now on, Nanyang is my territory." Zhen Yi gathered his qi in his dantian and announced. For Zhen Ye's declaration, the Nanyang students, who felt a little scared, couldn't help but look at each other. "What? Don't you want to accept it?" Zhen Yi, who didn't see the Nanyang students, frowned and shouted. "You only defeated one of the 4 heavenly kings, there are 3 others that you have not defeated. After you defeat them, we will officially recognize you as the master of Nanyang." At this moment, a student's voice sounded in the crowd. "Do you also have the same intention?" Zhen Yi glanced at the others and asked in a deep voice. "Yes." The students of Nanyang High School answered in unison. "Well, in order to convince you, I will agree," Zhen Yi sneered and said. Then, he changed the topic and continued, "But don't forget that the current situation is that no one can defeat us after we challenged Nanyang. In other words, we have already taken over Nanyang. According to the rules, we are already the higher-ups and leaders of Nanyang, so you are not allowed to resist our orders in the future, otherwise." After saying that, Zhen Yi took a heavy step, and a large area of irregular cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web with him as the center. With a muffled bang, the cracks appeared on the ground, covering a radius of 4 to 5 meters. Yes. Under the deterrence of Zhen Ye's powerful move, the Nanyang students, who were already at a disadvantage, couldn't help but respond. "Excuse me, your names are?" After a few seconds of silence, another voice asked. "From today onwards, I will officially enter Nanyang High School. 3rd grade Class A, Zhao Zhenyi," Zhenyi said softly. "Ditto, Zhao Yi said. "Ditto, Hyuga Hall." "Ditto, 2nd grade Class C, Nanzhou Kizara." "Ditto, Yuan." "1st grade Class D, Chindan Thousand Shadows." After this self-introduction, the Nanyang students confirmed that Zhen Yi and the others were indeed members of their school. Most of them couldn't help but reveal excited expressions. The reason was very simple. With the addition of Zhen Yi and the others, their Nanyang Academy's strength had once again become stronger. They believed that in the future, if there really was a battle between schools, the safety of these low-level personnel would at least be guaranteed. After all, the enemy's target had always been the experts first, and then the low-level extras like them. At this point, Zhen Yi and the others had officially entered the circle of experts of Nanyang Academy. Chapter 1430. P.S. Thank you to NXCX for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to both NXCX and Halcyon for their tips. In another world, in Tokyo, in a certain building, Erika, Liliana, Katsuyama Yomi, Tsutomu Kagura, Rana Linchin, and Suzu Ito, who had a special identity, were sitting across from each other. This is the information about this world that I've gathered from the general public and the police. Erika handed the information to everyone except herself. Generally speaking, this world's secret society is open in nature. In terms of form, it's very similar to this country's Inyang Club, which was an official organization before the Meiji Restoration, but now it's called Inyang Hall. And below it there are two divisions. The first is the Spell Search Division, which specializes in investigating and cracking down on spell criminals. The second is the Demon Extraction Division, which specializes in dealing with all kinds of man-made and non-man-made spirit disasters. The 12 elite members at the top of the Inyang Hall are known as the 12 Divine Generals. The guy we defeated before, Magi Zenjiro, is one of them, and it's said that he has the best temper and personality among the 12 Divine Generals. So you're saying that we're lucky to have met him? Rana Linchin asked. Well, who knows? Erika replied non-committally. Of course, the Inyang Hall is just a general division. The place called Inyang School in the information is the real training place for Inyang masters. Then Erika continued to explain while twirling her soft blonde hair. Tsutomu sect? At this time, Suzu Ito, who was flipping through the information, looked at a familiar surname written on the information and said in a low voice, "Oh, that's one of the famous Inyang technique in this world." It's said that all the techniques used today originated from the Tsutomu sect, but because a certain Inyang master, who was known as a rare Inyang master, failed to use a forbidden technique, the entire Tokyo area was polluted by the violent spirit current. Because of this, the entire Tsutomu sect declined. Therefore, now, some people think that the current head of the Inyang Hall is from the Kurahashi family. Erika explained. Even if that's the case, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. I think that the long-established Tuyuman clan should also have their own trump card. Liliana said solemnly. That's right, he's the descendant of Ampere Siming after all. Jianshan Yellow Springs sighed softly. Actually, Katsuyama Yomi and Tsutomiya Kagura were both part of the Onpei clan, or rather, the Tsutomayama clan's branch family. They could be considered as legitimate descendants of Onpei Saimai. However, because Huang Quan of Mount Remonstrance was adopted, it did not count. Apart from that, is there any other information? Suzu Ito looked up at Erika and asked. Erika shook her head and said, Not for the time being. After all, time is too short. The people I can find now are ordinary people and ordinary police officers. I can only get information that is widely spread. If you want to know more about this world, you have to catch the people in the Inyang Hall. But there's one thing that I can be sure of. Erika changed the topic and said in a low voice. Suzu Ito, Katsuyama Yomi, Tsutomiya Kagura, Liliana, Lana, and Lin Chin all looked at her. We don't have enough people to deal with this kind of official organization. Erika smiled wryly. Indeed. Suzu Ito could not help but smile wryly as well. Actually, it's not like there's no other way. Liliana frowned. What way? Tsutomiya Kagura asked curiously. From the information that Erika collected, the spiritual disaster only occurs in the Tokyo area. The areas outside of Tokyo are not affected, so we can hide in those areas for now. We can find talents in the dark and form a faction. Then, we can cooperate with the people in the Yin-Yang Hall and fight against the Yin-Yang Hall. Liliana raised her head to look at the crowd and said, "Besides, since Yin-Yang Hall is an official organization, there's no reason why there aren't other secret organizations in the dark. Otherwise, the so-called Spell Search Department would be making a mountain out of a molehill." "Excellent, Lily." Erica clapped her hands and praised her with a smile. "What do you mean?" Liliana knew that Erica would not praise her out of kindness, so she questioned her with dissatisfaction. "Lily, you're too excited. This time I'm being serious," Erica said calmly. Then, she changed the topic and asked, "There's only one question, Lily. How long do you intend to use to complete the strategy of conquering this world? 1 year, 2 years? 5 years, 10 years, or even longer?" Liliana frowned and fell silent. Obviously, she also knew how long her plan would take, and how many uncertainties there were in it. "Then what do you think we should do?" Liliana asked unhappily. "I don't know either." Erica smiled bitterly. "Don't worry about it. We're only facing the Yin-Yang Hall. We can't think that we'll conquer the world just because we've conquered the Yin-Yang Hall, right? The secret organizations in other countries will laugh themselves to death." Instantly, everyone fell silent. That's right. Since even Japan has a popular Yin-Yang Hall, it's impossible that other countries don't have corresponding departments. If that's the case, it's too fake. Do you really think that the whole world revolves around your Yin-Yang Hall? This won't work, that won't work, then what should we do? Lana and Linshin scratched their heads in annoyance. "How about we contact Ito-sama?" Tsutomu Kagura suggested in a low voice. Erica, Liliana, Kanzen Yomi, and Lana and Linshin all looked at Suzu Ito. After all, Suzu Ito was the one in charge of this mission. She had to make the decision herself. "Before we came, Ah-Ching said that he would send reinforcements to support us, right?" Suzu Ito lowered her head and looked at Erica and the others. "Yes, but we don't seem to have their contact information." Erica nodded slightly. "In that case, let's challenge the Yin and Yang Hall in our own way first. If it doesn't work, we will try to contact the follow-up troops that we don't know if they will come or not. Finally, we will choose to contact Ah-Ching. What do you think?" Ito-rin explained her idea and asked. "Yes, after all, I was sent by the king to assist Bell Hall. If I don't show enough value, I won't be able to respond to the king's trust." Erica's lips curled up, and her eyes flashed with a dangerous light that Liliana felt. "As the king's first knight, I will do my best to complete the mission given by the king," Liliana said firmly. "Being a terrorist seems to be a very interesting thing," Lana and Linshin said with a smile. "I want to meet the Yin-Yang masters of this world." At some point in time, Jianshan Huangquan had taken out a box of Pocky and opened it. He pulled out a Pocky stick and placed it in his mouth, biting it off as he spoke with a wicked smile. "Yomi's opinion is my opinion," Tsutomu Kagura said. "Thank you." Suzu Ito's eyes flashed with a touch of gratitude. "Ah-Ching is really lucky to have people like you by his side." "You're too kind." Erica smiled reservedly at Suzu Ito's praise. Liliana's face flushed red, and she said politely with a flustered expression. Lana and Linshin raised their arms and scratched the back of their heads, with a silly smile on their faces. Kanzen Yomi turned his head to the side and pretended to be calm as he ate his Pocky stick. Tsutomu Kagura didn't think that she was one of the people being praised, so she didn't show any reaction. "Then what should we do next?" After laughing, Erica looked at Suzu Ito and asked. "Since the Yin-Yang Hall is an official organization, there must be a branch under them. Otherwise, it's impossible for the Yin-Yang Hall headquarters to suppress the entire Tokyo. So, our next move is to find one of the branches, then capture them and ask for information," Suzu Ito said straightforwardly. "Of course. If everything goes well, We can't rule out the possibility of directly taking down that branch and verifying the average combat level of this world's yin-yang masters. Yes. Erika, Liliana, Lana and Linchin, Kanzen Yomi, and Tsutomu Kagura all responded in unison with serious expressions. After that, everyone discussed the next day's plan of action, then said goodbye to each other and chose a room to stay in. It was worth mentioning that this house that they were staying in was a temporary residence that Erika had obtained by using a magic spell, hypnotism, to influence the owner's cognition. It was quite large in size. After all, this house was in the suburbs, and it was built in ancient Japanese style, so it wasn't a problem for everyone to have a room to rest in. Nothing happened for the rest of the night, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. I'm so sleepy. Lana and Linchin only wore an oversized white shirt that covered her body, and her long legs were completely exposed as she yawned. Where's Erika? It was breakfast time. Suzu Ito noticed that Erika didn't appear and asked. She's probably sleeping in. That girl won't wake up until the sun shines on her butt. Liliana answered casually as she held a piece of toast in her hand and spread jam on the bread with a knife in her right hand. I see, then I'll leave her breakfast alone, Suzu Ito said. Then, she did the same as Kanzen Yomi, Tsutomu Kagura, Lana and Liliana. They all picked up the food in front of them and began to enjoy it. When it was almost 11 in the morning, Erika, who was wearing pajamas, yawned and came to the living room. Good morning, everyone, Erika greeted everyone. What time is it? Did you forget that we have a mission today? Liliana asked angrily. Don't worry, wasn't the mission set for the afternoon? There's still a lot of time to waste, Erika said casually. Then, she walked to the dining table and sat down, unceremoniously enjoying the breakfast that was left on the table. Erika ate very elegantly, which was very pleasing to the eyes. But no matter how elegant she was only eating breakfast, so she quickly finished the food. It would be best if there was also a cup of Ariana's black tea, Erika said regretfully. Then, Erika stood up from the dining table and went to the bathroom to take a bath. About 20 minutes later, Erika reappeared in front of everyone. She was wearing black leather pants and a red off-the-shoulder top. Her long blonde hair was tied up with a butterfly hairpin of the same color. I'm ready, Erika said. All right, let's go, Suzu Ito announced. Then, everyone got up from their seats and left the temporary residence with Suzu Ito. They took a bus to the location of the Inyang Hall branch that Suzu Ito found on the internet while Erika was sleeping. While the bus was stopping, Suzu Ito's group of 6 arrived at the Shinjuku branch. The Shinjuku branch was 8 stories high, the surface was brown rock. The appearance gave people the feeling that it was somewhat similar to a European castle. It was a distance away from the surrounding buildings, and the middle was filled with green grass. It looked like a small manor with a unique shape. You guys wait for me here, I'm going to catch someone, Suzu Ito said to Erika and the others. Okay, Erika and the others nodded in agreement. Suzu Ito walked out of the crowd and walked toward the Shinjuku branch. A barrier. The moment she stepped into the Shinjuku branch, Suzu Ito felt an invisible force sweep over her body. Then, he put it aside and walked to the front of what seemed to be a reception desk. Hello, what's the matter? A man wearing a blue magic pulling officer uniform similar to the military uniform of the world of steel alchemy asked. Can you come out with me? Suzu Ito's face made a bashful and flustered expression as she whispered. She looked like a shy woman who had just seen the man she liked. Okay. The man looked at Suzu Ito with some astonishment, and nodded in agreement when he didn't find anything special about her. Kuriki, I'll go out first. The man stood up and greeted his companion next to him. Go, I'll help you watch. The man named Kuriki winked at him, and said with an ambiguous smile. Obviously, he misunderstood something. The man ignored him, and walked out of the Shinjuku branch with Suzu Ito and came to the grass outside the branch. Here, Suzu Ito still didn't stop and led him to a remote corner of the branch. Although the man frowned slightly, he still followed behind Suzu Ito. May I ask who you are? And why are you looking for me? After arriving at the corner of the branch, the man looked at Suzu Ito and asked. Suzu Ito, who had her hands clasped in front of her chest like a praying girl, turned around, and then her expression changed. Before the man could react, she used shrink to appear in front of him and hit him hard on the chest diaphragm, making the man instinctively bend down in pain. Then Suzu Ito waved her hand again and knocked him out. Chapter 1431. P.S. It's already been subscribed. Sigh. Suzu Ito flicked her wrist, and a paper talisman appeared between her fingers. She placed it on the unconscious man's chest. The paper talisman instantly glowed, and the unconscious man's body began to move again. He stiffly straightened his body and stood in front of Suzu Ito. Puppet talisman, a type of talisman that could grant inanimate objects temporary mobility. It was often used in certain situations to move objects. Rin Ito activated the talisman and led the man who was controlled by the talisman's power to carefully and quickly escape from the surroundings of the Shinjuku branch of the Inyang Hall. They met up with Inyang Hall's Inyang Hall, Erica, Liliana, and Lana Linchin, who were waiting on the side. Lana Linchin then carried the man and ran away from the Shinjuku branch until they thought it was safe. Plop. Lana and Linchin threw the man on their shoulders onto the ground. Chiyama took out a hemp rope and tied the man's hands and legs together. Then, Erica walked in front of the man, grabbed his collar, and used a small magic spell to wake him up. Look at me. Before the man could react, Erica ordered him again with her magic spell. The man who was affected by the magic spell instinctively looked at Erica's eyes. After about 2 or 3 seconds, Erica let go of the man's collar, stood up, and said, "It's done. Now I'll ask and you'll answer," Erica ordered the man. "Yes," the man replied. "What's your name?" Erica started with the most basic questions. "Jiang Howie," the man replied. "What's your position in the Inyang Hall?" "I'm a member of the 13th Exorcist Squad of the Inyang Hall's Shinjuku branch." "How many exorcist squads are there in the Shinjuku branch?" 3. "What's the situation with the members?" "Each exorcist squad has 12 people, and each person is equipped with 2 mechas, as well as a varying number of man-made ones. Depending on the situation, the number of attack talismans will also vary." "Wait a minute. What are man-made and mecha types?" Man-made spirit-branded retainers are created through the combination of Inyang Jutsu and spirit-branded retainers. The mecha spirit-branded retainers are created through the combination of Inyang Jutsu and spirit-branded retainers. Hearing this, Suzu Ito, Katsuyama Yomi, and Tsutomu Kagura, who had a deep understanding of Inyang Jutsu, couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't expect Inyang Jutsu in this world to have developed to the point where they could create their own spirit-branded retainers. Moreover, it was classified into military and civilian use. This made them curious about the Inyang technique of this world. "Introduce me to the next spirit-branded retainer," Erica ordered. "Yes," the man replied. He then told her everything he knew about spirit-branded retainers. In this world, spirit-branded retainers could be divided into 2 types: the active spirit-branded retainer and the artificial spirit-branded retainer. Among them, the serval type referred to ancient shikigami that existed in the form of spirits such as demons and spirit beasts, while the artificial type referred to acquired shikigami that were created according to various techniques. There were 5 types of shikigami: the simple type, binding type, mecha type, guardian type, and curse type. Of the 5 types of artificial type, the simple type could be considered a civilian type. No matter if it was the students of the Inyang school, the doctors of the Yin-Yang Hospital, or the demon slayers or curse hunters of the Yin-Yang Hall, they would all be equipped with a simple type. It was a necessity for daily life and combat. Everyone would have a simple type. It was also quite easy to obtain. Starting from the binding type, it would gradually become more militarized. By the time it reached the mecha type, only the demon slayers of the Yin-Yang Hall would be equipped with artificial retainers. Of course, if you came from a famous family or had some connections, you could also ignore the rules and obtain a mecha type. It all depended on whether or not you had the ability and courage to do so. As for the guardian type and curse type, the first type was a type that was used to protect the master. In terms of its nature, it was similar to the serval type in normal yin-yang jutsu. The third type was a type of tool that would harm others and also severely affect the user. It was similar to tame head and voodoo, which was why the Yin-Yang Hall had forbidden its creation. Of course, apart from this information, Erica also asked questions about the parts of the man's words that she didn't understand. From this, she obtained quite a bit of information that she hadn't obtained before. For example, the classification of yin-yang technique. In this world, yin-yang arts were divided into 4 categories. Modern yin-yang arts had been simplified by removing knowledge related to the soul. It was recognized by the Yin-Yang Hall as having a real effect. In principle, only people who had obtained the Yin-Yang Type 1 and Yin-Yang Type 2 national qualifications could use the A-type of Yin-Yang technique. Other than the A-type of Yin-Yang Jutsu, the B-type of Yin-Yang Jutsu, and the B-type of Yin-Yang Jutsu, which can really affect the cognition of others, and before the Second World War, Tsuchimikado Naguo accepted the request of the military to combine Yin-Yang Jutsu, esoteric Buddhism, Shinto, and other Japanese supernatural curses into one. In addition to his own interpretation, he created an extremely practical emperor-style Yin-Yang technique. Apart from that, he also obtained information about Tsuchimikado no Gukata, who caused the Great Tokyo spiritual disaster, and the so-called reincarnation of Tsuchimikado Natsumo, who was declared to have failed but actually succeeded in completing the Lord's ritual of Mount Tai, as well as general information about the Zealots and the Twin Horns Association, which was created due to Tsuchimikado no Gukata. Of course, he didn't miss any information about the Shinjuku branch. Tsuchimikado no Gukata, huh? Erica narrowed her eyes and said, "What do you guys say, if we control that Tsuchimikado Natsumo, and use her to command the Twin Horns Association, which is opposing Yin-Yang Hall, to attack Yin-Yang Hall?" Erica turned her head and asked the others. "I'm afraid that you won't be able to command them, and we will become the target of the Twin Horns Association first," Liliana retorted. "Indeed, if those people are really as fanatical as he says, they might really target us first to protect their king." Erica nodded in agreement. "Then what if we assist Tsuchimikado no Gukata in completing his awakening, and then seek cooperation?" Yomi suggested. "That's a good idea, but unfortunately, we don't know anything about Tsuchimikado no Gukata, so it's very likely that we won't be able to do it. Moreover, don't forget, our goal is to obtain control of this world. This goal will likely cause conflict with Tsuchimikado no Gukata, and ultimately make him our enemy. It's very troublesome just thinking about it." Erica shook her head and denied. "It seems that Tsuchimikado no Gukata's plan won't work," Lana and Lin Qin said in distress. "However, it's not like we didn't gain anything." At this moment, Erica suddenly smiled. "What?" Suzu Ito and the others looked at Erica in confusion. "In the beginning, we were planning to annihilate Yin-Yang Hall, but we neglected one thing," Erica said confidently, and then after keeping everyone in suspense, she continued, "The government." "You mean?" Liliana said with a frown. "Start with the government?" Suzu Ito continued. "Yes, since Yin-Yang Hall is an official organization, then its existence must be inextricably linked to the current government. This can be concluded from the fact that Tsuchimikado no Gukata accepted the military's invitation to develop the Emperor-style Inyang technique. Erika turned to look at Kono Koichi, who had fainted from hypnosis, and said, "So, we can do the exact opposite. By controlling the current government members, we can achieve our goal of weakening or replacing Inyang Hall and speed up the process. Personally, I don't think it's possible to replace Inyang Hall. After all, they're an organization that has been in this country for decades, and they have deep connections with the government. It's not something that we can easily shake," Liliana said in a low voice. "Then we can infiltrate Inyang Hall through the government, and then split them up from within," Erika answered without thinking. "If necessary, we can even cooperate with the Twin Horns Association. We seem to have forgotten that Magi Zenjiro, one of the 12 divine generals, has seen our faces. Is it all right?" Tsuchimikado Kagura reminded. "This is troublesome. If I had known, I would have taken down that person." Erika frowned. "Then let's create a few more spiritual disasters to lure that person out. Isn't he an independent demon-plucking officer?" Yomi said without much concern. "That's the only way." Erika nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Tsuchimikado Kagura couldn't help but reveal a hesitant expression. "Then let's do that. Let's leave this place first and go back to study how to create spiritual disasters. To be honest, I've never done anything like this before." Suzu Ito shook her head with a bitter smile. "Don't we have a ready-made guide?" Erika looked at the unconscious Kono Koichi with a smile. She then walked in front of Kono Koichi again, and used magic to wake him up. She then used hypnosis to control his consciousness, and asked him about how to create spiritual disasters. The creation of spiritual disasters was the same as demon plucking. They were both derived from the imperial-style Inyang Jutsu developed by Tsuchimikado Yuko. That was why Kono Koichi, a demon-plucking officer, had some understanding of it. That was why he supplemented Suzu Ito and the others with information about spiritual disasters, demon plucking, and demon plucking technique. This allowed Suzu Ito, Tsuchimikado Kagura, and Tsuchimikado Kagura to have a general understanding of this world's Inyang Jutsu. So the source is still the spirit veins, Tsuchimikado Kagura said with a look of realization. That was true. Although spiritual disasters were called evil spirits in the world of spirit eaters, they were formed by the combination of spirit veins and miasma. That was why Tsuchimikado Kagura was the first to understand how to create spiritual disasters. After that, Erika used a magic spell to erase Jiang Haoi's memories of her and the others. She then put Jiang Haoi back. "Let's go," Suzu Ito said in a soft voice. The others nodded and left with Suzu Ito. They started strolling around the streets of this world's Tokyo. Of course, they weren't really strolling around. Instead, they were silently feeling the movement of the spirit veins under their feet as they strolled around. They were also observing the surrounding terrain to find a suitable location to create spiritual disasters. After all, they weren't terrorists. They weren't crazy enough to create a spiritual disaster in a downtown area. There was no need to involve innocent people. Chapter 1432. At night, on a certain street in Tokyo, Suzu Ito, Erika, Liliana, Katsuyama Yomi, Sudamaya Kagura, and Lana and Linchin stood there. Among them, Erika, Sudamaya Kagura, Lana and Linchin stood a little further away from Suzu Ito, Katsuyama Yomi, and Liliana. Liliana, who was related, stood a distance away from Suzu Ito and Katsuyama Yomi, standing between Erika and Suzu Ito. And in the middle of Suzu Ito and Katsuyama Yomi, a pentagram circle pattern composed of dozens of talisman papers was attached to the ground. As for the source of the talisman paper, in this world where Inyang Jutsu prevailed, although shops selling universal talisman paper were not everywhere, as long as you were willing to look carefully, you can still find one or two shops. What's more, after following Sei Ito for so long, Suzu Ito and Katsuyama Yomi have already learned how to make talismans. As long as they buy the basic materials, it won't take much time to make one. I'm going to start. Suzu Ito and Katsuyama Yomi looked at each other and said. Katsuyama Yomi nodded. It's done. Seeing Suzu Ito turn her head, Liliana also responded with a serious face. Ito-rin nodded and withdrew her gaze. She raised her hands and clapped her hands as if she was paying respects to a shrine. Then she shouted in Chinese, "Ha ha ha! Ha!" In an instant, the talisman papers attached to the ground seemed to be sprinkled with countless fluorescent powder, and suddenly lit up with blue and white light, completely activating the pentagram circle formation. For a time, spiritual energy began to rise from the middle of the pentagram circle formation. This spiritual energy was not something else, but the spiritual energy that was diverted here, and it was drawn out by the spiritual energy that Suzu Ito made with the formation. Lily. Suzu Ito, who maintained the formation, shouted. Yes. Liliana responded loudly, and then activated her own curse power, chanting with spiritual thought, "Mother who gives life and takes away life, your Miko is asking, please lend me your great power." Along with Liliana's release of the curse power, a wave of spiritual energy that could be clearly felt surged from the ground, through the salls and rushed to Liliana's body. Spiritual energy? Sudamaya Kagura was confused. Yes, as a witch and a descendant of the goddess of the sky and earth, Lily has the ability to temporarily control the power of the earth, and now, she is using this ability to stimulate the spiritual energy under her feet. Kagura, Kagura's Kagura, Kagura, and Kagura Kagura, Keijai Kagura and Kagura Kagura, Keijai and Kagura and Kagura. The moment Erika finished speaking, Liliana let out a low shout, and the spiritual energy that was surging from the ground into her body was once again guided out by her, speeding up the flow to the spiritual energy channel that Suzu Ito opened. Whoosh, in an instant, a powerful pillar of spiritual energy shot up to the sky from the spiritual energy channel. My turn. Yomi, who had been motionless this entire time, spoke softly. She then formed a hand seal. She shouted, "Release!" In an instant, a red light was emitted from yellow springs of Jianshan's navel. Like a special ray of light that could shatter matter, it destroyed and annihilated the waist and abdomen of yellow springs of Jianshan's white shirt, exposing the red light to the air. The red light was none other than the stone of slaughter that Sei Ito had sealed on Yomi's body, allowing her to use it as one of her powers. An evil and murderous aura that would cause anyone to frown instantly emanated from the stone of slaughter. It surged straight into the pillar of spiritual energy that shot up to the sky from the formation. Whoosh, as soon as the two came into contact, it was as if water and ink had instantly fused into one, causing the originally normal and harmonious pillar of spiritual energy to become as black as ink, and emit waves of evil and evil aura. At this point, the spiritual energy could already be called miasma. Then, the heavy miasma fell back to the ground like oil that had lost its momentum, spreading in all directions. At this time, even without the help of Suzu Ito's formation, the miasma had already spread. The miasma that had already spread out was enough to trigger the energy of the spirit vein. Therefore, in order to avoid being affected by the miasma, Ito-rin, Han Netherworld, and Liliana immediately stopped what they were doing and quickly retreated from the miasma to meet up with Erika and the other two. Then, without them needing to do anything, for monsters of different shapes and sizes immediately appeared on the streets of Tokyo, which had turned into a land of heavy spiritual energy due to the influence of Tsukimike's Yegwang's Mount Tai Prefecture monarch's ritual. They let out unpleasant roars. It seems that the power of the Slaughter Stone is a bit too strong. To think that it would attract 4 phase, 3 spirit hazards just by being a little impulsive, Jianshan Yellow Springs said as he looked at the 4 monsters that had appeared in the sky. Unlike the levels of evil spirits in the spirit-eating world, which used A, B, C, and D to correspond to the levels of evil spirits, the Yin and Yang Hall of this world used Phase 3 to refer to the spiritual energy hazard. Phase 1 was a spiritual energy deviation that could not be naturally recovered. In scientific terms, it was a place where the magnetic field was chaotic. The people here would encounter ghosts hitting the wall, have nightmares, and their houses would become haunted houses. Phase 2 was a spiritual energy deviation that was strengthened, causing physical damage to the surroundings. It could be said that they had seen ghosts, and the ghosts were not weak. At the very least, they could easily break tables and chairs. Phase 3 was the current situation. Phantoms, wild hammers, cow ghosts, miasma, and other moving spiritual energy hazards were commonly referred to as moving spiritual energy hazard. Phase 4 was a huge spiritual energy hazard. It was a state where there was a curse or spirit at the core, and countless spiritual energy hazards in the surrounding area would cause a chain reaction. It was commonly referred to as a 100 Ghosts Night. As for Phase 5, it was a stable spiritual energy hazard that was directly accepted by the world. Using a bit of a metaphor, it was a demon or a Yin god. It possessed great power and was not easy to destroy. Therefore, in ancient times, whenever a Phase 5 spiritual energy appeared, it would be worshipped by people to prevent it from triggering a disaster. Therefore, the Yin and Yang Hall had a special name for these spiritual energy hazards that were called gods by the ancients, desolate spirits. And from the looks of it, it's impossible for it to evolve into Phase 4. Yomi turned around and looked at the surroundings before continuing. Since it's big, then let's suppress it. Suzu Ito said sternly, Lily, use the dragon vein magic and stop the flow of the spiritual energy vein under your feet. Yes. Liliana replied. She then quickly ran to the side and started chanting again. This time, she used her magic to guide the spiritual energy vein underground and prevent the spiritual energy from flowing out and forming new miasma. However, Liliana immediately attracted the attention of the 4 spiritual energy beasts. By Rue. Tsutomu Kagura made a hand seal and shouted in a serious tone. In an instant, a gigantic spirit beast with a head that resembled a wave, a body that resembled a dragon, but had no claws under its abdomen and was covered in white fur flew out from the summoning circle behind Tsutomu Kagura's back. It rushed towards the 4 monsters at high speed. Asterisk boom. Asterisk with a loud thud, 3 spiritual energy beasts were sent flying to the side. As for the 4th spiritual energy beast, it was bitten by Rue's mouth and was screaming in pain. At the same time, Suzu Ito also began her spirit cleansing. Yi Tingling flipped her wrist, and a 3-story bell appeared in Suzu Ito's hand. She gently shook it. Ring, the crisp sound of the bell reverberated in the night sky. At the same time, a spiritual wave visible to the naked eye spread out from the bell, forcing back the black miasma along the way. Ring, Suzu Ito's arms shook rhythmically. Under the combined efforts of Suzu Ito, Jianshan Huangquan, and Liliana, the miasma they summoned earlier was quickly cleaned up, leaving only the 3 monsters that escaped from Rue's mouth. Kagura, recall Rue, Yomi said softly after dispelling the Fire World curse. Okay. Tsutomu Kagura agreed and recalled the spirit beast Rue. Next, we just have to wait for people to come, Suzu Ito said as she gently exhaled and put away the bell. But before that we should disguise ourselves. Otherwise, it won't be good if the people from the Yin-Yang Hall see our appearances. Erika reminded them. Ito Rin and the others nodded. They activated their bracelets and changed their clothes into pure white without any special features. At the same time, they also covered their faces with a white mask. You look really ugly now, Erika complained. That's good. Suzu Ito smiled when she heard this. Then, with a thought, her originally white clothes changed into the white uniform of Las Noches Temple that she had seen before. However, on the basis of Las Noches Temple's uniform, she added a hood that could cover the head to hide the hair color and style. Although it still doesn't suit my taste, it's much better than before. As Erica spoke, she also changed her clothes into the Las Noches Temple uniform that Suzu Ito had created. She then put the hood over her head to hide her golden hair. Everyone else also changed their clothes and covered their heads with hoods when they saw this. They seemed to have taken a liking to us. Lana and Lynchine looked at the three monsters that hadn't run away. Simple. Yomi smiled and pointed at the monsters that were flying towards them. She chanted, "Thunder's carriage, the seams of the spinning wheel, after despair, the cluster of light gathers and divides into 6. Binding path number 61, prison of 6 pillars of light." As soon as she finished speaking, 6 flat yellow beams of light appeared around one of the monsters and pierced into the monster's body, imprisoning it in midair. Seeing this, Suzu Ito and Tsutomu Kagura also cast their own prison of 6 pillars of light, imprisoning the remaining 2 monsters. Then, Suzu Ito and the others stopped and waited for the members of the Inyang Hall's Demon Slayer Division and Demon Slayer officers to arrive. Chapter 1433. P.S. Thank you to SK168230000 and Excalibur for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCX and Halcyon for their tip. After about 5 or 6 minutes, accompanied by a bright flash of lightning, a white-haired man dressed like a non-mainstream, visual-type hooligan with a bright red cross on his forehead appeared in the field. "Ah, there are actually other people here, how strange," the person said with his hands in his pockets, looking at Suzu Ito and the others with a ferocious expression. Their faces were covered, and only their hands were exposed. One of the 12 divine generals, Jing Linglu of the Agreator. Erica, who was wrapped in a white hooded robe, said softly, "Oh, you actually know me." Jing Linglu leaned forward, looking at Suzu Ito and the others like a lizard. "Unfortunately, it's not the person we're waiting for," Erica said softly with some regret. "Then, who are you waiting for?" Jing Linglu said with an evil smile. "This person's ghost aura is very strong," Tu Gong Kagura reminded. "I guess he sealed the ghost in his body. In terms of nature, with the stone of slaughter sealed in his body, he could be considered the same as Jing Linglu." Hey, don't ignore my question." Jing Linglu's body emitted a murderous aura, and said with a dissatisfied expression, "I remember that this person's reputation is very bad. It seems that he's also a villain hated in the Inyang Hall." Erica, who was still ignoring Jing Linglu, said, "Since it's like that, then let's teach him a good lesson." Lana and Lynchine raised their hands into a fist, making their knuckles make a kacha-kacha sound. "Then let's do that," Suzu Ito agreed. "Bastard, are you looking down on me?" Jing Linglu, who was decided by Suzu Ito and the others, said angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, several thin ropes of fire flew out from under his feet and circled around him like spirals. Just as the rumors say, for the sake of one's own interests, even if a spirit hazard is right next to them, they will still act according to their own wishes, Erica declared. "Shut up." Amidst the roar, the slow ropes immediately flew out from Jingling Road. It flew towards Erica. "Pardon." Seeing the slow rope flying over, Huang Quan immediately threw out a talisman he bought in this world and activated it with a shout. In an instant, a large stream of water gushed out from the activated talisman and extinguished the fire rope that was flying towards Erica. The 5 elements engender each other, water and wood. Jing Linglu, who saw the water rushing over, didn't dodge and directly shouted with the spirit language. Immediately after, a large pile of vines extended out from the water wave that Huang Quan activated from the water-traversing talisman. Almost in the blink of an eye, the the power of the water-traversing talisman was sucked clean and turned into wooden tentacles that wrapped around the few people. Samo Safu, Sata Di Piao, Safu, Muchi Payao, Satachue Luoja, Zan I, Maha Luo Safu, Safu, Wei Jinan, Safu, Yen Man. Amidst the fierce chanting of Sanskrit, a powerful flame rose up and burned the branches and vines that wrapped around them to ashes, and continued to rush towards Jing Linglu. Akala Ming King Fire World Curse. When the flame was about to reach him, Jing Linglu's body flashed like when he came, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Suzu Ito and the others. His hands formed the Vajra Chakra seal and activated the technique. Akala Ming King Golden Binding Curse. Immediately, an invisible curse wave with a strong binding force rushed towards Suzu Ito and the others, quickly wrapping them up. Aya. So you guys only have this level of skill, wasting my time for nothing. Looking at Suzu Ito and the others who were bound by the Akala Ming King curse, Jing Linglu's face was full of ridicule as he spoke. Just as his voice fell, with a pa sound, the invisible curse technique that imprisoned Suzu Ito and the others was broken by the invisible spirit wave that spread out from Suzu Ito's body and turned into a pure spirit wave attack that attacked Jing Linglu. Jing Linglu's lips slightly opened, and he spat out a seal of the incantation, dissolving the spirit wave attack in front of him into nothingness. It was also at this time Lana Lin Qin immediately sped up and rushed in front of Jing Linglu, brandishing the stardust weapon that was wrapped in a fourth remembrance fist at an unknown time, and it blasted towards Jing Linglu's abdomen. Jing Linglu stretched out his hand to block, and in the huge spirit wave's impact, he blocked Lana Lin Qin's attack. You guys can't fight one-on-one, so now it's a group fight. Jing Linglu sneered. Back off. Then, Jing Linglu suddenly shouted in a low voice. Back off, although it was only a normal word. But under the might of Jing Linglu, the country's first level on Myoji, it directly turned into a command that was applied to Lana Lin Qin's body, making her body uncontrollably take a step back. Lana Lin Qin was unwilling, and she used her willpower to resist the restriction of the command. Jing Linglu, who didn't give Lana Lin Qin the slightest chance, lifted his foot and kicked, ruthlessly sending Lana Lin Qin flying. Steel Lion. Crimson Devil's Shield, my command responds to my will. Seeing her companion injured, Erika immediately chanted the command, summoning her beloved sword Reinhardt, and stabbed at Jing Linglu with the sword. Jing Linglu's body jumped back a short distance, and when Erika's chasing footsteps stepped on Jing Linglu's previous position, a spirit wave and a bundle of vines instantly appeared, tightly imprisoning Erika's feet. Emo San Mando Fu Ri Luo Wi Han. Jing Linglu took the chance to chant the command. Akala Minor Incantation. In an instant, several slender slow ropes once again appeared around his body, flying according to Jing Linglu's will towards Erika, who was wrapped in the wood talisman's spiritual power. If she was hit by these slow ropes, according to the rules of the 5 elements, although the newly evolved firepower couldn't seriously injure Erika, it was absolutely possible to make her battered and exhausted. Reinhardt. Erika whispered, throwing her beloved sword at the slow ropes. In the process of flying, the sword-shaped Reinhardt immediately changed into a huge European-style shield, standing in the path of the slow ropes, completely blocking the slow rope. Boom, 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 boom. Violent explosions immediately sounded. At this time, the silver-haired goblin Liliana, who had also summoned her beloved sword Silver Master Craftsman, also rushed out from the team. She directly landed on Jing Linglu's side with jumping magic, waving the weapon in her hand to chop at Jing Linglu. However, during this process, a strange sound was emitted from the Grandmaster Silver Craftsman's flight, and under the disturbance of this strange sound, Jing Linglu immediately felt the spiritual power in his body stagnate, making the technique he was about to cast break. At the same time, he felt a slight recoil, The silver master craftsman following closely behind cut a slender wound on his body. Hateful! Jing Linglu somewhat awkwardly retreated 2 steps back, his face full of murderous intent as he cursed in a low voice. Bai Rui! But without waiting for him to launch a new attack. In the midst of a crisp female low shout, the spirit-eating world's top spiritual beast, Bai Rui, who could be considered as the son of 9 tails, suddenly rushed down from the sky, biting at Jing Linglu's body. Feeling the danger, Jing Linglu was very decisive, immediately turning his body into light, escaping from Bai Rui's mouth. Appearing behind Suzu Ito, who hadn't moved from the place until now, he stretched his arm forward, releasing several metal talismans at Suzu Ito. In the golden light, several sharp blades rapidly flew towards Suzu Ito. Dang 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 dang. Suzu Ito turned around, using the long blade that had appeared in her hand at an unknown time to knock away the talisman blades that were flying towards her. Then she stamped her foot, using shrinking ground to rush in front of Jing Linglu, waving her blade at him. Jing Linglu jumped back. A pillar of fire instantly rose from the ground where he was originally standing, shooting towards the closest Suzu Ito. Fourth binding path, gray rope. The moment Jing Linglu had just landed back on the ground, a light shout once again sounded in his ears. Then Jing Linglu felt his body being entangled by an energy light rope formed by a powerful force that he didn't recognize. And at the same time, Suzu Ito's figure rushed out from the flames wrapped in smoke, chopping at Jing Linglu's ankle with her blade. While cutting his ankle, she sent spiritual power into his body, hindering his movement. After all, the movement method Jing Linglu had used before was really a bit strange, making Suzu Ito somewhat unable to understand it. But no matter what, it couldn't be separated from the use of footwork. Therefore, before she could determine the specific method of use, hindering the other party's spiritual meridians in his foot was absolutely the correct method. Bastard! His foot was injured. Jing Linglu, who couldn't move and had to kneel on one knee, angrily glared at Suzu Ito's face, who could only see a pair of eyes, and cursed. Suzu Ito didn't answer, once again waving her long blade, leaving a bleeding blade mark on Jing Linglu's other ankle. At this time, Jianshan Huangquan, who had appeared from a state of invisibility, walked to Jing Linglu's side. She stuck several restraining talismans on Jing Linglu's body. And just in case, she took out the spirit-restricting bracelet that Sei Ito had placed in the black bracelet and put it on Jing Linglu's wrist, completely sealing Jing Linglu's spiritual power. Hiss, that kick just now really hurt. Lana Linqin, who was holding her waist, said as she walked over. Are you okay? Suzu Ito asked. It's okay, just rub it a bit more. Lana Linqin, who was rubbing her waist, said with a smile. How do we deal with this guy? Then, she asked curiously. What do you think? Suzu Ito turned to look at Erika and Liliana, who were walking over, and asked. If we can persuade him to surrender, that would be the best. Unfortunately, looking at this guy's appearance, he doesn't look like someone who can lower his head, so the best method is to kill him. Erika said softly. Although it's not good to disregard human life, for the sake of the king's mission, I agree with this choice. Liliana agreed with a serious tone, not to mention, this guy himself is a villain. Can we use a spell to erase his memory, and then let him live? Tsuchiya Kagura, who had never killed anyone before, suggested with a hesitant expression. This guy has a demon in his body. While he still has the knowledge of yin-yang jutsu, the demon naturally won't do anything. But if we erase his memory and let him return to the state of an ordinary person, the demon will definitely cause trouble. At that time, perhaps even more people will be harmed. Kanzan Yomi turned to look at Tsuchiya Kagura and reminded her. Hearing Kanzan Yomi's words, Tsuchiya Kagura couldn't help but fall silent. Go and tell Bai Rui to eat those 3 evil spirits. There's no point in keeping them alive. Suzu Ito said softly. I know. Tsuchiya Kagura replied in a low mood, then turned around and walked to the side. She made a hand seal to summon by Rue, and ordered him to bite the 3 miasma beasts that were imprisoned by the 6-light prison. At this time, Suzu Ito and the others looked at each other, and took out several talismans and placed them on Jing Linglu, who couldn't resist. She made a hand seal and activated the talismans. In an instant, the surface of the talismans flashed slightly, and a flame immediately appeared on Jing Linglu's body, turning into a big fire, and wrapped Jing Linglu's body in flames. Then, without waiting for Jing Linglu to feel the pain, he suddenly turned into a pile of black ashes, and with the night wind formed by the flames, he swirled and disappeared. Ito specially made it 3 true fire talisman. Of course, with Jing Linglu, the spirit restriction bracelet on his wrist also disappeared. At this point, one of the so-called 12 divine generals of Yin Yang Hall, the Agreator, was declared dead. Ta. Afterwards, Tsuchiya Kagura, who had killed the miasma beasts, returned to Suzu Ito and the others. Her whole body exuded a clear and low pressure. Obviously, she still couldn't accept this in her heart. But at this time, Suzu Ito felt the bracelet on her wrist tremble slightly, and a blue crystal exuding a magnificent light emerged from the space of the bracelet, floating in front of Suzu Ito. Then she saw the whole body of the crystal light up, and a power that only Suzu Ito and Kanzen Yomi could faintly feel fell from the sky, and was swallowed by the crystal. "This is?" Erika asked with some doubt. "I don't know, but it should be something that Ah-Ching needs, otherwise he wouldn't put this thing in our bracelet." Suzu Ito slightly shook her head and said. Suzu Ito was right, this power was not something else, but it was the power of the world that Sei Ito could get every time he messed up the world's original evolution traces. As for the crystal, it was a special crystal that Sei Ito used the Leia stone crystal in his hand, and through his own understanding of the space rule, he transformed it into a special crystal. Not only was it extremely hard, even if it was in the center of a nuclear explosion, it would not be damaged in the slightest, and it also contained a special array that was provided by the Rubik's Cube and weaved with a small amount of the world's power. It could absorb the world's power on its own, and it was specially made for those reincarnators who went to other worlds to carry out missions. If Suzu Ito and the others didn't have to go out as reincarnators to carry out missions, this kind of crystal would not appear in their hands. Chapter 1434. At this time, the humming sound of a car engine could be faintly heard from afar. "Let's go." Suzu Ito turned her head to look at the direction of the sound and said. Erika and the others nodded, then Yomi shook her arm and threw out a long white cloth ribbon. Controlled by spiritual energy, it quickly circled around everyone, and after 4 or 5 seconds, it suddenly shrunk and disappeared in a burst of intense white light. Nameless Positional Transfer Type Ghost Path, White Snake. Less than half a minute after Ito Rin and the others left, 3 armored vehicles equipped with artificial tactical batteries arrived at the scene and screeched to a halt. From the vehicles, repair teams dressed in blue armor similar to the military uniform of the world of steel alchemists ran out. While searching for Xiao Luo of Jingling Road, one of the 12 divine generals, they began to collect the nearby spiritual dregs for later investigation. Obviously, for some reason, the people of the Yinyang Hall were already aware of Jing Linglu's death. On the other side, Suzu Ito and the others' figures appeared from the slowly dispersing long cloth ribbon. Subsequently, Suzu Ito and the others changed their clothes back to their normal style, walked out of the cloth ribbon circle, and sat down on the sofa and chairs. As for the place where they were staying, it was still the house where Erika used hypnosis to obtain temporary residence. The bait plan failed. What do we do next? Continue to create that spirit hazard to lure that sword-wielding Yin-Yang master we saw last time? Rana Linshin, who still didn't understand Yin-Yang master, spirit hazard and so on asked. If we didn't kill that guy called Jinglinglu before, then the bait plan could still continue. But now that the Inyang Hall is on guard, it's basically impossible. Erica rejected. Then what do we do? Rana Linshin asked again. According to the plan we made before, we go through the official path and enter the Inyang Hall. Erica said resolutely. We don't have to worry about that guy who saw us? Rana Linshin asked doubtfully. Don't worry about it for now, but if there's a chance we won't let go of the chance to take him down, Erica said with a reserved smile like a noble lady. Wait, let's change the plan, Suzu Ito suddenly interjected. Erica, Liliana, Jianshan Huangquan, and Lana Linshin. Tsutomu Kagura, who was still in low spirits, also looked toward Seiji. Yellow Springs, what do you think of the curses that the opponent used in today's battle? Suzu Ito, who did not immediately answer, turned to ask Yellow Springs. There are many transformations, and there's no way to defend against them. Based on the feeling, the way he uses his techniques is similar to a ninja. Kusanagi Yomi thought about it and replied. Exactly. Suzu Ito nodded in agreement. That's why I plan to learn more about this world's yin-yang technique. Admonishing Mountain Yellow Springs nodded thoughtfully. Splitting up? Erica instantly understood what Suzu Ito meant. At the same time, Liliana, who was just as intelligent, also understood Suzu Ito's idea. Of course, although Tsutomu Kagura didn't immediately understand, she still paused for a moment before understanding. What are you guys talking about? Lana Linshin, who still didn't understand, first looked at Erica, then looked at Suzu Ito. It's just that Yuli, you seem to be older than the age limit for entering the Yin-Yang school, Liliana reminded her. I know, that's why I don't plan on entering the school to study. Suzu Ito smiled. Immediately after, Suzu Ito, Liliana, and Erica's gazes fell upon Jianshan Huangquan and Tsutomu Kagura, who was sitting next to her. Obviously, the two of them were the candidates for entering the school. After all, among the six of them, Lana Linshin didn't understand yin-yang technique at all, so she could be directly excluded. Although Erica and Liliana could comprehend it through magic, they already had their own cultivation system. However, they already had their own cultivation systems, so they could also be eliminated from the list of candidates. Although Ito Rin knew yin-yang jutsu, she was too old to be a private student, so she was also eliminated. In the end, the two youngest girls, Yomi and Tsutomu Kagura, were the most suitable candidates. After that, the few of them discussed the plan briefly and modified some of the details. Then they dispersed and began to prepare for tomorrow's operation. In another world, in a room that could be considered a health room at Nanyang Academy. You're Lu Sun Boyan and Lu Su Zijing? Shin Luoyan looked with interest at the two girls who were faintly surrounded by Shinya Yi, Koga Kanyao, Nanjo Nori Sara, and Senkaku Chikage. Among the two girls, one of them was less than 1.5 meters tall. She wore a pair of tight-fitting sports shorts and a red long-sleeved shirt. Her jacket was a white unlined top that looked like something that only the owners of izakaya or fishermen would wear. She had short black hair that reached her neck, but the bangs in front of her forehead were tied up high with a leather cover. She wore a pair of glasses on her face, making her look very cute. This girl was Lu Sun Boyan. As for the other person, Lu Su Zijing, she was a beautiful girl who was about 1.65 meters tall. She wore the Nanyang school uniform and had long black hair that reached her shoulders. She exuded a heroic spirit from head to toe. As for why they appeared here, it had to be explained after Shinya and the others entered Nanyang. After that day, Shinya and the others first waited for the other three of the four heavenly kings, Zhua Xi Yuanfang, Lu Meng Ziming, and Gan Ning Xingba, to appear. At the same time, they let Yi, Koga Kanyao, Yuan, and Senkaku Chikage, who had not shown their strength in the previous challenge, walk around the school. They showed their strength in the name of exchanging pointers and completely announced their existence. Then, Shinya called Shen Luoyen to the school and let her issue orders on behalf of him and the others to find the conditions she wanted. After Shen Luoyen arrived, the first order she issued was to obtain the list of registered fighters in the school. Therefore, under the deterrence of Shinya and the others, the Nanyang students who had basically surrendered were only lacking the final certification. The speed at which they carried out the task was also quite fast. It didn't take long for them to submit the list that Shen Luoyen needed. As a result, Shen Luoyen discovered the two outstanding strategists hidden in the school and asked Shinya and the others to bring them over. Of course, in addition to them, Shen Luoyen also found another person, Zhuge Jinzi. However, because that person was not in the school, she was not found by Shinya and the others, so she did not appear here. Yes, yes. Lu Sun and Boyan quickly replied. Yes. Lu Suzijing. My name is Shen Luoyen, and I am Shinya and the others' strategist. The reason I asked them to bring you here this time is very simple. I want the two of you to submit to us and become Shinya's subordinates. Are you willing? Shen Luoyen said straightforwardly with a smile. Lu Sun and Lu Su did not speak. They lowered their heads and did not speak. Obviously, they did not intend to accept. You don't intend to agree? After a moment, Shen Luoyen's eyes turned cold, and she said softly. We are the warriors who inherited the heroic spirits of the three kingdoms 1,800 years ago. We are people who have been teased by fate. In this life, we will complete our mission under the teasing of fate, so please forgive us for not being able to comply. Lu Suzijing said in a sonorous tone. Fate? Shen Luoyen sneered and continued, ridiculous. If you really want to follow fate, the master you Lu Suzijing will not be the current Sun Tzu, but the future Sun Quan. Moreover, don't forget, the ones who now control the power of Nanyang are us, not the original Yuan Shu. Is this also the arrangement of your so-called fate? Lu Suzijing could not help but be silent. Because in the past historical records, there was no precedent of an outsider who was not a warrior of the three kingdoms obtaining the control of Nanyang. This was obviously inconsistent with the fate script she knew. Of course, you can also choose to adhere to your fate and continue to move forward, but I don't mind breaking it before it happens. I will let people kill the overlord of fate, Sun Tzu. I want to see how you can enter the so-called fate at that time. Shen Luoyen continued to sneer. Lu Suzijing and Lu Sun Boyan were still silent. At this time, Shen Luoyen changed the topic. Her tone was soft and full of temptation as she said again, Don't you want to break the sad fate that has lasted for 1,800 years? Hearing this, Lu Suzijing and Lu Sun Boyan's heart slightly jumped. Their hearts produced a touch of fanciful thoughts. As long as you are willing to submit to us and help us complete the unification of the world, I believe that with our strength, we can break the sad fate imposed on you by the spirits of the three kingdoms and let you live in a new way. Yuan, from now on, Tianho will monitor Sun Tzu Bo. If necessary, you can kill him on the spot. Then, Shen Luoyen did not pay attention to Lu Su and Lu Sun's thoughts. She turned her head and ordered Yuan. Lu Suzijing and Lu Sun Boyan's heart shook. They subconsciously looked up at Shen Luoyen. Shen Luoyen's face was full of smiles. Her eyes were full of deep meaning. Yes. Yuan accepted the order. Then she turned around and went out of the medical room to carry out her order. Then, Shen Luoyen stood up and stood in front of Lu Sun Boyan and Lu Suzijing. She stretched out her hands and patted their shoulders. She said with a smile, I will give you 1 day to think about it. After 1 day, I hope to hear the answer I want. We understand. Lu Sun Boyan and Lu Suzijing looked at each other and said in unison with a helpless expression. Then the two straightened up and bowed to Shen Luoyen and Zhen Yi. Then they turned around and walked out of the medical room. Behind the two, Shen Luoyan smiled as she watched them leave. After they had completely left the medical room, she turned around and took out an iPad. She put it on the table and opened it. She lowered her head to look at the contents of the iPad screen. On the screen, it showed the figures of Lu Sunboyan and Lu Suzijing, who had just left the medical room. Chapter 1435. It turned out that when Shen Luoyan was patting their shoulders affectionately, Shen Luoyan had quietly left the nanomachines that she had smeared on her palms on the two of them. That was why she had the opportunity to use the iPad to monitor the two of them from all angles. After all, no matter what, these two were outstanding strategists and talents who had inherited the reputation of Lu Sun and Lu Su from the Three Kingdoms period. Although there was a big gap between them and the real Lu Sun and Lu Su, no one could say for sure when it came to intelligence. Perhaps a flash of inspiration on some matters could cause Shen Luoyan and Zhen Yi to fall into a trap. Therefore, Shen Luoyan felt that it was not too much to guard against them. Sister Zijing, what should we do? On the screen, Lu Sunboyan looked at Lu Suzijing beside him and asked. Let's contact Sui Yuanfang and try to make him stay by His Highness Sun Tzu's side, in case that girl called Yuan Yuan really wants to attack His Highness Sun Tzu. Lu Suzijing thought for a moment and said, As for us, we will pretend to be loyal to them. At the same time, we will see if they have the ability to change the sad fate of the past 1800 years. Don't you want to ask Master Zhang Zhao or Mr. Zhang Hong's opinion? Lu Sunboyan asked hesitantly. Master Zhang Zhao is far away in the mountains. He can't rush back without 2 days. As for Mr. Zhang Hong, he probably won't do anything, so it is useless to ask him. Lu Su replied. But you can contact EU and ask her to bring the news to Master Zhang Zhao. This is also to prevent her from falling into their hands. Lu Su paused and said again. Okay. Lu Sunboyan agreed. Next, the two people walked out of the school in silence. Sister Zijing, if they really have the ability to change our fate as fighters, what should we do? At this time, Lu Sunboyan suddenly asked with some confusion. Then follow them. For that possibility, we will give it our all. Lu Suzijing replied without hesitation. Pa Shen Luoyan temporarily turned off the iPad that was used to receive signals. This Lu Suzijing is a talent. Shen Luoyan softly praised. What should we do next? Yi, who didn't care whether Lu Suzijing was a talent or not, asked. Get the weapon of the world. Shen Luoyan narrowed her eyes and said, Bai Pai sword. Bai Pai Dao? What's that? Nanzhou Nora asked with some doubt. In the information given to us by His Majesty, it is written that there is a legend in this world. As long as you obtain the 3 divine weapons, Kusanagi, Yata no Kagami, and Magatama, you can easily destroy a country, Shen Luoyan explained. 3 divine artifacts? Isn't that something from legends? Saro Nanzhu was stunned. Yes. However, in this world, the 3 divine artifacts had different meanings. Among them, the Magatama referred to the Magatama that contained the spirits of the 3 kingdoms, the mirror referred to the imperial jade seal, and the grass razor sword. It's the Bai Pai sword that I mentioned just now. Shen Luoyan nodded. She didn't care that her narration was interrupted. He continued to explain. It's just the same as Goyu. The Bai Bai sword was also different from the one recorded in the historical record. There were 5 of them, and each of them contained a strange power. It's an ominous blade on the surface. Speaking until here, Shen Luoyan couldn't help but turn her gaze to Shinya. If there was anyone in the team who was least afraid of the strange power that might exist, it would be Shinya of the Tenzhou Dragon sect, who could absorb all kinds of strange power. Where are the Bai Pai swords? Shinya asked. Obviously, she also understood from Shen Luoyan's actions that she wanted her to go get the swords. Xuchang and Pengcheng Temple, These are the only two places that can be found in the information given by His Majesty. Shin Luoyan replied, I don't need to say more about Xuchong. Shinya, you also know that it's basically a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. I don't recommend you to go get it now. However, although there aren't many fighters in Pengcheng Temple, there is still a troublesome person guarding it. So whether you want to go get the swords now or not, it's up to you to decide. Only one person? Shinya turned her head and looked through the window of the health room at Nanyang's sports field. Yes, only one person. Shin Luoyan nodded and confirmed. I see. Give me the address there. Shinya said lightly. Don't you want to ask who is guarding there? Shin Luoyan lowered her head and handed Shinya a map marked with a red oil pin. It doesn't matter if I ask or not. I don't know anyway. Shinya put away the map and turned to walk outside the health room. Shin Luoyan smiled slightly and didn't say anything. She watched Shinya disappear in the corridor outside the health room and listened to the light footsteps gradually fading away. Who is guarding there? Although Nanju Kirishima didn't know much about the people of the Three Kingdoms, he still asked curiously. At the same time, Yayi and Naga Kenyoshi also looked at Shin Luoyan. As for Chiba Hashima, on the surface, she was still immersed in the manga in her hand, but her ears were also standing up. Zhang Zhao with the talent of a king. Shin Luoyan said softly. Zhang Zhao? Yayi, Naga Kenyoshi, Nanju Kirishima, and Chiba Hashima all had the same question in their hearts. They were thinking about who Zhang Zhao was. Right, you said before that the Magatama of the three artifacts refers to the fighter's Magatama. If that's the case, how do we get the third artifact? After a moment of silence, Naga Kenyoshi asked. We don't need to get it. Shin Luoyan smiled. Nanju Kirishima and Ye's faces showed a puzzled expression. Shin Luoyan smiled lightly and didn't explain, letting Nanju Kirishima pout in dissatisfaction. On the other side, Shinya, who came to the school gate with the map in his hand, stopped a taxi and moved to the location of Pengcheng Temple. The so-called Pengcheng Temple was actually a small temple hidden deep in the mountains. In terms of size, it was only the size of a thatched cottage. It was only because Zhang Zhao lived here that it was called this name. Because in history Zhang Zhao was from Pengcheng. After reversing and changing cars, Shinya finally arrived at the mountain forest where Pengcheng Temple was at 10 o'clock in the evening. Shinya, who was standing at the foot of the mountain, raised her head and looked at the dark, silent forest that gave people a sense of terror. Then, she rushed into the depths of the mountain forest. The reason why it was called rushing was because Shinya didn't use the normal method to advance in the mountain forest. Instead, she used techniques such as ground shrinking, flying scythe kick, and light body soaring technique to move forward in a ghostly manner. It couldn't be helped. After all, no matter how skilled and bold Shinya was and how she mastered techniques to subdue demons and exorcise devils, she was still a human and a woman. Walking slowly in this pitch-black forest in the middle of nowhere was something she was unwilling to do. Because of this, Zhenyi quickly passed through the forest and landed lightly outside a small house made of bricks and stones. The outside of the house was painted with white lime, and the surroundings were made of wood. At the same time, a cute little girl appeared in front of Zhenyi. She was about 1.3 meters tall, and she wore a pair of red pants and a white robe. She looked like a witch, and her long black hair was tied up in a simple manner. She looked like a little girl from the same generation as little Kyankij, and she had a cute appearance. Seeing this little girl, Shinya couldn't help but frown. This was because at this moment, she could sense that the little girl's aura was very smooth. It was as if she was constantly communicating with the surrounding vital energy of heaven and earth. Her qigong had reached the realm of being one with the world. At the same time, the little girl's expression changed slightly. "Who are you?" Shinya asked in a deep voice. "Before asking others as a courtesy, you should introduce yourself first," the little girl replied indifferently. Shinya didn't answer and instead asked, "Is there anyone else here other than you? Are you looking for someone?" The little girl asked back. When Shinya saw this, she frowned again. Then, she pretended to be caught off guard and turned around, walking toward the backyard of the house. "It's not polite to barge into someone else's house without permission," the little girl's voice rang in Shinya's ears. "I haven't entered the house yet," Shinya replied without turning her head. For some reason, the little girl didn't attack Shinya. Instead, she just watched as she walked through the courtyard until she disappeared into another mountain path. Then, the little girl strode forward and followed after Shinya. Just like this, as the two silently walked, a small wasteland with a diameter of about 10 meters appeared in front of Shinya's eyes. In the center of the wasteland, there was an irregular rock that was about 1 meter wide and 2 meters tall. It was shaped like a cup, and it was tied up by a rope with coins hanging from it. On the rock, there were 4 or 5 swords of different shapes, but there wasn't a single trace of rust on them. As the owner of this place, you should know which one is the bye-bye sword, right? Shinya asked without turning his head. Why? Are you also looking for the bye-bye sword? The little girl asked as she gradually walked out from the shadows of the mountain path. Yes, Shinya admitted without hesitation. The bye-bye sword isn't an auspicious item. I advise you to give up on the idea that you shouldn't have, the little girl said as she slowly walked to about half a meter behind Shinya. Thank you for your advice, but I've already made up my mind, Shinya replied in a clear voice. If that's the case. The little girl sighed and pointed to the sword-shaped weapon on the left side of Mayo, who was facing her, and said, That's it. Thank you, Shinya said gratefully. Then, she stepped forward and jumped up. In midair, she grabbed the handle of the bye-bye sword that was stuck on the rock and pulled it out with her arm. But then, an even greater force was transmitted from the blade, preventing Shinya from pulling it out. Chapter 1436. P.S. Thanks to Halcyon for the tip. The little girl who had discovered Zhen Ye's situation said indifferently, The 100-pi blade isn't something that can be obtained with great strength. Zhen Yi, who had landed on the ground, glanced at the little girl and immediately lowered his body into a horse stance. Then, he threw a punch at the rock with the 100-pi blade. Boom! An intense Yuan Qi light beam blasted straight into the rock. However, just like before, the rock's surface didn't show any abnormalities. It's useless. That rock is a magic formation stone made by ancient warlocks at the cost of their own lifespan. It can't be destroyed by force. The little girl explained again. Zhen Yi slightly narrowed his eyes, and a bright white light began to flicker in his eyes. In an instant, a cloud of spiritual energy that could only be seen with special vision appeared in Zhen Ye's field of vision. It mixed with the natural energy of the surrounding forest and flowed like water through the rock. Zhen Ye's chest flickered, and he reached out to touch the cloud of spiritual energy that could only be seen with special vision. Seeing Zhen Ye's action, the little girl's heart suddenly throbbed, and her brows furrowed. She stared at Zhen Ye's hand that was placed about 3 centimeters away from the rock without blinking. After 4 or 5 seconds, Zhen Yi, who was originally in a motionless position, suddenly pushed his hand forward and slapped the rock's surface with his palm. After maintaining this posture for about 3 seconds, a series of kacha, cracking sounds rang out in the night sky. At the same time, a large area of cracks appeared on the surface of the rock where Zhen Ye's palm was pressing. How is this possible? The little girl looked at the cracked rock and exclaimed in shock. Zhen Yi ignored the little girl's exclamation and pushed with his hand, completely pushing the loose rock down. Walla lala! The broken rock fell to the ground and rolled in all directions. At this time, Zhen Yi waved his arm, and the 100-pi blade that was originally inserted into the rock fell into his hand. This is the 100-pi blade. It doesn't seem like anything. Although Zhen Yi could faintly feel the evil aura coming from the Bai sword, he didn't think that it would be able to harm ordinary people. What was worth mentioning was that although the Bai saber was called a saber, no matter how you looked at it, it was very different. Or was it the feeling he gave off? However, in a country like Japan where swords and sabers were not distinguished, it was understandable that it was called a saber. After all, this was a place where even the martial arts of Japanese saber could be called kendo, and it was widely accepted without doubt. "Who are you?" the little girl asked Shinya with a serious expression. "Zhao Zhinya. He is the current ruler of Nanyang." Zhen Yi, who did not care if his identity was concealed, casually replied, "Are you Zhao Zhinya? What a strange existence. Perhaps you can really do it." The little girl sighed softly with a mature taste. "But in the end, I still want to give you a piece of advice. The Bai saber is not a good thing. It's best if you don't use it recklessly," the little girl said in a low voice. "Thank you for the reminder, I'll be careful," Zhen Yi said softly as he casually waved his hand and sent out a stream of saber energy to cut the ground, leaving behind a 1-meter-long crack. "I've obtained the saber, so I'll take my leave. Please forgive my rudeness before," Zhen Yi said to the little girl as he threw the Bai saber into his space bracelet. Seeing the Bai saber disappear, the little girl's pupils instinctively shrank. She then nodded and accepted Zhen Yi's words. Seeing this, Zhen Yi did not say anything. He immediately used his flying scythe kick and disappeared from where he was, once again entering the dark forest. Behind her, where the scattered ceiling stones were placed, the little girl, who sensed Zhen Yi's aura, turned her head and looked in that direction with a thoughtful expression. Although walking at night was dangerous for women, it also depended on who the woman was. If it was an ordinary woman, it would naturally be as dangerous as it could be. However, it was a piece of cake for Zhen Yi. On the other hand, the consequences of those hooligans who might find her were worrying. Therefore, after spending some time, Zhen Yi successfully returned to the large house that Shen Luoyan had bought at around 1 o'clock in the night. As soon as Zhen Yi entered the house, 3 auras immediately enveloped him. Zhen Yi slightly released his aura to reveal his identity, then walked straight to the bathroom in the large house. After spending some time washing away the dust on his body, Zhen Yi returned to his room in a bathrobe. Hearing the sound of the door being pulled open, Yi, who had already crawled into bed, turned his head and called out to Zhen Yi, "Sister. It's very late. Hurry up and sleep." Zhen Yi walked over to Yi's bedding, stretched out his hand, and lowered his body to lie down. "Good night, sister," Yi said softly as he lay down and closed his eyes. "Good night," Zhen Yi replied. Not long after, the two fell asleep one after the other. They slept until dawn. The next day, in the morning, during breakfast time, did it go smoothly? Shen Luoyan asked Zhen Yi, who had changed into the Nanyang school uniform. As for whether or not the 100 blade was taken back, she didn't care at all. In her mind, it was impossible for Zhen Yi, who was even stronger than the first-rate experts in Jianghu, to not be able to get the 100 blade. Even if he knew that there was a 90-year-old Qigong expert, Zhang Zhao, guarding the place, it would be the same. After all, the Tenzhou Dragon Gate, which could neutralize all external forces, was too powerful. Qigong alone couldn't cause any harm to Zhen Yi, who had already developed the Tenzhou Dragon Gate to a certain extent, so there was no reason for it to be an obstacle. It went very smoothly. "The guardian there was very reasonable and didn't stop me," said Zhen Yi, who took out the 100 blade and showed it to everyone. "Is this the 100 blade? Yi looked curiously at the 100 blade in Zhen Yi's hand. Just as her voice fell, Yi's eyes suddenly turned into a golden beast's pupils. His eyes looked at the blade in a daze, and he didn't speak for a long time. Seeing Yi's change, Zhen Yi couldn't help but frown. In her knowledge, Yi, who had cultivated the secret sex chakra technique and had developed the dragon eyes, could freely control the opening and closing of the dragon eyes. This kind of change shouldn't happen again. What's wrong with her? Nanjo Nora asked with a puzzled face. Jugakin shook his head, indicating that Nanjo Nora shouldn't speak. Just like that, under everyone's gaze, about 3 minutes passed. Ye's eyes returned to their original state. He blinked a few times in a daze. I'm sorry, I didn't expect this kind of situation to happen. Yi, who recovered, quickly apologized to Shin Luoyen and the others. What did you see just now? Zhenyi frowned and asked. A lot. There was one wearing an ancient Han costume, slightly short. His face was dark, but his whole body was full of domineering male old man. 3 middle-aged and young men also wearing a black ancient Han costume inlaid with gold. They each took 3 weapons from the domineering old man that were similar to the 100-blade. Then, it was mostly about the old man. Until one time, when he was fleeing after losing a battle, a saber, which should be the Bai saber, fell into the water. Also, it's about the whereabouts of these 5 sabers in the subsequent evolution of time until Big Sister returns with the sabers. Yi tilted his head and thought for a moment before explaining. It seems that this 100 blades stimulated your dragon eyes and let you trace its past. Zhen Yi looked at the 100 blade in her hand and said, if it was the past, then the domineering old man should be Cao Cao of the 3 kingdoms. At least some of his characteristics are consistent with the image of Cao Cao recorded in the wild calendar. As for the other 3 middle-aged and young men, they should be Cao Cao's 3 sons, Cao Pai, Cao Ji, and Cao Lin. Because in history, 3 of the 500 blade fell into their hands, and Cao Cao himself kept the last 2. Hearing Zhen Ye's words, Shin Luoyen thoughtfully inferred. By the way, Yi, since you saw Zhen Yi take the blade, then you should have seen the whereabouts of the other 4 blades, right? Then, Shin Luoyen looked up at Yi and asked. Yes. Yi nodded and admitted. Then, without being asked, he took the initiative to tell the scene he saw through the dragon eyes. Of the other 400 blade, I only saw 3. One was originally enshrined in the Hot Field Shrine, but then it was stolen by a boy wearing our Nanyang school uniform with one hand bandaged. Then, when he went to Luoyang Academy to assassinate a student named Dong Zhua, he was defeated by another person named Lu Bu, and finally fell into the hands of that student named Dong Zhua. As for the other 2 swords, they were the same as the Bai sword that sister obtained. They were sealed in the Pengcheng temple, but they were taken by a boy who liked to walk barefoot and a girl from another school who carried a large sword in her hand. I remember that the boys' school was called Xuchang, and the girls' school was called Chengdu. Luoyang, Xuchang, Chengdu. Shin Luoyen thoughtfully nodded and asked again, what kind of blade did the girl hold? Well, it was a very strange blade. The handle was this long, and the front end was painted with green paint. The dragon's mouth was holding a blade like this. Yi described the image of a woman holding a sword in her hand in his mind. It's the green dragon crescent blade. That person must be Guan Yu, who has the title of warrior saint. Shin Luoyen sighed softly. Hearing the title of warrior saint, Miun Tan, who didn't participate in the discussion, had a flash of light in her eyes. Obviously, she was interested in Guan Yu, who had the title of warrior saint. Then, what do you think about the last 100 blade? Shin Luoyen asked again. I think that blade should still be in the water, but I need to use the dragon eyes again to find out where it is. Yi replied after thinking for a while. Shin Luoyen nodded and didn't ask anything. In this way, everyone quietly finished their breakfast, and then, except for Miun Tan, who was still free to move, everyone moved together to Nanyang Academy. Where do you think you're going? Just as they were about to arrive at Nanyang Academy, a faint sound of fighting came from afar. Zhen Yi, and Shin Luoyen looked at each other curiously and then moved in the direction of the sound of fighting. After a few turns, they appeared in the small open space where the fight was taking place. At this time, in the small open space, several male fighters wearing Nanyang Academy's uniform were knocked down to the ground by another male fighter wearing another school uniform. The Magatama, which represented the fighter's identity, was snatched from their earlobes. 5 more to go. I still need 2 more. Hee, let's ambush them a few more times. The victorious male fighters spoke of the school road. Help, help. A Nanyang fighter who hadn't fainted happened to see Zhen Yi and the others who had just appeared. He stretched out his hand and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." Seeing the man's behavior, the expressions of the fighters who were chatting casually immediately changed. They looked in the direction of Zhen Yi and the others and shouted. As their words fell, Zhen Yi and the others swaggered out. "So it's a few little girls. Not bad, not bad, a few of them are to my taste. What big breasts." Seeing that Zhen Yi and the others were women, the fighters from other schools immediately relaxed and began to curse. "Little Thousand Shadow, you go. Master Chantan told us to let you participate more." Shin Luoyan looked at the expressionless Chantan Thousand Shadow and said, "Got it," Chantan Thousand Shadow replied. She slowly walked out of the group and jumped into the arena. "Ha ha ha ha, this is hilarious. They actually sent a little girl to fight with us. They really don't know what's good for them. Since they want to die, we'll fulfill their wish. Then we'll play with their bodies," the fighters from other schools said arrogantly. "Little Thousand Shadow, remember not to hold back," Shin Luoyan reminded with a smile. "Got it," Chantan Thousand Shadow, who was walking toward her fighters, replied without looking back. Then she looked at her fighters and said softly, "Make your move or you won't have another chance." "Ha ha ha ha, what a joke. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Hearing this, one of the fighters from other schools laughed maniacally. Then, with a ferocious expression, he threw a punch at Chantan Thousand Shadow. 1,000 tenon shadows flashed and instantly appeared beside the fighter. Grabbing the opponent's arm with one hand, 1,000 tenon shadows pulled and pushed with the opponent's arm. Following the opponent's momentum, 1,000 tenon shadows executed a tenon ryu jutsu. Then, while the fighter was completely unaware of what was happening, he was caught in a reverse grip. Finally, his face was heavily smashed into the ground. His nose was broken, his front teeth flew out, and his entire face was covered in bruises. "How is this possible?" the other fighters cried out in shock. "All of you, come at me together," Chantan Thousand Shadow said expressionlessly to the others. Chapter 1437. Needless to say, a group of D-level fighters didn't even have the chance to touch Thousand Shadow's clothes before they were all beaten to the ground, letting out miserable cries of pain. "Little Thousand Shadow, take their Magatama," Shin Luoyan said to Thousand Shadow as she walked into the battlefield with Shinya and the others. Chantian Thousand Shadows didn't reply. She directly pulled the Magatama from the ears of the fighters she had defeated. Then, she found the Magatama from Nanyang Academy that they had collected and brought it back to Shinloyan's side. "Thank you, Shinya-sama." Under the treatment of Shinya's would attribute Qigong, the Nanyang student who had recovered a little thanked Shinya with gratitude and respect. "What's going on?" Shinluoyan asked. "It's the Great Fighter Tournament. The Great Fighter Tournament has begun. These people are students of Xuchang Academy. They ambushed us in order to qualify for the tournament and to attack Nanyang. It's basically like this every time the tournament starts." The Nanyang student replied with a wry smile. "So that's how it is." Shinluoyan suddenly understood. Then she reached out and took the Magatama of the Nanyang student that Thousand Shadow handed over and gave it to the Nanyang student, saying, "Be more careful in the future. It's not every time you'll be so lucky to meet us." Thank you, Sama. I'll be more careful in the future." The Nanyang student who took back his and his companion's magatama said gratefully. It had to be said that Shen Luoyan's method of winning people's hearts was smooth. What was a magatama? It was the symbol of the fighters in this world, and also the source of their power. With or without the magatama, the fighter with the magatama would have an overwhelming advantage in terms of strength. At this time, even if the enemy was a fighter with a higher level but without the magatama, the fighter with the magatama would still be able to counterattack and win. However, these magatama were completely useless to Shinya, Yi, Shen Luoyan, and Zhuge Hall, who relied on their own cultivation and weren't restricted by the magatama at all. Besides being an ugly accessory, they had no value. It was better to directly return it to the victim in exchange for their gratitude and recognition. It made them more willing to accept the rule of Shinya and the others. Moreover, through word of mouth, they had imperceptibly deepened their influence on Nanyang Academy. As for the magatama qualification ticket required to participate in the Great Fighter Tournament, Shen Luoyan already had a new plan at this time. After that, Shen Luoyan, Zhen Yi, and the others left the scene while the fighter thanked them. They continued on their way to Nanyang Academy. Perhaps it was because they were too close to Nanyang. This time, they didn't encounter any more Nanyang students who were attacked on their way back. This allowed them to enter the school smoothly. After that, Shen Luoyan parted ways with Zhen Yi and the others. She familiarly went to Nanyang Academy's medical center, which had become her stronghold. He found the iPad that was hidden in a hidden corner and watched the surveillance footage of Lu Sunboyan and Lu Suzijing. In this way, the morning passed in the blink of an eye. Zhen Yi, Koga Kenyoshi, Nanjo Nori Sara, and Chantan Thousand Shadows once again gathered in the medical center. As for Yuan, she still carried out the task given to her by Shen Luoyan before. She was secretly monitoring Sun Su Bofu and assassinating her when necessary. Shen Luoyan took out the lunchbox that she had brought from home in advance and opened it. She took out the food inside and put it on the table one by one, and asked everyone to sit down and eat. "Do you have any thoughts about the Great Fighter Tournament?" During the meal, Shen Luoyan asked. "Since you asked this, that is to say, you have some ideas about this tournament?" Zhen Yi raised his eyebrows and glanced at Shen Luoyan. "I do have some ideas," Shen Luoyan admitted honestly with a smile. "I want to take advantage of the opportunity of all the academies participating this time to catch all the masters of the other academies in one fell swoop." Then, without waiting for Zhen Yi and the others to ask, Shen Luoyan naturally told the plan in her heart. "This matter is not that easy," Zhen Yi said with a frown. "But it's not like there is no chance, right?" Shen Luoyan asked. Zhen Yi nodded slightly to express his agreement. Since it was the Great Fighter Tournament, then, according to the situation of the past few sessions, it was normal for both sides to be injured or something. As long as they launched a sneak attack or intercepted the return route at this time, there was a chance to eliminate the masters of several important universities at the lowest price and snatch their magatama. As for whether it could be completely successful, it depended on luck. After all, sometimes the strength of the masters of a university was too high. After all, it was also very likely that there would be no damage after eliminating all the masters of the other side. At least, it was possible for this to happen in the two academies of Xuchang and Luoyang. So I hope that you can skip class this afternoon and go to Wu County High School and annihilate all the fighters there. Shen Luoyan, who saw that Zhen Yi had no problem, said. "Just the few of us?" Nanjo Nora asked with some uncertainty in his heart. Annihilating a school's fighters is equivalent to taking over that school. In ancient times, it was an act of war. So this time, in addition to the few of us, I will also gather the students of Nanyang Academy to participate in the operation. At the same time, I will also take this opportunity to deepen their recognition of us. After all, we are not fighters who have Magatama and are affected by the fate of the heroic souls of the three kingdoms. Shen Luoyan said faintly. It had to be said that the identity of fighters who were not the heroic souls of the three kingdoms had caused a great obstacle to obtaining the recognition of the fighters of Nanyang. Otherwise, Shen Luoyan would not have strengthened her and the others' existence like this whenever she had the opportunity to declare her identity as the ruler. Using a roundabout way to get them to recognize her, she would truly take this group of fighters as her own. And perhaps this is the beginning of us changing the tragedy of 1800 years. Then, Shen Luoyan, who seemed to have thought of something, smiled and said. After that, the few of them did not speak and silently finished their sumptuous lunch. After packing up the lunchbox, Shen Luoyan threw it back into the bracelet space and looked at Nanjo Nora and ordered, Nora, please go find Lu Suzijing and Lu Sun Boyan. Okay. Nanjo Nora replied, then stood up and walked out of the health room. He went to find Lu Sun Boyan and Lu Suzijing, who were temporarily staying together because of lunch. Xiao Yao Yi, I'll have to trouble the two of you to go to each class and pass on the order to gather all fighters in the auditorium in 10 minutes. Then, Shen Luoyan turned her head to look at Yi and Zhuge and instructed. Okay. Yi and Koga agreed in unison. Then they also left the health room and went to pass on Shen Luoyan's order to each class. For a time, only Shinya, Shen Luoyan, and Chikage, who was reading a book, were left in the health room, and none of them spoke to each other. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Nanjo Nora brought Lu Suzijing and Lu Sun Boyan back to the health room. Lu Suzijing and Lu Sun Boyan bowed to Shen Luoyan together. No need to be so polite, Shen Luoyan said with a gentle smile. Then he went straight to the point and asked, now that a day has passed, I wonder if the two of you have made your decision? Lu Suzijing, Lu Sun Boyan, greets Darren. Lu Suzijing and Lu Sun Boyan looked at each other, then they sat down and bowed their heads. Good. Although Shen Luoyan knew from the information sent back by the nanomonitoring machine that the two were only pretending to agree and not sincerely submitting, she still showed a sincere smile on her face and walked out from behind the table. She came to the front of the two and said, "Thank you for your help." Lu Suzijing and Lu Sun Boyan straightened up. On the way here, we saw the fighters of the school gathering in the auditorium. I wonder. Lu Suzijing asked respectfully. Yes, it's my order. Shen Luoyan didn't hide it and said with a smile, as for the reason, it's very simple. I intend to lead the fighters of the school to attack Wu County and turn Wu County High School into our secondary high school. By the way, I will use Wu County High School's Fighters Jade to complete the qualification requirements for our school to participate in the Great Fighter Tournament. Lu Suzijing and Lu Sun Boyan looked at each other and saw inexplicable emotions in each other's eyes. The reason was very simple. It was because Wu County High School was a very special place for them, or for the overlord Sun Tzu. There was a person who was beheaded by Sun Tzu in history, but according to the rumors, he turned into an evil spirit and entered Sun Tzu's dreams every night and finally cursed Sun Tzu to death. If their operation were to succeed this time, it would mean that the 1,800 years of sorrowful fate that had been imposed upon them would most likely be changed. If Zhen Yi and the others could capture or destroy Yu Ji, then this sad fate would definitely change. You two come with me to witness the beginning of our hegemony. Shen Luoyan looked at the two of them and said with a smile, Yes. Lu Suzijing and Lu Sun Boyan replied in unison. It's almost time. Let's go. Shen Luoyan nodded and turned to Zhen Yi and said. Zhen Yi slightly nodded and together with Shen Luoyan, Lu Suzijing, Lu Sun Boyan, and Chanten Thousand Shadows left the medical room and walked towards the school's auditorium. After walking for a few minutes, Shen Luoyan and the others arrived at the auditorium and met with Yi, Johahal, and Yuan, who were already there. Seeing the appearance of Zhen Yi and the others, although they hadn't crowned her with the title of Nanyang's leader, but in their hearts, they had already accepted the existence of such a group of experts. Seeing Zhen Yi and the others appear, the students of Nanyang immediately became silent and looked up at the auditorium. Under everyone's gaze, Zhen Yi walked to the front of the rostrum and looked at the fighters standing in the auditorium. Then he said in a deep voice, "I declare that the war between Nanyang and Wu County High School has officially begun." Chapter 1438. As soon as Zhen Ye's voice fell, a large clamor spread from the crowd below. "This is crazy. At such a time, we took the initiative to initiate it. Although I don't want to admit it, I can't help but feel excited. Sure enough, he's the new leader. He's much stronger than Yuan Shu and the 4 heavenly kings. He issued such an exaggerated order as soon as he took office." Quiet. Zhen Yi circulated the qi in his dantian, and his voice echoed throughout the auditorium like a great bell. The strong sound even caused the windows around the auditorium to tremble uncontrollably, making a series of sounds. Under the suppression of this voice, the students in the auditorium quieted down once again. However, every fighter's face revealed an excited expression. It couldn't be helped. Since these guys were called fighters, then fighting was their favorite activity. They would feel uncomfortable if they didn't fight at least once a day, not to mention participating in this kind of large-form fighting gathering. It was hard for them not to be excited. Target Wu County High School. Let's go. Zhen Yi waved and ordered. Yes. The students of Nanyang High School answered in unison, and the huge sound wave formed immediately shook the entire auditorium. Looking at the performance of the fighters of Nanyang High School, Lu Su Zijing and Lu Sun Boyan, who were standing on the rostrum with Shen Luoyen and the others, instinctively looked at each other and saw some surprise in each other's eyes. Then, Zhen Yi met up with Shen Luoyen and the others and went to the school's staff office. In a half-threatening, half-pleading way, he obtained the school bus key from the staff. The school bus driver then led the students to Wu County High School. Judging from the performance of the students on the school bus, it was estimated that it was the first time they took a school bus to another school to participate in such an illegal gathering. This made them feel more and more that this new leader's style of doing things was different, and they were willing to accept it. Just like that. Took about an hour for Zhen Yi and the fighters of Nanyang High School to finally arrive outside Wu County High School. The door of the school bus, which had just stopped, opened. Then, the fighters of Nanyang School, who were already prepared, immediately carried out the encirclement plan that Shen Luoyen, Lu Su Zijing, and Lu Sun Boyan had made on their way here. They divided themselves into several teams and surrounded the entire Wu County High School. Then, about 30 C and B-level fighters followed Zhen Yi and the others into the Wu County High School. At this moment, the fighters of Wu County High School, who had discovered that Nanyang Academy had come with ill intentions, quickly gathered together and formed a human wall. He confronted Zhen Yi and the others. Leave 10 people behind as reserve. The rest attack. Shen Luoyen ordered with a serious face. As soon as he finished speaking, 20 of the 30 senior warriors who had been surrounding Zhen Yi and the others immediately rushed towards the warriors of Wu County High School while shouting. At the same time, the students of Wu County High School also attacked the fighters of Nanyang. Next, bang bang bang. Muffled sounds rang out as the fighters of the two schools fought in a chaotic battle. Because the fighters were senior warriors, even though there were a lot of students of Wu County High School and more fighters came, the fighters of Nanyang High School were still as strong as before. They fought bravely against the enemy and sent the weaker fighters flying to the ground. However, that was all. After all, they were only C and B-level fighters. They were not Grade A and Special Grade A fighters who could crush the low-level fighters. Therefore, not long after, under the influence of the crowd tactics, these fighters began to gradually show injuries and were forced to retreat. Zhen Yi. Shen Luoyan looked at Zhen Yi and said softly. Zhen Yi nodded to the side. Yuan, Naga Kanyao, Nanzhou Kizara, and Senkeij immediately rushed into the crowd. They either took out strange big swords and long sticks, or used strange jujitsu and leg attacks with their bare hands to attack the fighters of Wu County High School who were wearing white shirts and gray trousers. Under the participation of Yuan and the other two fighters, who were at least A-level fighters, the fighters of Wu County High School were immediately suppressed. Wu County's side, which had just shown signs of improvement, was immediately suppressed. Then, in an even more powerless manner, they collapsed on the ground, either unconscious or injured. They let out miserable cries of ouch, ah. Then, after cleaning up the students on the field, Yuan and the other three didn't stop. They directly rushed into the building of Wu County High School and attacked the fighters who hadn't rushed out yet. So strong. The fighters of Wu County High School and Nanyang High School exclaimed in unison when they saw how Yuan and the other three fought. Then, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, the warriors of Nanyang rushed toward the remaining warriors of Wu County High School and launched a fierce attack on them. Wow, so strong. At this time, a female voice sounded in the ears of Zhen Yi and the others. Bofu, don't do this. It won't be good if we are discovered. Then, a nervous male voice sounded. Bofu. Shen Luoyan, Zhen Yi, Lu Suzijing, Lu Sun, and Bo Yen looked at each other. I'll go, Shen Luoyan said. Zhen Yi naturally didn't have any objections and nodded in agreement. As for Lu Suzijing and Lu Sun Bo Yen, after seeing Zhen Yi glance at them, they tactfully swallowed the words they wanted to say and tacitly agreed with Shen Luoyan's proposal. Then, Shen Luoyan used Qing Gong and rushed in the direction of the sound. Then, very quickly, Sun Su Bo Fu and Zhou Yu Gongjin, who were wearing the Nanyang uniform and had been specially ordered by Shen Luoyan to pay attention to them, appeared in front of her eyes. Don't you know that leaving your post without permission is a felony? Shen Luoyan, who floated to the side of the two, narrowed her eyes and said coldly. Sorry, we'll go back now. Hearing Shen Luoyan's voice and seeing her, Zhou Yu's face changed and he hurriedly saluted and said, Too late. Shen Luoyan whispered and suddenly used her footwork to rush in front of the two. Her right hand's index and middle fingers formed a sword and pointed at Zhou Yu and Sun Su Bofu. Instinctively, Zhou Yu, who didn't want to be restrained, grabbed Sun Su Bofu's wrist and dodged to the side. Seeing this, Shen Luoyan's eyes flashed with a cold light and she immediately chased after them. To be honest, when it comes to movement and speed, the fighters in this world, especially the fighters below A level, were not that proficient. They basically relied on using Qigong to achieve the purpose of short-distance, high-speed movement. So basically, every time they moved, they would leave a damaged dent on the ground. It was completely incomparable to the high-speed movement technique of shrinking the ground. Not to mention, in some aspects, even the shrinking ground could not be compared to the Chinese lightness kung fu. Therefore, after two chases and dodges, Zhou Yu, who had the Sun Su Bo talisman as a burden, was forced to stop by Shen Luoyan. She pointed her finger at the two of them and used her inner strength to seal their acupuncture point. However, compared to Sun Su Bofu, who was completely restrained, Zhou Yu, whose reaction and martial arts were higher, cleverly dodged the acupuncture points that could be used to seal him. Only one of his arms was sealed by Shen Luoyan. If you don't want her to die, then obediently surrender. Otherwise, I won't hold back just because you are the fighters of Nanyang. One of Zhou Yu's arms was temporarily crippled, so his movements were a bit out of order. Shen Luoyan grabbed Sun Su Bo's talisman, who could only move his eyes and mouth, and grabbed Shen Luoyan's throat. She smiled and looked at Zhou Yu and said, Despicable. Zhou Yu cursed. At this time, I have every reason to suspect that you are the spies of Wu County's high school. Even if I kill you on the spot, it wouldn't be too much. How despicable. Shen Luoyan looked at Zhou Yu with a sneer and said, You, who said this, really don't take advantage of your three kingdoms beauty name Zhou. Zhou Yu clenched his teeth and didn't say anything. I'll count to 3. If you don't come over, I'll immediately choke her to death. Shen Luoyan's fingers slightly tightened, making Sun Su Bofu's face even more uncomfortable. 1, 2, okay, I'll surrender. Zhou Yu lowered his head and said. Seeing this, Shen Luoyan didn't hesitate. She immediately rushed in front of Zhou Yu and sealed several major acupuncture points on his body, completely cutting off his ability to move and internal strength, turning him into a wooden man. You should have been more obedient from the start. Shen Luoyan reached out and patted Zhou Yu's face. Then he reached out and grabbed Zhou Yu Gongjin. Together with Sun Su and Bo Fu, they walked back to Zhen Ye's place. I'm sorry, Gongjin. It's all because of me. Sun Su Bofu's face was gloomy as he apologized. It's okay. It's not your fault. It's my fault that I'm not strong enough to protect you. Zhou Yu quickly comforted him. Gongjin. Sun Su Bofu's face showed a reluctant smile. However, just as Shen Luoyan was about to return to Zhen Yi and Yi Ye's side, a muffled sound suddenly rang out from the Wu County High School's field, attracting the attention of Shen Luoyan and the others. At this time, on the field of the Wu County High School, a brown-skinned girl wearing a light blue short-sleeved shirt, a gray suit jacket, and a pleated skirt of the same color was half-kneeling on the field. A large amount of smoke and dust was sent flying around her. Obviously, the muffled sound just now was made by her. Yu-Ji. Seeing the appearance of this girl, a fighter from the Wu County High School said with a voice full of hope and excitement. Shen Luoyan returned to Zhen Ye's side and casually threw Sun Su Bofu and Zhou Yu, who couldn't move for a short period of time, to the ground. She was interested in the girl who slowly stood up not far away. She was the girl who inherited the name of a famous Taoist from the Three Kingdoms period and had a heroic soul, Yu-Ji Lai. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.